This is despicable. This has gone way too far now, yeah? I know we've been doing a little bit of cosplaying, yeah, as being incompetent, but United, the team that don't win, we've lost to them. The sport that I'm gonna have to replace football with is gonna be it's gonna have to be from a different world altogether. Know how emphatically egregious. Guys, I'm seeing people happy that I've not seen happy in months. I've not seen these people happy in years, and it's at my expense. How am I supposed to leave my house, my humble abode? No, I've been done over by the Monopoly board, man. We're worse than Grimsby on a technical level. Like, if you really break it down. Liverpool have now lost 4 games in a row. Now, I don't know the mathematics or the logistics of when that last happened. To be honest, it probably wasn't even that long ago, yeah? I've seen some bad times as a Liverpool supporter. But I hazard a guess it might have been when Fabio Borini was contracted to us or something like that. We lost to Crystal Palace, then Galatasaray in the Champions League, then Chelsea, and now Manchester United after the international break. My football club have facilitated the unfacilitatable. Ruben Amorim said this is the biggest win of his managerial tenure at Manchester United. Big man, this is just about your only win in your tenure as Manchester United manager. And we have given it to him. I can't believe this. I'm gonna have to change a couple of titles, lads. I can't even lie to you. I was hopeful this was where things were gonna get back on track, you know? I was international break's done. We can lock in. We've had a little bit of a reset, as I said. By the time I'd even finished the sentence that I'd just started with conceded, I hadn't even finished thinking about the ways that we could fuck up this week. Conceding after 62 seconds to a Kinder Bueno. Luke Shaw trying to eat him for the celebration because he's heard of chocolate bars in the local area. Now, this goal was controversial because Alexis McAllister was down with a head injury during the build-up to it, and in any normal situation that would mean that the game has to be stopped. Head injuries have the potential to be pretty serious, but unfortunately that didn't happen because Michael Oliver is an affiliate to the Taliban. Honestly, I can't. It's actually always him, and that's not even just from a Liverpool perspective. I'm just saying, as a referee as a whole, I can't begin to fathom the amount of stupid decisions this man is involved in. If you give him a foundation maths paper, he'd start writing in Spanish on it. And he can't even speak Spanish. Anyway, the play wasn't stopped. United end up scoring. McAllister probably achieved the same amount on the floor as he did whilst he was on his feet for the majority of the game. And he came back on looking like he was going to go fin for fin with Michael Phelps. I need a centre mid, bro. I don't need the 50 meters reverse butterfly.
You look stupid. Okay. Take that shit off.
Let's hear some racist shit. Why can't I have it on?
Mo Salah, yeah, listen. Right, look, this is directly to you. I love you, innit? I love you, Mo, so much, yeah? But I'm gonna need you to take the Christmas tree down and start locking the fuck in, okay? The Mo Salah that I've been seeing on my TV, this isn't the right one. It's a counterfeit version. Watching Mo Salah try an attack this season has been like watching an 89-year-old try and get up the stairs. A lot of dribbling, but ultimately not that much progress, and at the end of it all, you just kind of want to put them down. Cody Gakpo went close many times in this match. He actually managed to hit the post 3 separate occasions. Once cutting inside, another from a deflected cross, and then I'm going to be honest, I can't even remember the third. I'm too annoyed, lads. I can't even lie to you. But Cody, just for future reference, you want to put it on the inside of that bit if you want, like, at some point.
I was gonna, you know, kick it up the other end and just put one right in their fucking goal hole, but no dice.
We did equalise. We did make it 1-1 only before we conceded to a man whose head is shaped like a Bosch 52Z dishwasher. You know you can always rely on Harry Maguire when it's time to headbutt the ball into the far post late on in a football match.
We will be there. We will be there.
Fact of the matter is, we've done this a lot recently. Like our last 3 Premier League games, 2 of the 3, we scored an equaliser and then immediately conceded a winner late on. And then against Chelsea, it wasn't immediate, but we did it regardless. We conceded with basically the last kick of the game. That's a worry. That's a worry kind of... I don't doubt this team mentality-wise completely, because we were doing this to other teams for like the first 2 months of the season. Just because we've had a bad October doesn't mean the mentality of the team has changed or is suddenly shit or has never been good. We won the league last season from doing this a lot of the time, like going 1-0 down and winning a game late. As has been very well documented, we've been scoring late winners all season until it started getting a little bit spooky outside. But this is not good enough. At this rate, I'm actually going to have to cop myself a legitimate okay set. John Henry spent the GDP of Switzerland in the summer transfer window, and we've lost to Boko Haram. He's never gonna greenlight us signing a player ever again, bro. That's it. That's the end. Forget about a deadline day if you're a Liverpool fan. We're never seeing it again. Put the yellow tie away. It's game over. We were genuinely better when we were signing Takumi Minaminos, because Alexander Isak's highlights for this one, barely involved. Hugo Ekitike was just begging to get onto the pitch, screaming at Arne Slot from somewhere in a cupboard down on the bench.
Just fucking put me on. You put them all the other ones on. You didn't put me on though, did you?
Manchester United have won 2 on the bounce now, yeah? Like, we can't sleep on them anymore. The guy that's the United strand, yeah, that's refusing to cut his hair, he's only got 3 games left to go. That's a lot. That's a lot for Manchester United, actually, the more I think about it. United commented on one of his actual posts saying that they've got a good update. Have you no shame? You're the people that are putting him through this torment week on week in the first place. He's been looking at a pair of hair clippers a little bit differently this morning, and his barber's gonna be in for the shock of his life when he walks in for his first trim since January of 2021.
Can't believe it. Someone said you was dead.
Let's be honest, this is all gonna come crumbling down when they play Brighton next. But it could come down to Spurs, and given the Europa League final of last season, they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing. They'll be parading a pair of golden scissors around North London if they end this run. No one's gonna be cutting on a Slot's hair, though, I'll tell you that. Maybe this is my fault. I've been slandering the very names of bald football managers across the world for so long now that maybe now that we've got one and things have started going badly, it's just like extra bad because I've been talking about like the shininess, like viscosity of his noggin. But like let's you know, talk about this game in a little bit more detail and our preparation for it, okay? And it doesn't seem like there was very much of it because Arne Slot said he was left confused and, you know, ultimately a little bit bamboozled at the fact that Manchester United didn't play Benjamin Sesko up front. They decided to go with Matheus Cunha instead, and that teams have, quote, been doing that a lot against Liverpool so far this season. Has this man only just realised that squads have more than 11 players in them? Obviously, they're going to rotate at some point based on what they think will work against us. Matheus Cunha, in the end, was a really inspired decision. That's kind of concerning as a thing to say for Arne Slot, really. To be honest, I also thought his lineup was odd. I thought the starting 11 for this one was strange. I know, look, we can meme about Florian Wirtz. He's gone fucking Ben 10 now, rather than just 007 yet. I honestly believe that Florian Wirtz would have been class in a game like this. I thought he was class when he came on. But A, he should have started. B, if he didn't start, he should have come on at half-time. And the same for Hugo Ekitike. Hugo Ekitike has to start this game. We've got guys that like to occupy wide areas, bro. Are you seeing United's wing-backs, fam? Amad Diallo isn't a wing-back, right? He's a good footballer. He's a great footballer. But he's not a wing-back, right? He's going to get exposed far up the pitch. He's not defensively minded. You can exploit that. You can exploit that by having Wirtz out on that side or Hugo Ekitike out on that side. Cody Gakpo likes to cut inside. He's going to just cut inside into centre-back traffic if he does that in the form of De Ligt or Maguire. Have someone that actually doesn't mind occupying the little half spaces over there. And on the right-hand side, like obviously, we'll talk about Mo Salah in a bit more detail in a second. But Diogo Dalot was over there. He was our best player in the first half. And we still didn't really manage to actually truly exploit him. Ekitike has to start the next game. We have to get a win on the board, and I believe that starts with Ekitike starting. Obviously, I know Isak is a British record fee, get that, but he's not up to scratch at the moment. He's not up to full fitness. Can't expect him to be. He's playing pre-season right now. He's playing like 7 weeks behind everybody else. Another main issue, though, very well documented again, we're not good enough defensively. At all. Not even slightly. It's a fucking joke, genuinely. We look absolutely so open, bro. Pause. We've been fucking shit. I thought Conor Bradley was all right. Van Dijk was okay, but shaky in comparison to his usual self. Konate's pissing me off. Milos Kerkez. I believe in Kerkez, but he's so rash. He makes poor decisions. I watched enough Bournemouth to know that he was good. He was great last season. He was class. He's an all-round wing-back. Not even really getting that attacking output or spark from him either. But that is a massive issue, and he needs to be dropped. And I'm not saying that in a vicious way. I like him. I think he's really fucking funny. The kid doesn't know how to stand tackle. Every button on his controller is just square. Bro's slide tackling is Arne Slot, the ball boy, the physio. But I think what was most concerning to me about this one was there just wasn't enough spark or fight. Really? This is Man United, bruv, at home, at Anfield, after an international break. If we're not gonna look like the old Liverpool in this game against this United, yeah, I know United are moderately better than last season. The results have been a bit shit still. They have obviously taken a step forward. Cunha's good and Burmo's good. Their new goalkeeper's significantly better than anything they've had before. The team's better. It's still shit and the tactics are still wank, but it's definitely better than it was. But absolutely, generally speaking, this should be a game that we are using to inspire some confidence and get that winning feeling back. And we've conceded at 62 seconds. It just felt like we weren't brave enough in chasing the game up to the point where we went crazily gung-ho at the end and just had 7 attackers on the pitch. Verts and Ekatike halftime. I'm sorry, I can't believe that didn't happen. So what's the deal? This is the situation this season. Now, before I say anything, right, the likes of Mo Salah, Virgil van Dijk will always be club legends. There's actually, honestly, nothing apart from running over a selection of young children that Virgil van Dijk and Mo Salah could do that would prevent them from being certified Liverpool legends forever. They have a special place in my heart, and I'm sure every supporter, and I don't think they're necessarily washed. I think they can come back from this, but Mo Salah especially has got to get it together, has got to get dropped. I know he's Mo Salah. Out of all of our players, I'd say Alexis McAllister, Ibrahima Konate, and Kirkes actually as well. And then Mo Salah are 4 players that I'm looking at right now and going, right, we need to park you here for a second. A couple quick slaps and
I don't promote the violence.
Fuck it. Let's talk about every position in this squad. So I think there's an argument to say that 9 out of the 11 of them have genuinely got worse since last season, either performance-wise or personnel-wise. In goal, we start with one that hasn't, and that's Alisson in goal. Obviously, he's injured at the moment. Mamardashvili is the replacement. I don't think Mamardashvili's been particularly bad, any worse than Kelleher would have been, and Alisson was fine to start the season until he got injured. Right back. This is one thing that people aren't talking about because there's so many other things going on with Liverpool at the moment, but we are missing Trent Alexander-Arnold. I'm not one of those people that hates Trent. I hate his brother, but I don't hate Trent. I'm just kind of, I don't care. Like, he's not ever really probably going to go down as Liverpool legend anymore because of the way he left, but I don't have hatred towards him or even really dislike towards him at all. But he is one of the most unique players of the modern era, and his passing range is incredible and being able to create goals is incredible. He's just better than Conor Bradley. Conor Bradley's class, I like him. He's maybe a bit more defensively sound than Trent was, but he's not Trent. Jeremy Frimpong isn't Trent either. Jeremy Frimpong is a weird one because it feels like we don't trust him to play in big games at right back. But if that's the case, then why did we sign him? You know what I mean? That's a problem. That's a problem area. We haven't, like, worked out what to do with that position since Trent left at all, which is concerning given we knew he was leaving for, like, a full year. Centre-backs, Virgil van Dijk isn't playing to his usual ability, but I genuinely think a lot of the reason why he's so bad, or looking, not so bad, but why he's looking worse, is because I don't know if he trusts the rest of his back line. Bro's got a sweep up for Kirkes to the left and Konate to the right. I mean, I wouldn't wish that job on my worst enemy. Konate's been a liability all over the place all season. Kirkes needs a drop, as I said, for Robertson probably for a few weeks. And I think, as I said, Virgil van Dijk is looking to the left and going, fuck, I've got to sweep up for Kirkes. And then he's looking to the right and going, fuck, this guy's got ADHD as well. The shield's gone in front of them. Grav is having to do a lot of the work on him on his own. Szoboszlai's been fine, don't have a problem with him, but McAllister's been fucking awful. Again, not a problem with McAllister on a personal level. He's amazing, generally speaking. Like, he was incredible last season. So bad this season. He's being expected to do weird things, though. Like I said, why is he in the box all the time? Then going forward, Salah's just been off the boil. Even the goal contributions he had were late on after, like, a poor performance. Like, Salah does that sometimes. Salah will have a bit of, like, a ghost game and then get a goal late. But, like, that was, like, that usually for Salah, that's, like, worst case scenario is that happens. Whereas this season, that's been best case scenario. Ekatike should have started. Isak needs to get up to full speed, but again, difficult. And I think Gakpo was unlucky. So, yeah, so all round, you're looking at, like, a lot of the team. And I think one thing we're massively missing that a lot of people aren't talking about as well is intensity in our press. You know, we lost Luis Diaz, Darwin Núñez, and of course, tragically, Diogo Jota as well. All of these guys are very tenacious forwards who press from the front, don't let a defender get a moment's rest. We don't have that anymore. If you play out over the top of Mo Salah, it's a wrap. That's it, you're done. You've played out of our press. Congratulations, you're into the midfield now. We're shit at the back, our balance is poor in midfield, and we don't press very well up front. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not looking good. I want to see what everyone thinks about Liverpool. What did you think about the Liverpool United game? What is if you could nail it down to one thing, what is the actual issue? We've got to dust ourselves down and go again, because if we don't stop the rot now, it's going to be a long season, honestly. It's a little bit worrying. It's not panic stations, but I've got my hazmat on. Do you know what I mean? The suit's on. Anyway, man, fucking subscribe, please, man. Come on. At least save a slightly depressed Nigerian boy just for a little bit, man. Yeah, it's a wrap. All right, sub me off, coach. It's game over.
The end makes sense of that.
So here's the long and short of it all. I don't know if this is news to any of you lot, but I, for one, am quite surprised to find out this revelation. We won the league pretty comfortably last season, all things considered. Arsenal were good, but by the time we were getting into the spring, we'd kind of already extended a good lead. Arne was doing crazy stuff in his first season. Mo Salah was one of the best players in the world. We're behind Manchester United in the league. That's it. That's the punchline. There's nothing else that needs to be said. Guys fucking slandered Ruben Amorim so many times. I actually can't come back from this.
Should we have spent so heavily in the past? Probably not. But we lived the dream.
It doesn't matter if we finish above United in the table from here on in. It doesn't matter if United fall off completely and go back to the Grimsby United. Being behind them at any point in time, even alphabetically, would have been out of the question. We've lost 4 games in a row. I don't think you understand how bad that actually is. We lost 4 games all season last year. And most of that was because we just fucked about and went on holiday at the end after we won the league. This is a disaster. This is a football club legitimately in crisis right now. It's time to crash out.
Liverpool split wide open.
Celtic top on. Yeah, I can't lie, I changed clubs. I'm joking, please. Or now all my Scottish fans hate me. Flipping. I like Rangers as well, innit? Yeah, to be fair, I actually probably prefer... No, actually, no, I'm not going to say, because now everyone's annoyed at me. I'm a Hearts fan, I swear. Up the jam, hand that, or whatever. 7,000 likes, and I won't throw myself off a building. The clocks went back this week. Unfortunately for Liverpool Football Club, they went all the way back to 2016, because I feel like I'm watching Joe Allen, Fabio Borini, and Ricky Lambert all over again. There's a regen of Alberto Moreno at left back. That's all I know. Because we were on charity antics again. Yeah, we're dishing out. You have a 3 points. You have a 3 points. 2 Miss F over here. Yeah, we got slapped up by Brentford this time. 3-2 the final score. Don't watch the 2. We scored at the end. We've been stopped by the bus stop. All that you had to do for this Liverpool team was put your arm out and signal and that's it. Because Arne Slot's now put himself in the Arne Slot penitentiary. We lost to Keith Andrews. Now, I want to give this man some credit. Okay, at the start of the season, to be fair, I didn't predict Brentford to go down like a lot of people did. I still think that they had enough. You know what, actually? I said Igor Thiago was going to be a baller. I have such good ball knowledge. But to be fair, he's done a really good job. You know, given all the adversity that Brentford had to deal with in the off-season, losing their captain, losing their main goal scorers, losing, who else? Their goalkeeper, he was shit anyway. But losing their manager and entire backroom staff was kind of the main thing, right? Thomas Frank going to Tottenham. Keith Andrews coming in as a set-piece coach up to that point. Everyone was kind of raising their eyebrows. But honestly, he's done more than a good enough job. And we should have known that he'd do a good job against us because we can't deal with set pieces and he's a set piece coach. So we've got Michael Coyote Lap over here on the left-hand side, swinging in long throw-ins at the speed of 184 miles per hour. And we proved that once again, we can't deal with any sort of set piece or physicality when we conceded to a Coyote long throw after about 4 minutes in this one. Milos Kerkez realizing that there is actually a second goalpost that he needs to mark when there's a ball in the air. We've got a ball flying into the box and we've got a Hungarian kid with a low attention span and a D at max in GCSE psychology who doesn't know how to deal with it. Once again, losing his man, conceding from either a long throw or a set piece at the back post. Border control are going to be turning up at his gaff at this rate. I know Curtis Jones has snitched already and Merseyside police are on their way to get him back to Hungary.
This is immigration enforcement.
If I'm Arne Slot, I'm tearing up his contract 35 minutes in. He's actually a crazy liability. Again, I have to stress, like I said in the last video, I like the concept of Milos Kerkez. I'm sure he's a nice kid, but he needs to fucking get himself together. To be fair, I've been to Chiswick once and the 5G round there was crazy. Maybe he was just on like 4,357 ping or something. I need Ryan Gravenberch to just steal someone else's ankles and get himself back onto the pitch to save us. Because without him in front of the back line, I mean, even with him, it was a disaster. You know, fuck it, this is an emergency meeting. This crisis talks right now. We need excuses. Yeah, we need to pull something out of the bag. I'm talking the fireworks that went off that the TV feed randomly cut to at one point. They were bouncing off Arne Slot's scalp and cranium and into the defender's eyes when the ball went up in the air. Kelleher, Henderson, Vandenberg, Carvalho, all in Brentford's squad. That's undercover spies, mate. To be fair, we've got a spy of our own in our squad. Mo Salah, look. I love you, innit? You know, and this is coming from a place of love, yeah. But I'm gonna kill myself. It's actually bonkers, yeah. Some of the decision making, I think, some of the systems that are going on in his mind, Jed, he's lowered his data plan. He's not got unlimited 5G anymore. I don't know what's happened, but I'm seeing crazy decision making. I'm seeing not being able to beat his man. I'm seeing awful touches. I'm seeing wasteful opportunities in the final third that are all spanning from Mo Salah. And I know he scored at the end, but that doesn't paper over the cracks. The finish was actually really nice, to be fair to him. The control was good. The finish was amazing. But we got that in the 93rd or whatever minute, 94th minute. Ridiculously late on. Like, basically all of Mo Salah's goal contributions have been this season. And for the rest of the 90 minutes, we got absolute turmoil. That is one of the worst Salah performances I've seen this season. And that's saying a lot, because all of the other ones have been shit as well. Again, I have so much love for Mo Salah. He's going to be a Liverpool legend forever. He's incredible. He's one of the best players we've ever had at our football club. One of the best footballers to ever grace Anfield, and that is saying something because we've had so many players that are incredible in our club's history. But what the fuck is actually going on? And what is it going to take for Arne Slot to drop him, bro? If Arne Slot could gain a full head of hair from dropping Mo Salah, this is what he would look like. It's fucking crazy, bro. I don't know if there's actually anything that will convince Arne Slot to just slap him on the bench for a league game. We did it against Frankfurt. We looked amazing. And I know it was Frankfurt, and I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in a second. And I'm not saying Mo Salah is the only reason we're playing badly, but Christ on a fucking bendy bar. Something needs to change. I mean, what does Federico Chiesa need to do to start a football match? Solve the Da Vinci Code.
Yo, coach, the first quarter's almost up. Bro, I brought the whole fam out there, my homies, bro. Put me in the game, bro.
Just slap him on. Every time he comes on, he changes the game or looks at least somewhat positive. He's not just the guy that's a cult hero anymore and has a fun chant. He can actually contribute something across a full 90 minutes. Just try it. To be honest, I've got to raise some questions about Arne Slot generally, and I know he had an amazing season last season, coming in and just grabbing this Liverpool team and just winning the league well as well. You know, we didn't just luck out completely. But again, some of the decisions I'm seeing this season, most of all in the last month, are making me question things. I think he's actually made some good decisions. I think we're forgetting the start of the season. A lot of his substitutions were very positive and, you know, were having a positive impact. We were winning games late thanks to substitutions that he was making. But now I'm seeing stuff happening and I'm like, what are you doing? You think this is Arne Slot, right? Wrong. This is who he's turned into. Bro has become the Dutch Erik ten Hag. You killed the man. You didn't kill the idea, bruv. We got Dutch bald managers coming in here and for thinking that midfields aren't needed. We were in need of a goal at the end, lads. Yeah? It's like, I don't know, 83rd minute. We bring on a man who hasn't even scored one in his whole career. Joe Gomez has never scored a goal. He's never taken a football and put it in the net. Ever in his life. We are goals down against Brentford. He brought off Wirtz, fam. He brought off Wirtz for Joe Gomez. What was he even doing trying to formulate tactics down on the touchline? But look, let's look into the Brentford game in a tiny bit more detail with the statistics, okay? So first of all, I think what's a really alarming thing, I hope I've not hit my table. What's a really alarming thing for me, we'll talk about the goals in a second, yeah, but Brentford had, I think it was like 33%, like a third of the ball, right, in the game, okay? They had 17 shots, or was it 80? 17 shots, creating 17 shots. Out of 34% possession is very, very concerning. Yeah, if you sit back and absorb pressure and you're not interested in being on the ball, like a lot of teams are when they face one of the big six or a team that they're not favourites to beat, that's absolutely fine. You do that, go ahead. Brentford don't like, there's lots of teams that don't like to have the ball that much anyway, and Brentford are probably one of them, yeah? But if you are having that little of a ball and then having that many opportunities, it means that it is very easy for you to create opportunities against that team. They had the ball for a third of the game and created 17 chances. That is fucking mental. And it was easy for them. They just played one ball over the top and either landed over the heads of Konate or Van Dijk, or they won the knockdown because there's not really anyone there to shield our back line. It was painfully easy for them to just either lump it long, not in like a Sam Allardyce way, right? But as in like just go direct and look for the big man up top or look for a ball in behind. Or to just play a through ball between our centre-back pairing. I mean, that's what happened for the second. Their second goal, flipping heck. It's actually, like, bewildering how easy it has become to play us for, like, no apparent reason. I honestly think if Keith Andrews was playing in this game, we would have conceded to him as well. So that was the first thing that was noticeable, just all game. Because that's like a key theme, right? That all game that was happening, it's been happening. We're seeing, like, a return to old school Barclays football at the moment. I mean, Arsenal have scored like almost 60% of Arsenal's goals this season have come from set pieces. That is borderline abhorrent. That makes me want to be ill violently. Everywhere, all over all of my belongings. But it's happening and everyone's doing it. You've got set piece goals on the way up, long throws on the way up. You've got more direct football on the way up. Goalkeepers are lumping it long more often. We can't deal with that. We can't deal with long balls and we can't deal with physicality either. I mean, their first goal, so Coyote, actually, okay, even before the throw-in happens, ball long, causes issues. Marmadashvili tries to chip it into Bradley. It's not the worst ball in the world. I saw people getting annoyed at Marmadashvili for this. I think it's Conor Bradley's fault. I'm so sorry. Like, it's not the most difficult ball in the world. I am unbelievably confident that one of the main things that Arne Slot probably said in the pre-match meeting that they would have had to discuss Brentford would have been, don't give these lots sloppy throw-ins for no reason. And what do? Conor Bradley does that after about 5 minutes. Coyote swings it in like a fucking nuclear bomb and we can't deal with it. And it's because we don't seem very physical either. Like, apart from our centre-backs at set pieces, we've got no physicality. We're easy to brush aside. We're easy to score set pieces and long ball goals against. A Curtis Jones and Szoboszlai double pivot, it's not going to do the job, lads. It isn't. To be fair to Szoboszlai, he deserves better. I think he's been our player of the season, mate. Mostly because he's just being asked to do ridiculous shit. Like, he's being asked to be a midfielder and also a right back half the time. Ekatike was poor, I think, against Brentford. Wasn't helped by people around him, but he's earned enough brownie points for me to be like, whatever. Like, he's had 9 games in all comps up to this point. Like, 9 starts, and he's been good in most of them. So if he has an off day against Brentford, it's whatever. People were talking about the penalty. It's a bit soft. I personally think it's a little bit debatable whether it's in the area, but you'd probably come to the conclusion that it's on the line, which therefore means it's a pen, right? And even then, who cares? We were shit. We deserved to lose the game. Do you know what I mean? It's one of them things where, and I don't want to be doom and gloom because, like, Liverpool have given me so much joy, even over the last, like, 12 months. We won the fucking league, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? We've done that twice in my entire lifetime, and that was one of them. But we are playing shit at the moment, and to be honest with you, we've not been that great all season. We've probably played well twice all year. It's Halloween, lads, for fuck's sake. The scariest thing about this Halloween is Liverpool playing football. 4 losses on the bounce is mad. You know, it's 5 losses in 6 as well in all comps when you include Galatasaray. That's bad. You can't win a title doing that. I'm sorry. I actually watched Liège talk about Liverpool a little bit as well, and he made a really good point that, like, I think the most losses that a team has ever had in the Prem is like 6. We've lost 4 in October alone. We've not kept a clean sheet in 9 games. Pornhub headquarters have got cleaner sheets than us, bro. It's a madness. How are we expecting to win how are we expecting to win games regularly and do this? We've conceded 6 games in a row. We've conceded the opening goal. Gravenberch being out is killing us a little bit. We didn't look great defensively, even with him in the side, but McAllister can't do that job. Szoboszlai and Jones definitely can't do that job. I'm honestly wondering whether, and I know this sounds maybe not mental, but a surprise given the amount of money we've spent. I genuinely wonder if putting Wataru Endo in might be a shout, just to try, just to test it out. Maybe not in the Champions League, but against Villa. Our defense is shaky enough as it is. Like, the wing-back issue is a massive one. I said about Trent, obviously moving on. Frimpong, it doesn't feel like we trust him to be a right back. Conor Bradley started poorly, but I have faith in him, but he started badly. poorly. Kirkers has been absolutely woeful. Again, needs to be dropped for Andrew Robertson. Konate and Van Dijk haven't been their usual selves, and when all of that's happening, you need someone that can just go and win some shit in the middle of the park. And I honestly think at this point, maybe a little Wataru Endo playing kind of in the role, not in the role exactly that Gravenberch plays, because he's not as good on the ball, he's not as press resistant, whatever, but just to go and clean up some guys, just to clamp a few people and just try and control a midfield at some point in time. Personnel-wise, Robertson's got to come in for Kirkes. That is a matter of, like, actual international emergency. That has got to happen. I want to see Chiesa start a game. We're too fragile. We make too many mistakes. Like, the Frankfurt game, cool. We played Frankfurt. We battered them. We scored 5. Frankfurt have played 9 games this season. There's been, like, 67 goals in their games. You think I'm joking? No, genuinely, look at their results. Every game Frankfurt playing, there's about 9 goals in it. People are saying that we're out of the title race, and I think that's stupid to the degree that fucking anything can change in football. I mean, we were, what, like 5 points clear of Arsenal a month ago. Now we're 7 points behind them. Anything can happen. But again, to have lost this many games already at this point in the season is scary, and we're not dealing with some knockoff title rivals this year. Arsenal are good, man. Arsenal are good. Like, they've proven me wrong a little bit. I always knew they were going to be incredible defensively, but Gabriel might be the best centre-back in the world. Saliba is obviously amazing. Timber's probably the best wing-back or right-back in the league. They are impossible to score against. It's actually fucking mental. Unless they have like a crazy injury crisis, they're not going to go through a run of games where they just start conceding goals left, right, and centre. And all round, they look like serious challengers. And Manchester City look like they're back as well. A little bit shaky at times, but Erling Haaland's going absolutely crazy. So we can't afford to slip up again after this. And any of us looking at this team and thinking we're not going to slip up in the next game, fam? We've got Villa next. We could easily lose that game. Villa just beat Man City, bro. We've now got to go on some perfect, crazy run. It's fucked, bad. We're fucked. I labelled a guy Boko Haramarim, and we're behind him, bro. We're worse than terrorists. We're a crime worse than that. That's the situation. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? Drop it down below what you think the problem is. Like, subscribe, fucking, playing different sport. Know how raucously repetitive. I'm gonna end it all. I bought a croquet set, guys. You think this is a joke? This is a very serious situation playing out right now. I take this sport very, very seriously. I've been watching my team get packaged into a slightly marginally too small cardboard Amazon box week after week now. This has been going on for games. Every damn week we had some respite against Villa and Real Madrid, and now look what's happening again. More L's than a parallelogram, bro. We have done the thinkable. We are a believable set of players. We strike confidence into opposition attackers. The bar is so low that an ant couldn't even limbo underneath it. I'm even wearing black. I'm wearing black for the funeral of our title charge. It's a wrap, guys. I hate to break it to everybody. We've lost 5 games already this season. We've only just done up Guy Fawkes Day. The fireworks have barely even finished exploding, and our title charge and hopes have blown up with them. Do you know anybody that's got an advent calendar yet? No, you don't. And yet we are out of the title race. That is genuinely crazy. And I don't mean to be doom and gloom. I don't mean to be reactionary, okay? But the simple facts and the simple statistics are, if we want to win the league based on the amount of losses that a team usually has whilst winning the Premier League, we can't lose again between now and the end of the season. That's not allowed to happen. In the scriptures, in the holy scrolls of the Premier League's history, we can't lose one more game. We could maybe lose once if the rest of the league fell apart. But do you think that's gonna happen? It's not the fact that it's possible, it's the fact that it's not plausible. We'd have to go from the 10th of November to the middle of May without losing a single game. We don't look like we're going to achieve that sort of feat. And also, the other teams that would be in a title race, so Arsenal, Manchester City, look class. Arsenal are gonna concede 6 goals between now and the end of the season, let alone 6 goals in the space of 2 games, which is probably what they need to lose matches. And the latest result is just another dagger in what has been a poor start to the season. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Manchester City at the Etihad is a difficult game. Manchester City look like they're back, okay? I'll talk about them in more detail. There were some great performers, but Erling Haaland has a SIM card. I'm just gonna keep it $1.50 with you all. He connects to public Wi-Fi when he gets on the tube. He's not a human being. He's his own router. There were great Jeremy Doku, unbelievable. But we're down there. there, bro. Newcastle United, we're down there with you. West Ham United, we're down there with you. Nottingham Forest, we're down there with you. Wolverhampton Wanderers, we ain't down there with you. Guys, you're finished. It's a wrap. You're done. Take a break. Go down to the Championship for a second. Think about what you've done. But we got hung up by Manchester City like we were washing that needed drying outside on the balcony. There's an international break coming up. I am absolutely ecstatic about this news. This is one of the best things that I've heard this week. I don't have to watch my alleged football club engage in more football for 2 more weeks. This is brilliant news. Because in this game here, oh my Jesus Christ, Jeremy Doku, yeah, did illegal things. Like very, very illegal things to Conor Bradley. And the crazy thing is Conor Bradley wasn't even that bad. I know that's going to sound mental, but he was actually one of our better players and he still got absolutely ragsed about. The man was just doing 90 minutes of cardio. I've never seen the likes. Doku was just spinning him constantly. The Belgian has different levels of hunger compared to every other wingback in this godforsaken league.
You don't want this as much as I do.
Conor could be seen sending a little DM to Jeremy on his phone at half-time, trying to ensure that he got an easier second half if possible. I think Vinny Jr. might have escaped from Conor Bradley's back pocket just by association. Serious questions, actually thinking about it, need to be asked about Real Madrid, because they made us look like vintage prime Jurgen Klopp Liverpool again, and I can confirm we are definitely not that. I love that Ibrahima Konate's only good performance was against Real Madrid this season. The brother was trying to do auditions to go to the Bernabeu. No, I'm going to be honest, if Los Blancos watched his performance here against Manchester City, the negotiations for him to go over to Real Madrid are going to look very different.
So I'd like to make you an offer, my friend. £1.50.
This man was trying to understand the laws of geometry as the ball was flying towards his noggin for the first goal. Genuinely incompetent. I don't know what he's trying to do. I honestly don't understand what he's even attempting to perform. The ball's being swung in. There was miscommunication between Virgil van Dijk and Andrew Robertson anyway, which is bad decision making. It's bad defending. We've been bad defensively all season. That's not surprising. Worse things have happened. I'm not gonna point the finger and be like, oh, you're shit just for something like that. You know, that can happen, right? Like, I think Virgil van Dijk had come out to left back. He clearly didn't want to be there. Swaps over to centre back when he shouldn't have done. He should have just stayed out to the left-hand side. And Robertson didn't get a chance to come over and close down the cross. Fine, whatever. Not ideal, but it happened. Konate, what are you doing, bro? Bro doesn't even jump as the ball's coming in. Why are you trying to flick the ball over your head? It's there for you to just jump slightly and just head it clear. You're in front of Haaland. He doesn't push you. He's not on top of you, like pressing you down onto the ground. You've just chosen not to jump. I don't understand the decision-making that's going on in his head. Apparently, Bayern Munich have entered the race for him as well. By all means, please come along, join. We're doing sports day. Get all your friends to enter the race as well. All of you can run, and on my life, if you finish 5th, you can have him. I don't care. Finish top 7 in this race. Talk to my man. Have negotiations, because I don't need to see that anymore. Mohamed Salah, another disaster class. I'm going to keep it honest with you. I'm struggling to understand at this point how Arne can continue to start him without even a threatening of a dropping at all. Mo Salah, again, legendary status at this football club and in the Premier League, in my opinion. Okay? Doesn't change the fact he started this season horribly. And I'm not saying he should be dropped forever. I'm not even saying he should be sold, okay? When you put in a run that Mo Salah has put in to start this season, there's got to be some sort of repercussion. You can't just dawdle your way through this entire season just because of your name and status alone. At some point, if you are bad, you need to get replaced in the starting 11, even if it's just for a game, just to be shown that you're not this untouchable, mythical being in the starting 11 and you're going to play no matter what. He needs to have a good slapping, as Patrice Evra would say, because Nico O'Reilly gave him a slapping anytime he tried to get past the Man City wing back. He might be one of the best wing backs in the league, and he's not even supposed to be a wing back. I really like Nico O'Reilly. Even when he broke into the team last season, I was saying that he's really good, but he's not a wing back. I remember getting sent a goal for goal of the week by Nico O'Reilly. He scored like a scorpion kick or something. Amazing stuff. It was like 3 years ago when he was in Man City's academy. Bro was playing number 10, I'm pretty sure. Bro was playing attacking midfielder. Pep Guardiola has some weird fetish for turning midfielders into wing backs, but that's not the reason for today's video, so we'll park that one. Back to Salah, and Jeremy Doku was pressing him at half-time, realistically, on what a winger really should be in the Prem.
That's the difference between me and you. I was out making moves.
Arne Slott's highlights, below par, I would say. Because this man, bro, he did it. He's done it again. He's done it again. If you got 3 points in the Prem for bringing Joe Gomez onto a football pitch when you were losing and needed a goal, we'd be top of the league. We would be top top of the league at the moment. He's never scored a goal in his life before. It's never occurred. Why are you doing this again? He's never used the synapses in his brain to communicate movement into his foot or even his head or general chest area. Used the energy of kinesis to move a football into a goal frame like device. That's never happened before. Why am I seeing him playing at right wing with 5 minutes to go? I would rather Arne Slot substituted himself on and played himself at right wing with 5 minutes to go. At least his head would make him aerodynamic going down the wing. Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to watch. I feel about as frustrated as I'm sure Curtis Jones does when Nico Gonzalez and Ryan Cherky are just pinging the ball around him in the centre of the park.
He wants to piss me off even more, mate.
This one, of course, was El Scalpico. Arne Slot versus Pep Guardiola. The new challenger, flavour of the month, really, who'd come in, won the league in his first season versus the Professor. The man who's been around for ages. The man who's done this for ages. The man who's broken every record, basically, in the Premier League. Centurion. Treble winner. A Man City side that, after last season, people aren't fully convinced on, but are kind of like a little sleeping giant that maybe could do the job and take the challenge to Arsenal. Versus the team that, doing terribly, but were on the bounce back. We'd beaten Aston Villa. We looked okay, then we'd beaten Real Madrid and looked amazing. But the same issues are still creeping up. I talked about the first goal. That was poor. The second goal was a little bit unlucky with the Van Dijk deflection. There are too many individual mistakes defensively. We are not stable at the back whatsoever, and it seems like it's actually getting worse. I've analysed the first goal in a bit of detail already, right? And the second goal was unlucky with Van Dijk's deflection. There was actually, in fairness, a moment that could have changed the game, and that was the fact that we probably should have had a goal given when Virgil van Dijk scored from a corner. This, by the way, after Erling Haaland had missed a penalty, by the way. So already up to this point, we've conceded, and Marmadashvili's had to bail us out from a pen. The ball gets swung in, Van Dijk heads it back into the far corner. The goal is disallowed because Andrew Robertson is seen to be in an offside position and is blocking Gianluigi Donnarumma. Now, for the record, right, I just want to say this before I then say the next thing. This goal should have been given. I don't care what anyone says. It's a joke that this was disallowed. It's been disallowed because Andrew Robertson is deemed to have been interfering with play. Now, he's obviously offside. He's miles offside, right? And I don't really know why he was there, to be honest with you. But when you see the angle from behind the goal, he is at no stage in the eye line of the goalkeeper during the time at which he's offside. So once the header's happened, he's to the left of Donnarumma by a considerable margin. He ducks out of the way of the ball, so he doesn't try to play it, actively tries to get out of the way of the ball, so he doesn't interfere with it. He's not in the eyesight of Donnarumma, and he's also not in the way of Donnarumma trying to dive for it. Donnarumma isn't getting there anyway. So just factually, game's gone. Shouldn't be getting disallowed. It doesn't, however, change the fact we were absolutely wanking this football match. And that's why I've not really given that much attention. I just wanted to say that because it's a joke that it wasn't given. And I think moving forward, if we're giving offsides for goals like that, that's mental. That's not interfering with play. I'm sorry. The fact that ball went in his direction and he got out of the way of it, he can't help that. That's never been given as an offside before. So I don't understand why it's been given as an offside now, just moving forward. But either way, we were awful in this game. We spent £300 million on attackers over this transfer window. We had one shot on target. We got absolutely dominated. We had our chains snatched by Manchester City in this game. And again, going Man City at the Etihad is a difficult place to go. One of the most difficult places to go in Premier League history. But we, as a football club, don't go there and get absolutely dominated like that. We never do. Or very rarely. Certainly since we started winning stuff, right? That was bad. That was domination. Defensively, awful. Why we conceded 3 goals, and honestly, it could have been more. Midfield, dominated. Lack of physicality. Not at the races. No intensity whatsoever. Front line, Salah, disaster class. Ekatike, not involved. He barely touched the ball in the first half. In fact, I'm not even sure he did touch the ball in the first half. It's very obvious at this point that we didn't need Alexander Isak. Now, and I want to caveat that because all Liverpool fans were excited when we signed Alexander Isak. Of course we were. He was the best striker in the Premier League last season. He's an absolute force of nature. He's amazing. And when he eventually finds his fitness and isn't injured and gets a decent run in the team, he's going to be amazing, right? I have no doubt that he's going to be a clinical finisher and he's going to be up to scratch, right? But there are obviously other issues that we needed to address in this team. I said it at the start of the season, but depth in certain areas was a massive one. At centre-back, Leone's now out injured for the foreseeable future because he's done his ACL, which means we have Konate and Van Dijk, and we have Joe Gomez as backup. Joe Gomez is absolutely fine. I know I keep rinsing him about the fact that he's coming on. That's not his fault. That's Arne Slot's fault. Joe Gomez is a competent defender, but he's our backup right back and also our backup centre-back, and his knees are made of Weetabix. So if at any point he gets injured, we're finished. We don't have anyone as backup for Virgil van Dijk. God forbid Virgil van Dijk or Konate get injured. To be fair, if Konate got injured, I think Joe Gomez would do a better job. But either way, we don't have depth at centre-back. And I honestly, this is going to sound so crazy, we don't have good enough depth in wide areas either. Our press is so all over the place. It's got no structure. It's got no intensity. It's just inconsistent. It's just ineffective, to be honest with you. Like last year, we obviously, as I've said this so many times, we had Darwin Núñez, we had Luis Diaz, and obviously we had Diogo Jota, okay? All three of those guys were people that you could rely on to go and charge and get in the faces of wing-backs and centre-backs whilst they're playing out from the back and actually have a structured, like, front three press. We lost all three of them, okay? We've got Mo Salah, Alexander Isak, Ekitike, Wirtz, Gakpo. Not the guys to lead an intense press that's going to actually be very effective. It's why I genuinely think, like, if I'm Chiesa, I'm wondering, like, what I actually have to do to get a start in the Prem. Because I think Federico Chiesa would be so much more effective in that sort of scenario. And I think, basically, I think Arne Slot is really, really scared to play players that would fit better for what we need, but aren't traditionally better. Chiesa over Mo Salah. I just want to see it once. I just want to see it once in the Prem. Let me just see something for a second. Endo in the Prem. I said it before. We've got no presence in midfield. We don't win the ball back. We've got no screen in front of our back line at all. And it's because we don't have a defensive midfielder. Ryan Gravenberch was great last season, but he's not this crash into everybody midfielder. He's like a silky, play out of trouble, press resistant, turn, make things happen type of DM. So when we actually need presence and physicality in midfield, he's just not quite enough. And I think if we'd not signed Isak and spent that money on a serious defensive midfielder, maybe to play alongside Grav and Szoboszlai, for example, in the midfield three, we signed a backup centre-back and then signed another, like, winger that, like, had some level of intensity to some degree, I think we'd be higher in the table. I think that's almost a guarantee. As I said, press, inconsistent. Midfield, not physical enough at the moment. Wing-backs, poor. Konate, wank. We're not keeping hold of the ball in attacks. Losing Trent Alexander-Arnold, again, was big for multiple reasons. Okay, Trent Alexander-Arnold is such a unique profile of right-back. You can't replace him pound for pound. It was never going to happen. But in attack, I think we find ourselves quite often needing a player like him in possession of the ball to be able to smother teams. Like, there's so many, like, times we're building through midfield and we just give the ball away sloppily. And it's not because we've got poor passes of the ball necessarily. It's just because we don't seem to be able to strangle teams at all. Like, I've said this, like, we can't control a game to save our lives. It doesn't matter who we're playing. It's always frenetic. It's always back and forth. It's always a bit basketball-esque. Like, we don't have even a midfield that can just go, right, you as a defense, you're chilling over there. You're going to get 6% possession for the next 10 minutes. We can't do it. I think his loss has made us significantly worse at keeping hold of possession like that in games. Shout out to Manchester City. They absolutely battered us. As I said, some serious performers there. I talked about Nico O'Reilly at left back. I think he was amazing against Mo Salah. He's developing into a really, really good wing back. Erling Haaland, again, is Erling Haaland. The guy's a cyborg. Nico Gonzalez deserves some credit. I thought he was great in defensive midfield. I think he started a little bit, not shakily at Man City, but a lot of people were like, why have you signed him for 60 mil? He's looked really good over the last few weeks. He looked really good against us. Doku, easily man of the match. The guy was actual terror for us defensively. That third goal was incredible. Mahmoud didn't really have a chance. Generally speaking, he just put Connor Bradley on skates all day, which is a hard thing to do to that degree. Connor Bradley has locked up people like Kylian Mbappe and Vinny Jr. in the past. No matter how you look at the start of this season for us or for Connor Bradley himself, like, that's an achievement for Jeremy Doku. He's probably the most dangerous 1v1 dribbler in the world at the moment, and Man City look like they're ready for a title fight with Arsenal. They might be 4 points behind them, but I would honestly say they look really, really class. Arsenal look amazing as well. I think it's going to be between those two, but I would genuinely say at this point, 5 losses already for the season. We've already lost more games than we lost all of last season, and it's November. It's the start of November. It's a wrap. Again, I don't want to seem like I'm being doom and gloom. I'm not giving up on my team. I would never, you know, it's Liverpool till I die always, get me. But this season, we're not good enough, and we don't look like we can become good enough. We're not losing games unluckily. We're losing games because we deserve to lose games. There's no magic silver bullet, I don't think, that's gonna I think there's so many inherent issues that I've talked about, like our press, like our poor defensive capabilities, a lack of shield in front of them, the Mo Salah issue, Konate, a lack of depth in certain areas. These are all things that are going to take 1 or 2 switches to get out of our system. We can't just come back from the international break and look amazing. I don't see how that can happen, and that's what would need to happen if we were going to win this Premier League. We are 8th in the league at the moment. We are behind Manchester United, and we are only 3 points clear of Everton. Bruv, we stink. But what do you make of Liverpool? What do you make of Manchester City versus Liverpool? Are we out of the title race? Is that it now? The comment section is going to be tearing me apart, bruv. I can't be bothered, fam. Slap a like on the video. Please subscribe if you are new. It really does help me out. I do appreciate it. If you're just watching, if you see my videos all the time, yeah, in your recommended, but you're not subscribed, please just do make sure to subscribe. It is very, very helpful. And I need something to get me out of this depressive stage. You know what I'm saying? So get me 3-0 at Anfield to 19th placed Sean Dyche. We're doing the thinkable. This is us now, by the way. Look around. Take in your surroundings. Brentford, Everton, Newcastle Rugby Club. This is who we are now. These are our peers. Raul Jimenez, Beto from Everton, James Ward-Prowse. I can't, fam, I'm genuinely enraged at what I'm seeing at the moment. Igor Thiago gets in our starting 11 so differently. This is mental stuff. Danny Welbeck's got 7 goals in the league this season, and our big money men. That sounds kind of crazy, to be fair, actually thinking about it. Our big money signings have barely got any to speak of. Bring an inhaler to a medical in the general Liverpool area, you'll get into this team. No questions. There's losing a game, right? And which we have got plenty of work experience on, for this season so far. And then there's losing 3-0 to 19th place Nottingham Forest. Now, I don't even mean that. I'm not trying to beef Nottingham Forest, okay? They're obviously amazing last season, qualified for Europe. Sure, Crystal Palace's Yahoo account helped them out a little bit in the end, but they made it into Europe and they deserved to last season, right? They're a better team than where they are in the league right now. They got good players. Morgan Gibbs-White, Elliot Anderson, who battered us throughout the course of this game. The fact of the matter is, as we're playing this game at Anfield, at home, a place that was a fortress for so long, that stat of Virgil van Dijk, who'd lost 1 game in his entire Liverpool career at Anfield. Forget that stat now. That stat's a myth. This season has ruined it. It doesn't look impressive at all. He's probably lost 4 recently alone. It stinks. We stink. Louder background. It's different. I've got pink shit now. Let's listen. I've watched Sky Sports Halo. I don't know what I'm doing here. I needed emotional and moral support, and I'm not getting that from Liverpool Football Club at the moment. Instead, I'm getting new sports. Weekly, competitive Ecuadorian jellyfish fishing this week is happening. We can't just limit ourselves to croquet anymore. The amount of sports that I need to take up now to distract myself from this Liverpool car crash is getting egregious. Competitive under-23s basil growing this month. I need it across a longer time period. I want the whole year. I don't need a distraction for just 1 week. This whole season's a wrap already. We have lost 6 games. We've not even drawn one, even by accident. If we don't win, we lose. Arne was quoted this week, yeah, as saying, right, that he wasn't thinking about the title race. He just needed to take it game by game. And he's right. I don't think it's wise to think about winning the championship until next season when we're actually in it. The small leagues are calling. They're telling us to get down there into those instead. This is insane, by the way, yeah. So I do a series with Jem, Wolfie, you know him from Unpopular Opinions, and Trip as well, yeah. They're gonna rip me apart, guys. I haven't filmed that yet. It's over for man. Someone please give me some advice on how I'm gonna deal with that situation. I might just have to, you know, on FIFA where you select sides and you move over to the other side. And now I'm walking down the street with Liverpool into a dark alley. Liverpool's my boy, yeah? We're in the same gang together. 17 Dons are waiting with weapons in the dark alley. I have to switch sides now. He's getting rushed. He's my friend, but I'm joining them. beating him up. This is a constant concoction of calamities on a day-to-day. 3-0 to Nottingham Forest. Guys, I don't think you actually understand how bad this is getting. The slot machine, it's not, the luck ran out. It's over. Like, stop gambling. Take your £3.50 and get out of the casino. We're still insisting on playing Specs Gonzalez up front. Just allow the experiment for a second, man. Alexander Isak, he's not up to it at the moment. The lack of fitness stuff, the fact that he's not had a pre-season, he's like 3 months behind everybody else, just let it go. Even Sweden weren't on playing him. Graham Potter took one look at the guy and said, no, I don't need a bean sprout up front. He put people up front that I don't even know the names of. 150 million. More like 150 pounds. 150 Vietnamese dong. It's over. His rating was bad, yeah. They give him a 5.7. They went back and retrospectively made it worse. They said that wasn't even bad enough. We have to take a couple more points off you now. I can't believe Arsenal came to Anfield and played for a draw earlier in the season. Because I think we've now started playing for losses. I've never even seen things like that before. That was a disgrace to all of North London that Arsenal did that, because we have genuinely spent, I mean, what, probably 5.8 quadrillion naira, and we've got a minus goal difference. A minus goal, we're on -2. We're in the bottom half of the table. You've got to scroll to see us. Page 2. Arne Slot, yeah, I don't know. I don't care what it takes. I don't care if it takes a trip to Turkey. I don't know if your confidence is down because the baldness has just taken over, but the Eric Ten Hagification of this team, I will not stand for it anymore. I know he's bald and he's Dutch, but it doesn't mean he has to manage the same way, because it's getting too much now. Some of these decisions aren't making sense. The squad, I've got some serious question marks for certain players. Mo Salah, I don't even think Saudi Arabia are interested in you like that anymore, broski. It might be like a Qatar vibe. You might have to go to like the Sudanese division. Cody Gakpo looked like HS Tiki Toki out there, and he just got out of prison. I want him back in there. I need that man incarcerated. Speaking of which, Arne Slot, welcome to the Arne Slot Penitentiary. You put yourself in there now, bro. You've arrested yourself. Need to see him behind bars just for a week, just in the holding cell, to think about what he's doing. I need the players to just take a second, take a touch, and think about what's going on now, because this is a serious situation. At the moment, we're proving Wayne Rooney right as a pundit, and that is about as egregious as it can possibly get. We've lost 6 out of our last 7 Premier League games, mate. If Unai Emery had actually attended his own tactical meeting and done his homework and looked at what we struggle to deal with, which is any level of physicality, long balls and set pieces, we'd be 7 losses out of 7. Somebody call up Roberto Firmino, because I can't do this anymore. It's improbable that I can do this anymore. So what's the deal? Why is this happening? Well, I've talked, I mean, the amount of times we've lost now, you've seen me crash out many a time. I've talked about the tactics. I've talked about the fact that we've bought a lot of good players. We haven't bought a lot of good profiles, right? The way that Arne Slot wants to play, the way that Liverpool players want to play, we have not recruited the type of profile that makes sense in that tactical setup. We've built a front three where we were so good at pressing, we didn't allow teams to get out. I know we weren't doing like gegenpress like in the early and middle times of Jurgen Klopp. Even the last season of Jurgen Klopp wasn't quite as intense for that. Arne Slot wasn't quite as intense for that, but we could press effectively. We had players that could do it, like Luis Diaz, like Darwin Núñez. We don't have those players, obviously, like Diogo Jota. Diogo Jota is not an excuse. Obviously, it's an absolute tragedy that I'm sure still shrouds the squad and the dressing room on a day-to-day basis. It can't be used as an excuse under these circumstances, but I'm sure it's a contributing factor. When have we ever even seen that in recent times? We haven't, so I'm sure it is having like a psychological effect. But there are a lot of things that are happening in this team that aren't making sense, and I said it before, I said it in the last video that I had to do about these lot of fans. Do you understand how ridiculous it is being a Liverpool and Nigeria fan at the moment? A half Nigerian Liverpool fan. England are keeping things together, and that's when you know it's bad. I know England have been better footballing wise recently, but Jesus Christ, if I'm relying on England to keep me sane from a footballing perspective, it's a wrap, bro. It really, really is. But I've said so many times, Liverpool, our inability to press effectively is making us easy to play through. Nottingham Forest are being managed by Sean Dyche. Now, I don't think he's quite as Brexit as a lot of people suggest. He's not just long ball, get it forward as much anymore. He's definitely a bit more low block. He makes a lot more sense as a managerial appointment for Nottingham Forest than Ange Postecoglou did after Nuno Espirito Santo, but he can still get his team to play some nice football. But the way they were popping it around us was insane. Right, okay, you know what? Let's talk about the game in chronological order, all right? Because we actually started the game all right. Right, now, bearing in mind, this is a chance for a refresh, all right, a reset. We're playing 19th in the league at home. We've had an international break. The players have gone away to go and qualify or not qualify for the World Cup of 2026. They've come back now. Okay, everyone can sit down. We've got a team to play. And we start bright. We actually had some decent chances. That Zabozlai deflected strike. McAllister probably should have scored early, but it was just good defending. I think Forest did well to pack out the area and put a block in. There wasn't a crazy amount more he could have done, but anyway, high XG chance regardless, yeah. We actually started well. If we look at the first 30 minutes in isolation, we actually did well to kind of nullify Forest relatively well and also just play well. Sorry, I'm kind of waffling here. You know what I'm saying? We played well, right? Murillo scores. First things first, what are the rules for like getting in the way of a goalkeeper? Because I need to know now, because obviously the Liverpool Man City goal happened where we had our Van Dijk header disallowed because Robertson was like in the same postcode as Gianluigi Donnarumma. We've actually got a guy in front of Alisson now and the goal's being given. So I do need to understand what the rule is there. But anyway, we go 1-0 down, we fall apart mentally. We haven't got the facilities anymore. We haven't got the testicular fortitude to actually stay in a game when we concede in a football match. It's not possible. We can't do it. We go 1-0 down, heads drop, confidence shattered. And I get it because our form has been so bad and we have played badly all season. We've played well twice this year. No, 3 times. I'd say we played well in both the games against Madrid side, so Atletico and Real in the Champions League, and we played well enough against Everton. It wasn't amazing, but it was like a 7 out of 10 all round. Other than that, every other game we've had to luck our way through or last minute and inshallah our way through, or we've lost just outright and we've been bad. So I understand why confidence is low, but this is a group of extremely good footballers. Extremely good. There's very, very high talent in this team. Alisson is an unreal goalkeeper. It's great to have him back. Virgil van Dijk is one of the best centre-backs the Premier League has ever seen. Like, recency bias, people are going to shrug their shoulders at that and be like, you're biased. But no, he's up there, right? You've got Rio Ferdinand, you've got John Terry, you've got Sol Campbell, and you've got Virgil van Dijk as like the elite centre-backs probably of this modern league's history. And like Vincent Kompany actually probably should be in those shouts as well. Ibrahima Konate, guys, I'm being so deadly. I need to see, because he came off in this game. Can we substitute him permanently? Because I'm not sure if I ever actually need to see Ibrahima Konate on a pitch again. For anybody, just wrap it up. He needs a new sport now as well. Kirkes wasn't quite as bad as Kirkes normally has been, but I still think he might be an undercover agent. Ibrahima Konate, thank you, bro, for the memories. Leave. just please. Real Madrid, I'm talking to you directly. If you want to make something happen, yeah, I'll facilitate it. I'll act as a negotiator. I'll write up all the contracts for you. You won't have to do a single thing, bro. I'll do anything you require. I'll write up the contracts. I'll liaise. I'll make sure morale is high. I'll deal with catering. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure this man signs for you. Because he was a calamity in this game. But anyway, heads drop. As much as I said that the original goal probably could have been disallowed, Igor Jesus then just has a goal for absolutely no reason disallowed as well. Allegedly handball, hits him in the chest. VAR looks at it, it hits him in the chest, they still give it as handball. I don't even know what the referees are smoking this year. Genuinely, it's bewildering me. I'm running out of words, as you can tell, but VAR decisions this year have been an absolute shit show. But anyway, should be 2-0. Second half, immediately 2-0 anyway. Doesn't matter. Then Morgan Gibbs-White scores towards the end to make it 3. And we didn't look good at any point during the second half. It looked like we came out and we'd given up because we'd gone 1-0 down in the first half. And some of the goals we're giving up are just calamities. I mean, the Murillo one is from a set piece, again, that we don't deal with, but there's nothing like inherently calamitous about it. The second goal is wing back to wing back in our area, and the goal scorer is just completely unmarked. The third goal should have a couple people tried in the UN. Like, in the UN courts, not even our jurisdiction, not even our courts of law, like, next new ones for the whole globe. They've got every world leaders there. Andrew Robertson stands in front of them and he has to explain how he let Amari Hutchinson rinse him like that. Alisson makes a save. He does about all that he can do, and it's converted back in by Morgan Gibbs-White, who deserved a goal. As I said, him and Elliot Anderson were absolutely amazing. I need some explanations from certain people because it's getting out of hand and it's genuinely raising some questions. And if you'd said to me that I would have to say this as a statement at the start of the season, I'd have called you crazy. But there are people that are saying Arne Slot should lose his job. Now, I don't think we've quite got to that stage just yet. We're close. Not close. We're like getting there. He's got brownie points from winning the league last season, but I think, truth be told, it's a failure from multiple different parts. The players should be doing better. This is one of the most expensive Premier League sides to ever be assembled, and we're 11th in the league with a -2 goal difference, behind the worst Manchester United team in Premier League history. We're behind Aston Villa. We're behind Bournemouth, Sunderland, Brighton, Palace. To be fair, they're good teams these days, but you know what I'm saying. We're 11th. That's the fact of the matter. The players have got to take some accountability because some of them have been absolutely awful in unprecedented scenes. Ibrahima Konate is example numero uno. Been terrible. Mo Salah, absolutely shocking. And it's not even necessarily just specifically role related. They've just been bad. They've just been outright bad, stinky, honky. Certain other players have been bad as well. McAllister hasn't been as good. New signings haven't fitted in. Florian Wirtz. I've defended that man a lot because he has played well when people have said that he's played badly just because he's not got a goal or an assist. But he has to step up now. We're into November. You're a 100 million plus pound player. You gotta start bringing stuff to the table. You gotta start bringing goal contributions or real top quality performances like he can produce for Germany. He went on international break and was absolutely amazing for Germany. But then again, recruitment, as I said, we've got a front three that can't press. We've got a side generally that can't deal with long balls at all or set pieces. Obviously, Zabozlai's having to start at fucking right back now because we've got injuries all over the gaff, which isn't helping. And managerially, there's just decisions that are just being made that are silly as well. And again, I'm not going to go into the grave details of every single issue, but wing backs, we don't have good enough options at all. Our midfield is a bit too lightweight and we don't have someone that can help again. I've said this so many times, but to screen in front of our back line, our centre-backs have been poor by their own standards. Our press is ineffective. We're not physical enough. We concede too many goals from set pieces. Combine all of those things together and you're in real trouble on a weekly basis. Our depth is somehow so shocking in so many different areas. Say how much money we've spent, but obviously we've sold so many players. It's why our net spend is the same as Arsenal's, even though we've spent a lot more in terms of expenditure, just raw expenditure, because we also sold better players like Diaz, like Darwin Núñez, like Jarell Quansah. These are players that would actually be extremely helpful right now. Luis Diaz has gone Bayern Munich and he's tearing it up. And I wasn't against them being sold at the time, like individually, because I think Luis Diaz had been quite frustrating last season. Jarell Quansah, we got quite a lot of money for him given the profile of the player. But selling them all at the same time is just, it begs the question really. As soon as like Arne Slot's got the team that he actually wanted, it's fallen apart. And that's very concerning. You know, when the team was the same as it was under Jurgen Klopp, he did manage to extract quite a lot out of players that hadn't been as good under Jurgen Klopp, like a Ryan Gravenberch. He got Mo Salah's best season, probably, in Mo Salah's career as a Liverpool player, which is saying something, because all the other seasons have been amazing as well. But right now, Jesus Christ, we're out of the title race. We were anyway before today. No team has ever won the league, I'm pretty sure, having lost 6 games, or certainly more than 6 games, right? So it's already a wrap. It's done, because there's no way we go between now and the end of the season without slipping up. It's November, fam, and we don't look like we could beat a team from the Championship right now. If we went 1-0 down, I don't have any hope. It's just about being in Europe, which is such a failure at this point. To already be thinking, can we just qualify for the Champions League? Can we just about squeak top 5 is a failure of biblical proportions given the amount of money that we spent and the amount of hope that we had going into the season. Because again, on paper, these signings were amazing. Florian Wirtz is an incredible footballer. Alexander Isak is a tremendous striker. Milos Kerkez had been good for Bournemouth at left back last season. We'd made good signings. Leone even was class. in that one game before he'd done his ACL. Mamardashvili, on paper, should have been a really good backup goalkeeper. Didn't really look that incredible whilst Alisson was out injured. It's a mess. It's a real mess. And I would love to know, Liverpool fans, non-Liverpool fans, how do you fix it? You got 3 things that you could do to fix this club right now. What do you do? Drop it down below. I've been Niran. I've been depressed. I'll see you next time, fam. Like and subscribe. Fuck this shit, man. Pissing me off. Fucking hell, man.
I'm finished.
Liverpool Football Club, in the gulag you go. This has gone too far now. This has become egregious. I'm sure you're wondering why I've got my headphones on when I don't need them on in a situation like this. Nobody was wondering that actually now. It's because I don't even want to hear the words that come out of my own mouth. We were 2-0 up against Leeds United, fighting to stay in the division, you would argue. They've been relatively impressive. They'd just come off the back of beating Chelsea, but we're 2-0 up. We draw 3-3 in the 96th minute. We are 9th in the league, and Mo Salah is having a public dispute with our manager. This is falling apart, fam. The whole thing, fam. What has football even been on since we came back from the last international break? The different sports I have got to come up with instead of watching football are inexcusable now. Reverse Taiwanese backstroke freestyle, 100 meters flip-flap angling this week. Ugandan female above 25, ostrich neck swiveling this week. Of course, we have to... Guys, I don't think you understand. This is a serious situation. The croquet stick, fam. And again, this can be used as a source of violence, okay? Liverpool Football Club, don't test me. We'll talk about Mo Salah in a second, right? But we'll start with the Leeds United game. We're 2 goals up after a pretty okay-ish first half. Hugo Ekitike scores a brace in the space of a couple of minutes right into the second half, and things look calm. Hugo, of course, who started brilliantly at Liverpool before being moved aside for British transfer record fee, Alexander Isak, after his move from Newcastle. Now, of course, it makes sense as to why Isak's coming into the team. I think we've, of course, realised that we can't play both of them at the same time, seemingly, and so Ekitike made way. Isak has been underwhelming, and Ekitike's had to watch on the sidelines. He's come back in, he scored a brace, except the issue is Agent Konate over here got left to his own devices without a TA to look after him. He looks at Wilfred Gnonto staring at nothing but the byline and decides that it's time to Batista bomb him inside the area. This is, pound for pound, one of the stupidest penalties I have ever seen given away in any sport whatsoever. Any sport that can have a penalty. They got penalties in hockey, right? They got penalties in rugby. I've seen enough stupid penalties in Formula 1.
I am stupid.
But this one is actually egregious. Where is bro going? Ask yourself that. This man's brain is powered by one single AA battery.
I'm not saying you're the dumbest person in the world, but you better hope the dumbest person in the world doesn't die.
By the way, lads, if you want to help my mental health, drop me a follow over on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming tonight, ranting about this and the rest of the Premier League's action. It'll be well worth it, I promise. I just don't understand what is going on here. I was speaking to the boys from Wafflenomics, great podcast, you should check that out. The likes of Gem and Tripp, yeah, and Tripp said that his head is powered by a hamster wheel, and I don't understand what went through his brain in that situation. If you want to block the cross, by all means do it. It ain't happening, the ball's going out. But if you want to block it, fine. But why are you crunching into him, bro? It's actually bewildering. It has to be an inside job. There's no other explanation. I know he's got 1 ACL to his name, but please put Leone in this team, Arne slot. Leone, if you're watching, yeah, I'll donate you the 1 knee that I've got. It's not a very good one either. I don't want to get your hopes up. It's crazy. The ball is dribbling out of play, but Konate's the one doing the dribbling here. You've got to use 4 brain cells in that situation maximum, man. I can't actually believe it. Arne slot then comes out and talks about Ibrahima, con artist here, and says that too often he's near the scene of the crime. Bro, he is the crime. Yeah, the penalties, the goals don't happen if he's not there at the scene. I can't deal with this anymore. Like, I know we've got, like, no centre-backs to speak of. We can't really replace him right now. But this is genuinely, don't renew his contract. Just allow it. Let it expire. Tear it up. in the dressing room after the game's done. And to be fair, I don't want it to seem like this is just an attack on Ibrahima Konate, but we're 2-0 up and cruising to a win against the side that's going to be in a relegation battle this season. Calvert-Lewin then actually scores the penalty, and Leeds then score again a couple minutes later. To be fair, again, Konate is not the only player that needs to look at himself. The goal that Leeds score, the second one, is far too easy, like actually mental. Dominic Szoboszlai gives us the lead back. Himself and Hugo Ekitike are the only two players that can really pride themselves on what's happened, but it's not enough because Leeds then score again in the 96th minute because defensively, we couldn't keep a clean sheet if we were living with a nun. Defensively, as I said, we're bad. Virgil van Dijk looks shaky alongside Konate. Our wing-back situation, Connor Bradley, bless him, is trying his hardest, but he's not Trent Alexander-Arnold, and I think that's really affecting how we're playing, generally speaking. Our wing-backs and their crossing is nowhere near as good. I know he scored from a cross in this game for Ekitike, but we're not creating anywhere near as many chances as we used to when we had Trent and Robbo starting every game. Wirtz has now gone 007 twice outside of Germany, and honestly, this is what Arne Slot's side would look like if he was allowed to sign every single legend possible, even the ones at the top of the stairs. I don't know what Cody Gakpo has on this man. He's light skinned, so it means he's half white. Arne Slot's his dad. It's the only explanation. And whilst Arne Slot's probably looking at the mess around him, feeling depressed, he also has a lot to answer for as well. Seemingly the worst problem that he has is with Mohamed Salah. Because Mo, after the game, went and chatted to journalists, and he was not happy whatsoever. Saying he's not sure what happened. He had a great relationship with the manager, and now he doesn't have a relationship with Arne Slot at all. It's seemingly that it's very obvious to someone that doesn't want him at the club. Saying he's done a lot for this side, and, you know, being benched 3 times in a row basically is pretty disrespectful. He feels like he's being disrespected, feels like he's being frozen out, and really damning words, feels like he's been thrown under the bus by Liverpool Football Club. This is a mess. This is also such a random thing, by the way. He's just gone up to some next Venezuelan journalist who didn't even expect him to talk and just blurted all of this out to them. So, Mo, a pretty rough day for Liverpool out there today. What are your thoughts? Fuck that bold prick. He ain't brought shampoo since 08. I ran over his cat the other afternoon. It was absolute chaos. Dominic Szoboszlai had just done his post-match presser, yeah, and had been like, yo, what happens in the dressing room stays in the dressing room. Fam Dad did not even come close to staying in the dressing room, bro. That was out of the dressing room within 4 minutes. I just know that if Darwin Núñez was still at this football club, he'd be doing the meanest dot-to-dots in the background whilst this was all kicking off. Do we reckon Milos Kerkez has even found out the news yet? I honestly would be surprised. And look, listen, Mo Salah has not been his usual self during the course of this season. It's been well documented. I've said that he should have been dropped in a previous video. But does he have a point here? I'm not gonna lie to you. If I'm getting dropped 3 times in a row, and I'm seeing Ibrahima Konate and HS Tiki Toki start every game since, I would kick off. I'd be the exact same. I'm out of there, mate. How can I be made into the scapegoat in that situation, being dropped 3 times in a row? Now, I get it, right? Again, Mo Salah has been poor, and we're going to talk about this now in a bit more detail, yeah? Because I know there's going to be people that are going to be saying, Niran, you said he should be dropped. It's clearly Mo Salah's problem. He's clearly too sensitive. Why are you now backing him over the fact that he's been dropped 3 times in a row? The thing is, right, there's a way to drop someone. I wasn't necessarily, and you know, in a joke I've made in FTW, I was like, oh, we dropped Salah and we won. Coincidence? I think not. Obviously, I don't actually think that. Mo Salah is not the single reason we've been bad this season, and I've said there's been many reasons, even in this video. The fact that our wing backs aren't as good going forward anymore. The fact that we can't press as efficiently. We don't look physical enough in midfield. Our centre backs have been awful in comparison to the usual, and not many of those things certainly are Mo Salah's fault. I think there is a chance that Mo Salah is washed. I think there is a chance that we've seen the absolute peak of Mo Salah. But what I would say is I think he's accumulated more than enough brownie points to be able to give him the benefit of the doubt. I tweeted suggesting that, like, realistically we have to choose Mo Salah in this situation over Arne Slot, and there's nuance to that. You've got a manager who's failing every week to bring the best out of the majority of his players. It's not just Mo Salah. If we were looking at Liverpool are second in the league, 3 points off Arsenal. We're basically where Aston Villa are. We're playing well, but Mo Salah's the only one in bad form. Obviously, it's on Mo Salah to pick things up, and it's on him if he's coming out in the media and trying to derail stuff. We are playing badly as a unit. There are now a lot of other players in that team that deserve to be dropped. This is a man, let's not forget, who has legendary status at Liverpool now. He's one of our top goal scorers in the club's entire history, and he's won 2 Premier Leagues in the modern Premier League era. He's won the Champions League. He's basically won everything there is to win. at Liverpool. We have to pay him some level of respect, even when things get tough. At the end of the day, yes, I was calling for him to get dropped, and I stand by that. I do think he should have been dropped, but there's a way to be dropped, and if he feels like he's getting frozen out of the team, if he feels like he's getting disrespected by the manager and maybe other people at the club, that's a totally different concept to him just being benched for a week. That's not the same thing. A lot of people are saying that it's on the players, but I would disagree. I'm gonna be honest, I disagree, and there's the stats that show and there's the stats that prove that, in my opinion. 4 wins in 15 in all competitions since that time. We failed to score in the first half of 10 of our 15 league games this season. We've thrown away a 2-goal lead 4 times this season, and we've got 15 wins in our last 33 games. That, of course, includes the end of last season as well. But I think something that's even more damning is the fact that Virgil van Dijk has, well, certainly before the most recent game week, had the most clearances of any player across all of the top 5 footballing leagues. Now, I saw a tweet about this, and basically it went through, come the end of a season, who had the most clearances of any player over like the last 6-7 years, right? None of these players finished above 10th in the league. Right, so these are teams that ultimately, I think half the seasons were relegated, fighting against relegation or finished mid-table. So the fact that Virgil van Dijk is the man with the most clearances this season, that is a fundamental system error. With the squad that we have, with the players that we have, we should not be in a position where Virgil van Dijk is having to do quite that much work. Arne has gone from getting the most out of some players to getting the least out of pretty much all of them. And I think that's why ultimately we do need to listen to Mo Salah. Now, Mo Salah is not the future of Liverpool Football Club, right? How old is he right now? Is he 33, 34? If he has a fall off this season and it continues till the end, there's a chance he's gone. But you sure as hell won't find me back in a manager that has us 9th in the league with the squad that we have over a Liverpool legend. You just won't see that from me. Either way, this is a fucking mess. Like, this has opened Pandora's box. It's not even just like we're bad at the moment because we fucking stink. Now we've got actual civil unrest amongst big players at the club. This is gonna get messy. This is gonna get problematic, and it's not going to get solved anytime soon. Honestly, I have so much respect for him for coming in last season and winning the league. But I do wonder at what point we got to say, wrap this one up, man. We've got to keep things moving. Because if things carry on like this, we're not even going to get into the Champions League, lads. I know we're not that far away from the top 4 right now. The table's condensed. No one's actually that good, seemingly, this season. But everyone at this football club has got to look at themselves. The players have got to look at themselves. Mo Salah himself has got to look at himself. I said self far too many times there. Konate looks like he's only just discovered what shin pads are. Arne Slot's puzzling me with some of his decision making. Pour one out for Federico Chiesa. I don't know what he has to do to get some game time. I genuinely don't. You know, give someone like a Chiesa a chance, an Endo. Joe Gomez should have come into the side down the right significantly earlier than he did. Rio Ungamoa. Just try some shit, because what's happening right now is not working. It's getting me vexed, man. I can't do this anymore. And look, I know I'm a Liverpool fan, man. It's woe is me, get me. Like, I'm not trying to say life is depressing as shit, right? But as an institution that strives for winning things now, strives for winning leagues, strives for winning silverware, got to switch up. We've got to fix up. This manager, for me, he's got one more game in his locker. I honestly think he's got one more chance when it comes to a bad result. If we go and draw our next game, or if we lose heavily, or we just look appalling again, I think it's a wrap, man. But let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below, man. One like is like just a reason, like a will for me to live. Subscribe if you're new, all that jazz. I'll see you next time for some more ranting, probably, because we're gonna fucking lose again. What are we even doing here, man? My fists are clenched right now, just thinking about football. It shouldn't even be like this. I thought we'd got past this. I genuinely thought we'd moved beyond the need for me making a video like this. Inshallah and outshallah, swear down, someone, if you're listening, someone make me a QPR fan instead. Actually, to be fair, what was QPR's result today? Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, safe. Just hit me with like a C4 instead. Liverpool played Bournemouth this weekend. We lost to Bournemouth this weekend. For the second half, I was watching this game on a train, on rail replacement, bro. I was on a bus that was pretending to be a train. That's already bad enough as it is. Dealing with the trains of the United Kingdom is already bad enough without needing to watch Cody Gakpo for a full 90 minutes. We went 2-0 down in the first half. Virgil van Dijk got us a goal back just before half-time. Dominic Szoboszlai, with his usual sensual self, made it 2-2. And then we conceded the winner to Bournemouth with the last kick of the game. It's actually not fun to watch my team anymore. And I know that gets thrown around by every slightly, moderately unhappy football fan in the entire league. At the end of the day, playing nice football isn't necessary for winning games and being successful. Just look at Mikel Arteta. You don't have to play nicely to get good results here, but we're not even getting them. We've won 5 games since September. This is like Brighton form. Not even that. That's actually hugely disrespectful to Brighton. This mythical unbeaten run that we were on, the worst unbeaten run in history. We were just drawing games. We weren't winning. We weren't losing. We were just there. And there were 4 draws against teams that, largely speaking, we should have been beaten, apart from Arsenal. Talking about this unbeaten run like it was impressive. Usually in unbeaten runs, you win some games. It's like saying you're doing a good job on not having to pay out anything on your car insurance. You don't even drive the fucking car. Of course you're not getting in any accidents. This game, honestly, was one of the most concerning of the year, you know, for me. You know, when you're in denial, yeah, and you go, right, okay, we might be bad, yeah, we might be bad defensively, but it could get better. Bro, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, fam. Every single goal we conceded in this one was absolutely nuts. I mean, the first goal, for example, Marco Senesi swings the ball over the top. Virgil van Dijk in the high winds of Bournemouth feels a breeze like knock unadjacently his aura slightly out of its usual proportion. Tries to flick it. I mean, I don't even know what he's really attempting with like an outside of the boot flick to put the ball out of play. Misses it completely. It swung across and we are 1-0 down. He complained afterwards saying it was a tricky situation to deal with because of the fact that it was windy. This man was ready to blame weather systems off the rip.
We mustn't forget that it's been raining, so...
What was the weather like for Bournemouth during this game? They must have got off scot-free with some beautiful sunshine. Virgil, look, I don't want to be that Liverpool fan, but for this 90 minutes, we have to have a conversation.
Leave the football before the football leaves you.
There is a legitimate argument that he was at fault, or certainly significantly at fault, for every single goal we conceded. But we'll come back to the defenders because they're going to get ripped into as well in a second. But in attack, we were also pretty useless as well. We had an XG of, what, 0.79 against one of the most chaotic and open defenses in the entire Premier League. The new sports I am going to have to create for this result are unimaginable. Albanian above ground competitive Connect 4 this week. Ecuadorian under soil heated 18-wheel truck reverse parallel parking this month. Oh, how devilishly disastrous. Arne Slot, I'm putting you back in the Arne Slot penitentiary, bro. And this time it's a life sentence. The downfall of Slutball needs to be looked into, like, immediately. I've not seen us defend this badly since the last game that we played in. Arne could be seen modelling for Pek Zwolle this week. I think they brought out like some new centenary or celebration kit, and he was modelling it, which Liverpool fans had a bit of a problem with, to be honest with you. I don't have a massive issue with it. He's like a club legend there in terms of his playing days, but also he's now found his level. That's him. That's it, bro. This stuff, it worked last year with the Klopp DNA, but it's not getting me. It's not working now. So that's him. It might sound harsh at the end of the day because this man was a Premier League winner last season. I think, I'm joking about the Klopp DNA. I think he did enough with different players that Klopp even didn't get the best out of, like a Ryan Gravenberch, to suggest that it was him that deserved to win the league, right? He is a Premier League winner of last season. And I say last season because we've got about as much chance of winning League R as we do the Premier League this campaign. Bon and that. But it's not harsh because consistently playing Cody Gakpo is a sackable offence. He'd be in a completely different job right now with his current form if he didn't have a Dutch passport. There has to be some sort of 9-chem link going on between the two of them. That's the only reason he can continue to play him this regularly. Arne Slot, if he had endless resources for his Liverpool team, it would be a very interesting read. So I'm thinking obviously Pele goes in. Yeah, love that. Makes sense, Arne. Maradona, Lionel Messi, R9, Cody Gakpo. What the fuck are you talking about? I need Gakpo to be the victim of an unsettling paranormal experience. Because our results, like genuinely, I think I'm pretty sure before we went on the 4-game drawing run, we'd not had Gakpo in the team because he was injured. We were doing well. We were actually winning a couple games. He comes back. We haven't won since. Meanwhile, I'll be falling apart when Fabrizio Romano inevitably posts or tweets later on today that Liverpool have the 100% full backing of Arne in the window this month.
Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi.
Now, I spoke about the first goal in this one being a defensive calamity. Virgil van Dijk not dealing with a ball over the top, and then also by the time the ball's actually getting put centrally for Evan Nilsson to convert, both our wing backs aren't even in the area. Milos Kerkez and Jeremy Frimpong, I know both of them love to attack, but you are also wing backs. You do need to defend as well. Neither of them even being in the penalty area at that stage is actually insane. But there was then no street smartness whatsoever from our entire squad, which is crazy to think from a team that won the league last season, and that under Jurgen Klopp, you would argue that was one of our biggest strengths, really, was like dealing with games and being intelligent in certain situations. So Joe Gomez gets injured during the course of the first goal. He clashes with Alisson. He goes off injured. He's off the pitch for 6 minutes, and at not one point does anybody on the field of play decide it might be a good idea to get this ball out of play so we can make a substitution and bring on Wataru Endo. The ball stays in play the entire time despite Arne Slot and his coaches screaming at people like Alisson to just pump the ball out of play so we can go back to actually having 11 men on the pitch. What do Bournemouth go and do? They go and score again. Once again, Virgil van Dijk, you could argue, is at fault here. Doesn't keep a good defensive line. Plays his man on side. Milos Kerkez is also poor as well for allowing the ball inside him. Whoa, pause. He has been a lot better recently. He did a great job to pocket Bukayo Saka to an extent, and I think he also did a good job against Marseille. But this one was on him, for Jimenez to make it 2-0. We've not helped ourselves at all. Defensive frailties, one-on-one defensive errors, an outright lack of awareness and thinking to just put the ball out of play. I mean, in the days where we had a midfield where it was like Jordan Henderson, Wijnaldum and Fabinho, that ball's going out of play. Someone's getting crunched to allow for Endo to come on. We don't seem to have that awareness as a team right now, and the street smarts to think about something that isn't just the ball there and then. Now, the first half for me was, again, about defensive frailties and defensive errors. I don't actually think Arne Slot was massively at fault for anything that happened in the first half, apart from maybe not starting Hugo Ekitike. Hugo's just come back from injury. He was obviously great midweek, but you don't want to play him too much because he is our best attacker. He is our only attacker that looks like he's capable of doing anything consistently. So we do want to try and wrap him in bubble wrap a little bit and make sure that he's not getting injured immediately again. But Cody Gakpo, once again, very average, very predictable. I thought Mo Salah was really poor in the first half as well, having come back from AFCON now. So overall, we weren't good going forward. In the final third, we were quite wasteful. There was a couple moments where we were really close to a really great ball in behind for Mo, but it just ran out of play because of the wetness of the pitch. But that's just one of those things. But then into the second half, it absolutely became on Arne Slot. Yes, we fought back from 2-0 down to 2-2. Again, we're playing Bournemouth. I've seen people say this is a good Bournemouth side. Don't get twisted. Bournemouth aren't dickheads. They're not shit. But this isn't the Bournemouth at the start of the season. This isn't even the Bournemouth of last season. This is a Bournemouth side that have lost 3 of their best players in terms of from their defence, being Hyson, Zabani, and obviously Kerkez, who was playing for us. They lost their goalkeeper in that time. They've downgraded in terms of goalkeeper because Petrovic is not better than Kepa. And now they've even lost Antoine Semenyo. You could honestly make a case that all of their 5 best players from last season aren't at the club anymore. I don't know if you put Kepa in that category, actually. But either way, whatever the situation, this is a as weak Bournemouth side as you've seen in like the last 3 years. They're quite open defensively. They're a bit kamikaze. They like a basketball match. And the fact we struggle to create so much against them is a real issue. We did fight back in the second half, or at the end of the first half, and in the second half as well. Once again, Szoboszlai. Without him, we'd genuinely be in the relegation zone. But the substitutions and game management were horrible. Why did Jeremy Frimpong come off? At that stage, at that moment where Frimpong is off, we've now got not one player on the pitch that can really just burst past their man anymore. You know, we brought on Rio Ngamoele. That was nice. I feel like Arne Slot just throws him to the wolves sometimes, bringing him on when we're losing. But at the very least, that was some impetus. But again, yeah, game management, like ability to actually make good substitutions. And it bit us at the end because we then had one final run of absolutely shambolic defending to lose this with the final kick of the game. Our entire defense, like, don't know what to do, looking up as a long ball comes into the area. It's yet another throw-in in the last minute, like Crystal Palace earlier on in the season when we lost to Eddie Nketiah. This time, it was Adley who scored with the last kick of the game. Virgil van Dijk, I'd say for some reason, it kind of makes sense in my mind, obviously, to go for that first ball, but he gets caught under it. He trips over Curtis Jones. He was looking for a foul. It bounces around. We have about 3 opportunities to deal with it. We don't. Alisson can't claim. Adley prods it in. And I think, honestly, if there was a goal to sum us up this season, season. Defensively, I honestly think it would be that. Long throw-in or set piece of any kind. I can't stress to you enough, lads. Our set piece coach ain't setting anyone's pieces, bro. I want him gone. I don't know who our set piece coach is, actually. I can't remember what his name is. But whoever it is, we got to get them out the door, because defensively and offensively this season from set pieces, we are useless. We scored one, obviously, in this game with Virgil van Dijk. That was the first time in, I think, 130 corners we'd scored from a corner. And if you gave Arsenal 130 corners, they'd score 131 of them. The fact that we are so bad from set pieces is insane. And then the other end of the pitch, we can't fucking defend them either. Virgil van Dijk makes an uncharacteristic mistake in the moment, and then we get about 4 opportunities to clear the ball away, but can't do it. And we lose in the final minute of the game. It just sums it up perfectly. So those are a couple of the problems this season. Defensively, we are woeful. I know we're struggling with some injuries at the back at the moment. We're obviously missing Ibrahima Konate at the moment. I hope him and his family are doing, you know, as well as can be. Connor Bradley's now out with a long-term injury. Leone the same. Joe Gomez is now out injured as well. So we are struggling for numbers at the back, right? But even when we had a fully fit defense, we were poor. Ibrahima Konate was making mistakes every week, though he's managed to iron those out a little bit. Kirkes was struggling. Frimpong was injury prone and isn't the most defensive-minded wing back I've ever seen. Connor Bradley was like 50-50. You're either getting a great game out of him or pretty average, to be honest. And Virgil van Dijk hasn't been the same either, no matter whether our defense has been fit or not. And as I mentioned, set pieces, we can't score from them and we can't defend them either. We're too easy to play through. Again, I've said it time upon time. We are so slow when it comes to open play attacking. It is boring to watch Liverpool play right now, and I've genuinely not said that in maybe even longer, because we were even entertaining under Brendan Rodgers. I don't even know the last time. It's probably like Roy Hodgson era, where we weren't actually an entertain. You always got your money's worth. Even if we were shit, you got a good game out of Liverpool for like the last 12 years, maybe even longer. The entire Klopp era, high energy. Brendan Rodgers, SAS, constant attacking, will just outscore the opponents. And I'm not saying, again, you don't have to play nice football to win, to get good results. I'm not saying that yet, but we're not getting either. We're being decidedly average against average teams in this league. We've not beaten a promoted team at home. This season, it's not going to happen. We played every promoted team from the Championship at home this season. We've not won a single game against them. Burnley, Leeds, or Sunderland. That is ridiculous. It's because we don't get the ball forward quickly at all. It's just sideways passing constantly. We're unbelievably predictable. I've dug out Cody Gakpo so many times, and he wasn't catastrophic against Bournemouth, right? He wasn't terrible, but he has been terrible at times. He's so predictable. You know exactly what Cody Gakpo is going to do when he gets the ball. And it's not like Iron Robin, where you can't stop it. It's not like Jeremy Doku, where you can't stop it. It is very stoppable. But another problem with our season overall that I'm realising now, and definitely should have realised in hindsight, you could see it coming, especially at centre-back. You could see this issue coming. I spoke about it at the end of the transfer window anyway. But I think we're really struggling with having sold so many starters and backups. And please hear me out, 'cause I know what you're going to say. Don't worry. I'm not ignoring the fact that we spent about fucking 708 billion naira in the transfer window. We bought Florian Wirtz, British transfer record fee. We bought Alexander Isak, British transfer record fee. We bought Hugo Ekitike. We bought Kirkes. We bought Frimpong. We bought a lot of good players on paper for a lot of money. Do not get it twisted. Totally understand that. Park that there, yeah? We also sold, in terms of numbers, a lot of players. Like, we recouped a lot of money, which we were then able to actually convert into signing these guys. Our net spend was basically the same as Arsenal, right? But we got rid of what? Luis Diaz, Darwin Núñez. We obviously, of course, tragically lost Diogo Jota. We sold Jarell Quansah. We sold even people like Tyler Morton, who didn't really have much of an impact last season, but have gone on to have a really good impact for the clubs that they're playing for now, in, you know, Morton's case being Lyon. Kostas Tsimikas, Harvey Elliott. These are players that, whilst wouldn't be playing every week, if we were going through the same injury crisis or having the same injuries or struggling with certain players not being in form, not being in the form they should be, we'd be able to call on these players. I honestly think our season would be totally different if we had Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz was really frustrating last season at times, but he was never as bad as Cody Gakpo has been this season. And at least if Cody Gakpo wasn't performing, we could have gone, we've got Luis Diaz, who's tearing it up for Bayern Munich, by the way, domestically and continentally. This season, we could have relied upon him and, you know, chucked him in. The centre-back issue. Jarell Quansah comes in, stable, at the back. We're not having to play Wataru Endo or Gravenberch at centre-back. I just think it was bad squad management. I'm not saying that we should be considered underdogs because of that at all. Not what I'm trying to suggest. I think, if anything, it's an indictment on bad running of the club. We didn't need to sell all the debt that we have to sign Alexander Isak. We made a deal with the devil there, and now he's out injured for the rest of the season. And we've not got Diaz, Núñez, Kwanzaa, these guys, Harvey Elliott, these guys that actually would have been important at a time like this. We're even talking about selling Andrew Robertson now to Tottenham. Who the fuck are we going to have at left back? Milos Kerkez is going to play every game between now and the end of the season. What about trying to recall Kostas Tsimikas from his loan at Roma? This is bad management of the squad. It is. If you're having to recall players because you're running out of players, you've done a bad job at creating the squad. Yes, we've got injuries, but it should never get that bad. It genuinely shouldn't get to this point because it was so unbelievably predictable when we went into the season with 3 senior centre-backs. We were so predictable. We knew we needed to sign Gahey because all we had was Konate and Van Dijk and then Leone, who's a child. And then he did his ACL. So we knew we needed Gahey and we still didn't go out and get a centre-back. We still haven't gone out and got a centre-back. Mark Gahey's now gone to Manchester City. We've missed that boat. We could have got one of the best centre-backs in the league, in my opinion, pound for pound, for 20 mil, but we were just faffing about trying to sign Alexander Isak instead when we'd already spent 90 mil on a striker. There's a lot of talk about the manager now. There's a lot of talk about should Arne Slot, well, there was anyway, about Arne Slot going. And for me, it's crazy. I don't even remember the last time I wanted a manager at my club sacked. I don't even know how to operate. I don't know how this logistically works. But I am starting to reach a point where I don't know if Arne Slot can turn this around. And it's not just on him. There has been mismanagement of the squad, as I said. It is completely unbalanced as a team at the moment. You've got players that are clearly kind of fading away, you know, big stars of former years that are struggling to perform. Other players who have been thrown in kind of like together to try and make something work. They don't fit the profiles really of what Arne Slot wants or what works for a coherent starting 11 in the Premier League, like having wing backs that don't defend and then having no cover for our centre backs. All this sort of stuff. We don't press effectively. I've talked about it before. But at the end of the day, Arne Slot isn't helping himself with team selection that's kind of average at times. Gakpo needs to be dropped. I've been saying it. But also with his in-game management, substitutions have been poor. Tactically, we're very, very, very easy to set up and play against. And whilst I am unbelievably grateful for him winning the league last season, one of the best moments of my life being a Liverpool fan was going to that parade and all of that jazz, and I will always respect Arne Slot. I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. I would happily give him a bit more time, but it's looking bad. And people will say we're being dramatic because we're 4th in the league, and I hear that as well. I totally understand that. But I want you to understand, of all, 22 league games we've had now in the season, of all 22 Premier League games so far, I reckon Liverpool have been good in 3 of them. Like, and I mean, as in we deserved to win without really any question marks. Like, we didn't rely on a last-minute goal, or it wasn't a bit of a smash and grab, or we weren't shit for like 60 minutes, or frustrating to watch. I honestly think we played well in 3 games. That's insane. That means there's 19 games where we were either bad, unconvincing, or got away with it. With the amount of money we've spent on this team and the players that we have, we can't be doing that. And I feel bad for certain guys. I feel bad for Dominic Szoboszlai because, like I said, without him, I think we'd be in the relegation zone right now, legit, or like 12th in the league. I feel bad for Florian Wirtz, who's really has started to properly adapt to the Premier League now. He's not the star man that he should be just yet, but putting in 7.5 out of 10s every single game at least, right? I feel bad for Hugo Ekitike, who is the one guy that settled instantly into this team and has been absolutely amazing. They all deserve better. They all deserve better. The rest of this side has to fix up immediately. Arne Slot has to fix up immediately. We played well in the league 3 times, lads, and it is the end of January. But what do you make of it? Should Arne Slot be sacked? Liverpool fans, I want to hear your thoughts down in the comment section. What do you think is the problem? Where are Liverpool gonna finish in the league as well? Answer that down below. If you enjoyed this one, slap a like on it. Subscribe if you're new. This team's pissing me off, man. I'm out of here. Flipping it.
I'm rapidly falling out of love with football.
What the hell is even the point, bro? I thought that this football business was supposed to provide me joy, but it doesn't. It provides me depression every single week. I even sat and tried to watch American football, fam. They done up Mikel Arteta Haramble for the first 3 quarters. Where's the enjoyment? I think I'm cashing out on the slot machine, like right now. I think this is the final straw. Even though it wasn't like systematically his fault, it's getting too much now. Because let's look at the wider picture. We are level on points with Brentford. We are 2 points clear of Everton. We are literally chatting to Fulham and Brighton and them, man. Now, Not that I have a problem with those teams because they're doing well, but they've had their own trials and tribulations, and we spent so much money. We actually stink. And the latest step towards a hopeful Arne Slot arrest warrant comes in the form of a 2-1 defeat to Manchester City at Anfield. Of course, a Man City side that are sat second in the league. These aren't, you know, a group of dickheads, but it's basically unheard of given their recent record at our ground. The way in which we played in the first half was concerning, and despite improving in the second half, we managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory with the most chaotic last 5 minutes of a match probably this entire season. It's 8 losses for this campaign already, and we only suffered 4 in the entirety of last year. In this video, I'm genuinely going to be posing the question, are Liverpool the worst Premier League title holders of all time? And some of the stats that I'm going to tell you in this one, they might just prove it. 6,000 likes on this video, you'll get Narin here even more depressed because I'll make a video about Manchester United actually being good. Fucking hell, I hate football right now. Genuinely, guys. Croquet this week has never looked more appealing. No, how titillatingly tumultuous. So picture the scene. It's a Liverpool football match in the 25-26 campaign, which means Arne Slot is doing the absolute bare minimum to try and actually win it. Like, I'm being so deadly serious. Our first half was just, I mean, it was the same as always. Very slow-paced, not very intense, not looking to try and go out and win the game by force. I mean, we got absolutely dominated by Manchester City. Don't get it twisted, they weren't amazing either. You know, the last couple of months, Man City have looked very shaky. They've been struggling, obviously, with defensive injuries. They haven't looked the same even going forward either. Erling Haaland put a bet on Igor Thiago to be the Golden Boot winner at some point during January, and so he's decided to sack off goal scoring. But the second half was sensational entertainment in comparison, and Liverpool, like, we had chance after chance. We looked significantly better. We were actually taking the game to our opponent. A new discovery from Arne Slot during the halftime break. Hugo Ekitike missed a sitter. Florian Wirtz should have probably scored too. So, of course, with our entire attack force going on strike, it was once again down to makeshift right back Dominik Szoboszlai to slap in a screamer of a free kick from 30 yards. I honestly believe we'd be in the championship already if it wasn't for him. Like, they would have relegated us mid-season. Genuinely, get him in team of the season. He's obviously guaranteed to be our player of the season already. And the goal of the season vote, not a single other soul is getting in it.
They're all of me.
But of course, this is Liverpool, so even against the side that turned into type 2 diabetics in the second half, we found ourselves conceding to Bernardo Silva. In fairness, kind of unlucky with a deflected strike. There wasn't a crazy amount we could do about this. It was like the one time that Haaland was in a 1v1 aerial duel against Ibrahima Konate. But then Alisson Becker, listen, Alisson Broski, yeah, I'm gonna go fucking insane. This man has quite literally saved us on multiple different occasions, right? You're never gonna catch me hating Alisson. He's literally scored a goal that got us Champions League football as a goalie. Yeah, you never do them things there. But what you also never do is charge out at, was it Ryan Ait-Nouri or Mateus Nunes? I can't even remember, fam. By the way, there's like 4 players for Man City that look the same. And I don't know if I'm gonna be cancelled for that one because it's not a race thing.
Is that a colour thing?
Maybe you could throw me into the mix. Maybe I look like Ait-Nouri, but Ait-Nouri, Mateus Nunes, Ryan Cherki, they got the same vibes, just at the very least. That's all. Anyway, that's not the point. All I know is Dominik Szoboszlai is getting Alisson a very suspicious package for his birthday after costing him the glory of getting another winning free kick screamer. I don't know where Arne Slot held wide down. Like, he held triangle down by accident. Keepers come steaming out, absolutely clamped the City forward, and Erling Haaland has an opportunity to win City the game with a pen in the 93rd minute, which he does. And I'm here sat thinking, why didn't I start playing tennis as a child? I've just been followed, by the way, on Twitch by AFC_Guna_TV. Who let Maxwell have a second Twitch account? What you don't realise is there's straight vodka in this. And look, listen, as I said, I don't think directly the manner in which we lost the game can be attributed to Arne Slot in this situation. Like I said, the equaliser was just them putting pressure on an unfortunate deflected cross that then fell after a nod down from Haaland, which was a good head. No, a good head. Whoa, it was good head. Whoa, pause on that one. A good nod down from Erling Haaland to Bernardo Silva. Szoboszlai actually kept him on side, but again, it's a hard situation to predict. It's one of them things. And then obviously it's just a personal lapse of any sort of brain capacity from Alisson to lose us the game. But I'm sorry, I can't allow allow certain things to just happen and not have consequences. Obviously, the way we played in the first half is directly down to slot. But this man kept Cody Gakpo on the pitch until about 3.5 minutes to the end. Broski, I swear to God, I will elbow Arne Slot's uncle differently if I see this man play another full 90 minutes again against Sunderland. What does he... fam, I can't do it. Because the thing is, right, it's not even as if he's an absolute 1 out of 10 every game. Honestly, I reckon 75% of attacks that you argue Liverpool were a bit too slow or passive there, at some point they fed through Cody Gakpo. And that's the reason why it was slow and passive. Not only does he not have that urgency that you need in a Liverpool attack force when we're countering or whatever, he does the same thing every single... I can't do it, guys. No, genuinely. Hold me back. I swear down, I can't. And for that reason alone, Arne Slot is the biggest threat to world peace in this entire universe. And that's saying a lot, because there's a couple threats right now that are not looking good. And look, where does that leave us? It leaves us 6th in the league, 4 points behind Chelsea and Manchester United, I'm pretty sure. Chelsea and Manchester United actually look good. I mean, we'll talk about that in a bit more detail, like, in a second. But guys, honestly, these are the teams we're going to end up against in the Conference League next season. Verts, Ekatike, Isak and Salah, bro, against window cleaners from Armenia. This is going to be completely unfair. On Verts, Ekatike, Salah and Isak, bro, I've seen FC Noah. They've got a couple goals in the chamber. We will lose that as well. As I said, I do fear Alisson might have been doing a little bit of match fixing at points in this one. The penalty is crazy. He then decided to spend the last 4 minutes of the game in central midfield. Meanwhile, Gianluigi Donnarumma was ruining my life yet again for no apparent reason up the other end, with an insane save in the final minute to deny Alexis McAllister. But of course, as Alisson was writing up his CV to become the next Curtis Jones, Ryan Shirky picked up the ball and slapped it from distance. With the ball ready to dribble over the goal line, Dominik Szoboszlai pulled back Erling Haaland to ensure he couldn't get on the end of it. He got ahead of his former Red Bull Salzburg teammate, and then Haaland pulled him back, and the ball dribbled across the line anyway. The police have just gone past, by the way. They're arresting Arne Slot. They've got a long drive. I don't know why they started in London and they're going up to... Now, this, of course, was pandemonium. Man City players were celebrating. It was one of the most dramatic ends to a game of the season so far. It was also just one of them crazy, hectic, chaotic moments. But it turns out Dominik Szoboszlai's click celebration was him Thanos snapping himself out of his existence. Because after VAR hadn't been discussed for about 14 minutes, they got in there and made it about themselves, calling back everything, cancelling out the goal and instead giving Dominik Szoboszlai a red card instead, for the denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. A denial of a goal-scoring opportunity that Manchester City scored. Turns out Szoboszlai giveth and he taketh away. He could be seen walking past the VAR room contemplating acts of domestic terrorism as he stared at the VAR official. Erling Haaland, who was actually pulled back in this scenario, was quoted as saying it was basically unfair on Dominik and that they would have rather just taken the goal. Szoboszlai gets to continue playing because ultimately an advantage, I guess, gets given when Dominik pulls back and the goal goes in anyway. The VAR decision ruined absolutely everything. VAR just interfering for the sake of it. And look, listen, if you like Excel spreadsheets and you like following rule books and guidelines, which of course is in fairness what football really officiating is of course all about, right, then you're gonna love this decision because it's a combination of rules that we've actually never seen before in the beautiful game, which maybe gets referees rock hard, but for anybody else who just likes watching football, this is ridiculous. And of course you can't pick and choose when you administer VAR. We've already gone way too far past that point at this stage already, but it did feel like, you know, I mean, okay, the official ruling is basically Szoboszlai's pulled back Haaland, right? So now Manchester City have an advantage, but as soon as Haaland then fouls Szoboszlai back, that advantage then ends, so it has to be called back. But I don't know, I feel like in just given the context that like some level of common sense had to prevail there. I don't know, I just like, also it's the final 35 seconds of the game. Quite literally, nobody gives a fuck. Like, we're gonna lose. It's a wrap. I genuinely would have rather just conceded the extra goal but had Szoboszlai next week. They've managed to make the one decision that benefits literally nobody in the entire stadium, apart from the referee, because he gets to have his voice heard by the entire stadium. And we've got Sunderland away next. Yeah, safe. All right, cool. Without Dominic Szoboszlai. Yeah, all right, cool, safe. Yeah. I'll catch you on in midweek. We'll do another one of these, yeah? So the VAR decision was rough at the end. You know, it's just another catalogue of errors from ourselves. I don't even necessarily mean the officiating, but it was, I think what frustrates me is it was just boring to see VAR take a grasp of yet another cool and, well, not for me, but for the neutral, like chaotic and crazy scenario, and the rhetoric has to be VAR again after. Either way, what really pushed me over the edge was Erling Haaland pushing Pep Lijnders, of course, Man City's new assistant manager, over to the Kop. The Kop, of course, where Pep used to be our assistant. That actually made me want to top myself. Like, that might have been worse than the result. You were the chosen one, man. Please come, please. So what about our performance? Look, listen. The first half, as I said, was a catastrophe. There was a stat at one point where the amount of passes in the final third was 31-1 in favour of Manchester City. Like, we just weren't getting the ball forward, progressing it into even remotely dangerous areas. We were far too passive. We just kind of sat back, which is interesting because that hasn't worked in recent weeks. I don't know why we carry on doing it. Manchester City, as I said, weren't incredible, but they absolutely dominated us and dominated the game. But then City had their customary lines of ketamine at half-time and came out a completely different team, a significantly worse one after the break. So we got back into the game. You know, I think it was pretty disappointing really to not put our chances away like we should have done. Hugo Ekitike must have a head shaped like a 50p coin. The kid's been absolutely amazing this season, but I don't understand how he missed that header from that Mo Salah Trivela, which put it on a plate for him. I thought Mo Salah was pretty woeful again in this game, but at least that opportunity, like, he should have had an assist realistically. But I think overall we did actually perform pretty well in the second half. Individually, not everybody, but as a team, I thought we looked a lot more convincing when we actually went to try and chase and go and grab the game in a positive way. We were wasteful until Dominic Szoboszlai's rocket yet again. That free kick was an absolute joke. He's so fake. Like, he's just so clearly our best player. I've seen people talking about Szoboszlai. I know that people obviously don't watch Liverpool play and like every week unless they're a Liverpool fan, and that's totally fair. I get that. I'm not sat here watching Chelsea every week because I don't need to. I try when I'm available and I'll watch maybe half of their games, but I may come to a different conclusion about Cole Palmer, for example, than a Chelsea fan does, and that's understandable, but you have to understand, Dominic Szoboszlai does not deserve the rest of this team. The only one that can really light a candle to his performances is probably Hugo Ekitike, given he's new to the league and the amount of goals that he's been involved in, and also his link-up play is just amazing. There was a little flick that he did for a Florian Wirtz chance that Florian should have done better with. That was absolutely insane. He's just beautiful to watch. I thought Florian Wirtz struggled a little bit in this game. I've been a big advocate of him in the last couple of months because he has been a lot better, but he couldn't get into the game here, I don't think. So I don't think overall it was the worst performance in the world, but like, you know, Manchester City have been bad in second halves. They've been good in first halves and bad in second halves recently, and we were dominated by them in the first half and significantly better than them probably in the second half. So what does that even really show about us? That's you know, I mean, that's pretty much the same as what Tottenham brought out against them. And Tottenham are 18th in the form table in the last 20 matches. Speaking of which, and it's time to get into the stats here, because out of our last 20 games, our last 20 Premier League games, we have got 6 wins, 6 draws, and 8 defeats. That comes together for a total of 24 points in our last 20 Premier League games, which is shocking. Has us 12th in the form table for that period, which I know is quite a specific stat, like quite a specific time period. Try and like maybe fit an agenda or whatever, because we did start the season well in terms of results, even if the performances were a little bit concerning and maybe a sign of things to come. But 20 game weeks, I'm not being like, oh yeah, we're 18th in the form table from like game week 8 to game week 12, like, no, 20 game weeks is a long time. That's a long period of time. We're talking like 4 months, right? 3.5 months at least. The last 3.5 to 4 months, we are 12th in the form table. To put it into perspective, that's 8 defeats in 20 league games. We only lost 4 times all season last year, and at least half of those we went on holiday at the end of the season after winning the league. But on top of that, we often lambast Roy Hodgson's time in charge. It was fucking appalling. It was terrible. It was a truly terrible time to be a Liverpool fan. That sort of Kenny Dalglish into Roy Hodgson era. A lot of it was because of the players and the recruitment. The squad was, I mean, catastrophic. Do yourselves a favor, yeah, after this video, search Liverpool squad 2011. You'll just start creasing. You'll just start busting up. In fact, not even 2011, 2010. Do 2010, because it's there was the trenches, guys. I'm walking around seeing Jay Spearing, Kyriakos, Milan Jovanovic, Paul Konchesky, Doni, all in the same team. I don't think you understand how that affects a man's mental health. Anyway, sorry, that's not the point. But in Roy Hodgson's 20 league games total in charge of Liverpool, he accrued 7 wins, 4 draws, and 9 losses for 25 points. So we are doing worse collectively over the last 20 games than probably the worst managerial appointment of this entire century so far. I'm still just overall concerned about our lack of intensity. We seem to just have games wash over us a little bit when we're playing against the bigger sides. Fam, could you imagine Jurgen Klopp in charge of a Liverpool team and we go Man City and we've had 1 pass in the final third in the first 40 minutes of the game? We're getting like brushed aside in halves of football by teams like Arsenal that just want it more. It never happened. We'd lose games, yeah, but it was never because of that. It was never because we weren't positive enough. It wasn't because we weren't trying. It wasn't because our attack was as blunt as the side of a Pringles can. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is bad. What happened to Anfield being a fortress? What happened to that Virgil van Dijk record where only Leeds had beaten him at home, like Crescencio Somerville goal? That was the only time he'd lost in the league with Liverpool. This place isn't a fortress anymore. We've already lost to Forest, United, City, PSV at home, and then we've drawn to the likes of Fulham, Sunderland, Burnley, and Leeds. And we've got that record where we've actually failed to beat any of the promoted teams at home. Fam, I know the promoted teams are a bit better pound for pound this campaign, but that's not an excuse. At the end of the day, we've spent 4.7 quadrillion shillings on players this season, and we're level on points with Brentford. That's a side that lost both of their top goal scorers last season, their captain, their goalkeeper, and their manager, all in the same transfer window. Their current gaffer was deciding where Ethan Pinnock should stand from set pieces last season, and we're level on points with them. He's doing an amazing job. Brentford are doing an amazing job, and they've got a great goal scorer up front in Igor Thiago, yeah. But with the amount of money, we cannot be there. There is an actual chance that we don't finish in the Champions League spots after all that we have spent. And the Champions League spots go down to 50 these days for the Premier League. Like, realistically, we probably will get that coefficient spot, yeah. And we're still probably not going to finish there. Manchester United are above us in great form. Fair play to Michael Carrick. He's turned things around for them. And as I said, if this video gets 6,000 likes, you'll get a video about them too. Chelsea, yes, they're ADHD and overstimulation in football club form, but they are better than us at the moment. They look better than us. They're performing individually better than us this season. Wolves have allowed Cole Palmer to unlock himself now, so he's actually arrived for the season. I've said so many times this season, it has come to our inability to properly squad build, to just go out and get big names. And at the start of the season, I was missold PPI. I went along with the dream. I said, what we signed, Ekatike, Verts, and Isak, firepower over everything else. Is the defense a shambles? Probably. Do we have a defensive midfielder yet? Absolutely not. Is there any depth on the bench? Not even slightly. But they will get us out of trouble. And in fairness, Ekatike has, but Isak and Verts haven't been able to consistently. I mean, fuck it. No, Robbie, the amount of times I've said this season, we don't have a defensive midfielder, and it shows. We cannot deal with transitions. The amount of times I've said this, we need a defensive midfielder that's job is just to crash people. And it worked last season, not really having that guy and it being Gravenberch, because the defense behind him was a better unit. It was a back four. It's a back four now still, but it was a better defensive unit. It made more sense. I think we signed players this season with the intention of trying maybe a back five or a back three with wing backs. That's the only explanation for replacing Trent Alexander-Arnold for Jeremy Frimpong. And also, I think Kirkes would be pretty good in a five as well. I think they would both excel as wing backs rather than full backs in a four. But because we're not doing that, because we didn't sign Gahey, we can't even put together 2 centre backs, let alone 3. So we've obviously had to play a back four. Our back four is nowhere near as stable. Trent Alexander-Arnold wasn't great in 1v1s, but at least it made a bit more sense at right back than Jeremy Frimpong, who, let's be honest, is a right winger at heart. Kirkes isn't as defensively sound as Andrew Robertson in his peak. Konate and Van Dijk just haven't been as good this season. Konate's been making a lot of errors. Van Dijk has made some uncharacteristic errors as well. And that means that You can't get away with that 6 that isn't just gonna go and crash people and tackle people all day. I've said it at points this season. I genuinely think we should trial Wataru Endo as a DM. Just one game. But Arne Slot is unwilling to change things. It's why Federico Chiesa and Rio Ungamoa have a combined minutes tally of 10 per month. Because Cody Gakpo is sat doing the same skill move on the left-hand side all season long. He doesn't try new things. Yes, we have a bit of an injury crisis. Well, I wouldn't even say an injury crisis. We've got injuries, especially defensively. We've been struggling defensively, right? It's why we've got Szoboszlai playing at right back. But again, with the money that we've spent, we shouldn't have a bench that's just children and people that aren't going to affect the game. The amount of times I'm looking at our bench, we've got 2 goalkeepers on it. We have absolutely no depth, and for a side that spent that much money, that is ridiculous, because we sacrificed all of our depth to bring in 3 massive signings. We sold Kwanzaa, we sold Diaz, we sold Nunes, we loaned Simicas, we loaned Harvey Elliott. We were even close to getting rid of Curtis Jones in January. Would we have replaced him? No. Who would have been our backup central midfielder in that situation? If we're playing Szoboszlai at right back, we literally just wouldn't have one. It's genuinely crazy and genuinely insane. We've got Cody Gakpo stinking at the left-hand side, and Luis Diaz is off scoring hat-tricks for Bayern Munich. And that lack of bench is also meaning that we can't sustain full 90 minutes of impressive football. We have conceded the joint most, like, 90th minute winners of any team in Premier League history. Just take that in. No team has conceded more goals in the 90th minute to lose a match than we have, and it is the start of February. There's still 3 months of this fucking shit to go, and we're already at 4. And the rest of the teams on this list, a lot of them were getting relegated in those seasons. Virgil van Dijk is way too high in numerical statistics for the season, like clearances and blocks and stuff. Our defense is having to do too much because we are far too open. It is so easy to see, but this board is sexually attracted to bald people, so it's not going to change anytime soon. I don't think we're going to finish in the Champions League spots the way we are playing, and that is an absolute catastrophe as reigning champions, having spent as much as we did and brought in the talent that we did. But again, squad planning, failures tactically to actually, you know, suit the players that we have at our disposal, and, you know, individual performances that haven't been good enough as well from certain players. We can't let them get away with it too, is combining to make a truly catastrophic season. And look, things can change. We're 4 points off 5th, all right? It's not like, you know, at the end of the day, it's woe is me. I'm a Liverpool fan. You know, it's still good in the grand scheme of the footballing world. But if we want to be challenging for, you know, trophies and silverware again, we have got to fix up differently or make a change. What do you make of Liverpool's season, though, Liverpool fans and otherwise? Drop it down in the comment section, because I am about to give up on everything. Make sure to subscribe if you're new. It really does help me out. Get this video to 6,000 likes. That helps out as well in me not feeling depressed. Honestly, guys, it hasn't been a pleasure at all ranting at you guys today. I'm dipping. The sunglasses are going back on, man. I'm not even having this, fam. Fuck this bullshit. Guys, no, I don't think you understand. This is actually not a laughing matter. These are serious shenanigans. No, stop smiling, you in the back.
What are you laughing at, you fucking fraud? What's he laughing at?
Arne Slot's depression-inducing reds. Richard Hughes' Samaritan's Hotline, Mad Ting, Sad Ting, Scouse Skets. We've lost to dogs, bro. I can't even call them wolves. Like, genetically, they haven't modified enough to become wolves, bro. They're bottom of the league. How can I call them a pack of wolves when they had the same amount of points as an isosceles triangle 2 months ago? And furthermore, it's not even a good brand of dog as well. I'm not even giving them that. Carpathian Shepherd Dog, the Hamong Bobtail, Montenegrin Mountain Hound. To be fair, that one sounds sick, actually. On my life, though, a Montenegrin Mountain Hound gets in our starting 11. Like that's really the situation we're at now. This is so bad. This is so bad. How am I here again? This room has now become the Arne Slot slander department. At least I'm one more day away from a sweet release of the end of it all. Genuinely, we're getting towards I'm gonna lose it territory now. Losing to Wolves in this sort of scenario, yeah. I need everyone at the football club now. It's not just a couple people. I'm not just digging out a couple players that have been bad from time to time, that have been consistently bad even across the season. I'm looking at you, Cody Gakpo. This is everybody now. I need everyone at a football club to take a long, hard look in the mirror and then smack their heads against it. I love you all in it, but just to knock a little bit of sense into people. Liverpool Football Club Enterprises Corporated Business adventures, yeah, you've heard of the United strand. You've heard of a man not cutting his hair until United win 5 games in a row. I refuse to eat, drink, sleep, breathe, shower, moisturize, use talcum powder until Arne Slot is out of my football club. I'm so thankful for the memories, and I don't even dislike him as a guy. It couldn't be anything less personal, honestly, but his team needs fresh ideas. There are consistently bad managerial decisions being made, but to be fair, it's not just him, it's a whole wide variety of factors. But we've legitimately not gotten better since we lost them games in a row in October. Since we lost, I think it was 6 games in a row, we actually haven't improved. How many games can you genuinely say we've been good in this season? Like 3? The West Ham game the other day was the only game where I've looked at us and been like, oh wow, I kind of feel comfortable in a lead. It was still us, so I still was expecting us to throw it away, but there was at least like a 2-goal lead or a 3-goal lead to be held on to. That hasn't happened any other time during the course of the season. Bro, it's Wolves, bro. I know they've got better. Like, Wolves were... Okay, they were bad. They were definitely bad. They were on course to obviously not hit the lowest record points tally at one point during the season for a while. But the underlying numbers suggested they were never that bad. They were never as bad as Derby. They were just like traditionally bad. They were just a team that's bad enough to go down, maybe to finish bottom, at best to finish 19th, and that was kind of the end of it, right? But they have been a lot better under Rob Edwards recently. They've obviously just come off the back of beating Aston Villa. But we're now starting to defy the laws of physics. We've actually risen to a new low. We continue to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. We never disappoint to fail. And I think the worst part is I wouldn't mind. Well, I would obviously mind, but I wouldn't mind as much if we were like playing well and getting unlucky, or we were like exciting to watch, but losing more often than we should. You know, we've had that at times, you know, at Jurgen Klopp. We'd have a season where we'd be bad, but at the very least you could say we were entertaining to watch. We were trying. There were some positives that you could take away. I remember Darwin Núñez's first season. I remember the season where we had the crazy injury crisis and we ran out of centre-backs. Those were seasons that were bad in their own right. It didn't feel like it was because we were bland or boring. Bro, watching Liverpool, watching my football club has become coursework now. It feels like I've got my maths homework to do and I've realised that I've not completed it. 17 minutes before my maths lesson in period 3 on a Tuesday. Slap me in detention, bro. I won't do the homework. I don't want to be part of this anymore. We're 5th in the league. I don't know how anyone has allowed that to happen. The teams below us, allowing us to be 5th, I know Chelsea could win and go above us on goal difference, right? They have some serious questions to answer. Even the teams above us, to be honest with you, we got to bring them into the mix for allowing this to occur as well. There's no way we're the 5th best team in the league. We've played well 3 times in the league this season. But let's talk about today. Let's talk about the game here today. Now, you know what it is? Again, like, it's all relative, right? I know Liverpool aren't as bad as teams that are down towards the bottom of the table. I know they're not as bad as teams that are guaranteed to be playing in the EFL next season, like Tottenham. Yeah, I know my situation is woe is me, right? We fucking won the league last season, right? It's not even like just pure sadness. It's actually, I don't even understand what's happened. It's just pure shock. Like, there's so many players that just look completely different to last season. And that's just Dominic Szoboszlai and whatever was on his head for this one. Bro, just put the do-rag on. It's fine. Complete the look. Wrap it up. It's all good. This is how he turned up to a meeting with Arne Slot before kickoff. Notice how in that situation, that stock image, I've made Arne Slot the member of the royal family because we need to put him on a register imminently. Cody Gakpo has been playing for the opposition for the majority of the season, okay? But today, he blew his cover. The mask slipped off because he quite literally cleared the ball off the line for Wolves when Curtis Jones was ready to just stick it in. It's actually mind-boggling how he's managed to miss from it. He's 0 yards out. He's underneath the crossbar and he's hit the crossbar. He's flailed out a foot when Curtis Jones was there ready to just bundle the ball home and he's cleared it away. Cody Gakpo had been a little bit better recently. You know, he frauded a deflected goal against West Ham. He was not making me want to jump off the multi-story car park. But truth be told, this is it's getting ridiculous now. I don't understand, and it comes down to the manager. It has to. Yes, cool. The players have been bad. Cody Gakpo has been awful now for 4 months. Like, categorically one of the worst players in the Premier League, right? I watch a lot of football, and pound for pound, Cody Gakpo is top 10 most underwhelming, disappointing, outright worst performers of this season all round, or definitely in the last 4 months, right? Drop him. What are you doing? He's not a big man. He's not Mo Salah. It's not Virgil van Dijk. If you were refusing to drop them, I'd understand, because they have pedigree. They have brownie points. They've won everything there is to win. Cody Gakpo arrived 3 years ago and was like not a bit part player, but a replaceable, swappable player during that time. You've got Rio Ngamoa on the bench, who you could argue was maybe at fault defensively for one of the goals today, but came on and hit the post immediately. Every time Rio Ngamoa comes onto the pitch, he does something positive in an attacking sense. Just start him once. We're not asking for you to start the kid every week and burn him out. And I don't know if that's what he's afraid of. Just start him once. Cody Gakpo is uninspired, lost, doesn't know how to mix things up whatsoever. He does the same thing every week, every time he gets the ball, and opposition defenders know how to stop it repeatedly. I'm fed up of us looking toothless in attack. I'm fed up of us not creating anything outside of set pieces. The grief I've given to Arsenal fans all season for them scoring corners and corners alone, and then we rocketed up to the top of the fucking set piece charts because of the West Ham game, and that's basically the only time we scored goals in that game. It's getting bonkers, bro. We're not even good from set. We're not even like doing crazy corner tactic. Virgil van Dijk's just really tall. No dark hearts, no vibes, just good old-fashioned fucking bullshit. I'm fed up of us looking toothless in defense. I'm fed up of us only looking like we can score from set pieces. I'm fed up of us being bad defensively. We haven't looked this shaky at the back since the weekend. And look, I can go into the goals, right? You know, the first goal, Konate and Van Dijk both get drawn to the ball. It's just a long ball forward. Both our centre-backs go for it, leave one man open, who finishes it off amazingly, to be fair. It's a really cool finish over Alisson under pressure from Konate. And I can even go for the second goal and say, someone should have closed him down. Where was McAllister? Unlucky because of the deflection. But like, it feels like every single goal we concede, there's like 4 different reasons, like 4 different things that went wrong. A reason why we lose a game. There's like 5 or 6 reasons why something happened or why we lost the game. There are so many issues that it's tiring. There's not like an easy fix. There's not a simple way for us to be good or to stop the goals that we're conceding or to get better results than we're getting. Like, what is even the point? You know, them way there, to borrow a phrase from Expressions, but the only expression that I'm feeling is outright sadness. There's just like an abundance of issues every time we concede. Every time I say we're bad going forward, you know, there's the press. We don't, guys, like, what are we doing? We've got a front 3, Gakpo, Salah, Ekatike. They can't press. They don't have the capacity. Stop even trying. What are we doing? We don't have a front 3 that are willing to press or be intense off the ball. Don't do it. Don't bother, because we're just going to be way easier to play through when they just saunter up to a centre-back or a wing-back who's on the ball and then they just pass it round them. Like, we had a front 3. We had players that were willing to do the hard yards before. We had a Darwin Núñez or a Luis Diaz who was willing to just run about off the ball and win the ball back high up the pitch or put defenders under pressure on the ball. We're trying to play the same way, pressing-wise or similarly, and we don't have the facilities to do it. So, again, teams are just playing around us. Infuriating. Both our wingers out of form. Salah did score, to be fair. Love that for him. But we're bad. We're just bad everywhere. Midfield, we can't dominate a game. Again, I'm getting fed up of saying it. We don't have a defensive midfielder that can actually screen our extremely shaky defense. I think we've been a little bit better in the wider areas defensively. I think Kirkes has got himself together a little bit more recently. Obviously, we started a bit of an injury crisis at right back, and Frimpong doesn't fit into a 4 at the back as a right back. He's more of a, I think, again, if we played a 5 at the back, I think we'd be so solid with Kirkes and Frimpong. I think they'd really be able to excel, but we don't, so they don't. There are individual players that are not performing up to scratch. I'm talking Alexis McAllister, I'm talking Cody Gakpo, I'm talking Mohamed Salah. There are tactical issues, as I said, when it comes to our pressing, when it comes to how easy we are to play against. There are intensity problems. I mean, one thing you could never say about Liverpool was that we lacked intensity. At any point, I would say over like the last 12 or 13 years, like even pre-Klopp, you'd say Brendan Rodgers' teams, they had intensity, both in terms of off the ball and on the ball presence. We don't have that. We're so passive everywhere. We're passive on the ball. We just play it around, not really building up to anything. Not the slowest in the league by any stretch, but it's not inspiring. It's not helping us break teams down that are, putting out a low block against us or that are defending hard. Like, we really struggle to face up against teams like that on the ball. No, we don't have any intensity off it. As I said, we don't press like well from the front at all. It's recruitment issues. Again, we solve sold our soul to the devil, removing all the depth that we've got from this team in order to sign Alexander Isak. And then it comes down to luck. We've had quite a few injuries. You know, we're missing Connor Bradley right now. We've been missing Frimpong for sections. We're obviously now missing Alexander Isak. We have, you know, had injury issues, yeah, but recruitment-wise, we shouldn't have got rid of so much depth. We should have actually brought Mark Gahey in. It kind of came down to Crystal Palace, but why did we leave it down to the last minute? Gahey wanted to leave and wanted to come to Liverpool the entire time. Just force it through. Just pay a couple extra million. Why are we trying to re-sign Jarell Quansah from Bayer Leverkusen? We put a buyback clause on him that's 20 million more than what we sold him for originally. That's not really how buyback clauses work, brother. We've loaned him to Leverkusen for the season, in essence, and we've then paid them 20 mil at the end of it. What sort of business acumen is that? And it isn't gonna improve. There's lots of elements that I've explained there, but the reason why some of it does come down to the manager and why I think ultimately a change is gonna need to be made at the end of the season is because this team looks uninspired. I'm not even, it sounds really harsh, and I have said this before, I'll always be really appreciative to Arne Slot for winning the league. And I think he deserves to be seen as a really solid Liverpool manager because he achieved that. You know, in my lifetime, we've won the league twice, and one of those times is him. So it cannot be understated or overstated. It cannot be stated. No, it can definitely be stated that he's a quality manager, and he should be seen positively when it's all over, unless this goes on for years and he doesn't get sacked, right? But the reason why a change needs to be made is because this team is clearly uninspired. He cannot get the most out of a lot of these players, but I think the crucial thing is, if I was seeing him try different things every week, it kind of reminds me of Ruben Amorim to an extent. If I was seeing him try lots of different things and it wasn't working, I'd be like, Fairs, you just don't have the tools at your disposal this season, and I'd be able to quote the injuries, I'd be able to quote the poor decision-making recruitment-wise in terms of getting rid of our depth. Again, we spent a lot of money. We should not be in this situation. This is appalling. Like, there's no excuses. Yes, getting rid of the depth is poor, but we did that. That was our decision to do that, and it was the wrong decision, right? But I would look at Arne Slot and go, Bears man, we'll give him another season, just write this one off. He won the league. But he's not willing to change anything. He's not willing to drop Cody Gakpo for a weekend. He dropped Mo Salah at the start of the season, and I genuinely think that situation blew up in his face, and now he's scared shitless to do anything. It's like, brother, no, not everyone's Mo Salah. There's only one Mo Salah in the team, and there's a Virgil van Dijk who probably wouldn't be happy at getting dropped as well. But everyone else is on the chopping block if they're playing badly. Cody Gakpo has been bad for 3 to 4 months now. Give Rio Ungamoa a chance. And it's not just that, it's other elements of the team as well. But that refusal to change isn't a good quality to have in a manager in this modern era. I can't, there's not many managers that will refuse to change or tweak or buy new players or do new things or bring players in or tweak a system slightly that succeed in modern football nowadays. He's changed things up from last season a little bit. Now that we've arrived there, he's not willing to do anything else. It's so poor. We're so, oh God, it's just bland to watch as well. We don't try and go and beat teams until the 80th minute of the game. We'll just be passive for 80 minutes and then just do a mad panic at the end, bring on Rio Ungamoa and actually try and go for it for the final 10 minutes. That's not what Liverpool's about. That's not what's going to win you things. I don't know where this has come from. I don't know why he started to approach games like this. Either way, this is bad. Bottom of the league, Wolves are better now, I hear it, but this is really bad. We played them again in 3 days, for fuck's sake, and I've not even got any confidence. It's not good. It's not good. We need to fix up. We need to beat Wolves in the FA Cup. We need to get a good result out of Galatasaray in the Champions League, and at least maybe try and funnel our efforts into other competitions outside of the Prem, or obviously trying to get into the Champions League. But, you know, we're 3 points clear of Chelsea. We've got a game in hand on us. They play that tonight. I don't think I feel confident in us actually getting a Champions League spot. But let me know what you think, man. Where are Liverpool going to finish this season? That's the main question for today. Drop it down in the comments section. 6,000 likes. Yeah, that's it. I haven't got anything to offer you, genuinely. I've got nothing to offer. Let's just try and hit it, just for my own mental sanity. That's going to wrap it up from me, though. Like and subscribe. Arne Slot is bald. Have a good one. I'm back. Again, in the slot slander department. I'm in the Arne Slot penitentiary, bro. He's arrested all of us in this thing, fam. There's no managers anymore. There's no opposition managers that end up here, bro. We haven't seen an arrest. We haven't seen a trial in 7 to 8 business weeks. He's putting every single Liverpool supporter in the Arne Slot penitentiary, the football enjoyment jail. A place where what? Creating chances. That's illegal, mate. Playing entertaining football. Highly frowned upon. Winning games easily. They'll get you deported to South Sudan. I'm clocking out. I'm out of here, mate. I'm checking out of this whole situation, bro. I'm done. No, I'm actually done. And you can say, yeah, bear over, you're doing too much. And I understand that because, again, there's teams in other scenarios that are worse than ours. Namely Spurs, who are fighting against relegation. But after the money we've spent, yeah, and the players that we've bought, the fact that we are not going to finish in the Champions League, in a league now where the top 5 get in the Champions League, is an actual joke beyond all proportions. Tottenham Hotspur, we've drawn to them. The absolute worst team in the league right now. I'm not even using opinion. I'm not even trying to get at Spurs fans. This is just mathematical. This is statistical. Yeah, to all intents and purposes, to all degrees, Tottenham are the worst team in this division at everything. They've got 3 points in their last 10 games, ladies and gentlemen. 3! And we not only didn't beat them, we actually made them look good, bro. And they're not. They're bad in every situation. Statistically, figuratively, genetically, this lot are finished, okay? Injury ravaged as well. This isn't even the starting 11, bro. This is just a random collection of the extras, basically, that's making up the starting 11. Who is Sousa? Who even is that? I found out he existed 2.5 weeks ago. Their centre-back partnership yet. They lost even more Donnies. I'm sorry, the sunglasses are going on, fam. Narin has to make an appearance in this sort of situation. And we're back. Danso and Dragusin as the centre-backs, fam. They lost Romero and Paulinho got injured with each other, bro, in the Champions League. Mickey van der Ven, also out. Conor Gallagher got Ebola or something in the build-up to the game, right? Teams collapse. We're playing Danso and Dragusin, bro. The backup dancers. Yeah? Forget backup dancers. They didn't even make it into the club. They're the guys that stood outside. They got here on time. They actually got here on time to the club. But the bouncers just don't rate them. I don't even think Dragusin has an ID with him. And we didn't create anything against them. Anything. I'll go again. Dominic Szoboszlai. Someone in the comment section, I beg, please run the numbers. Where would we be if it wasn't for Dominic Szoboszlai's goals? I'm not even going to say assists. I'm not even going to include all goal contributions. We're just going to say goals. Because I feel like every single goal this man scores has been important. One as a game, whatever. He scored 25% of direct free kicks in the league this season. 25%. And 100% of all goalkeeping errors are Vicario. We'll come back to Liverpool, actually. Hold on a sec. I'm going to beat you guys up in a sec. But let's just chill. Let's start on Tottenham, yeah? Kinski died for this. Igor Tudor threw a 22-year-old under the bus for this man. He's useless. Actually, objectively bad. If this man had any level of wrist joints to connect his forearm and his hands together, we'd have lost this game. If he had correct blood circulation in his ankles to be able to distribute the ball to his own centre-backs and wing-backs more than 47% of the time, we'd have lost this game. And that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We created nothing. I said it already. What big chance did we even have? Dominic Szoboszlai scored a free kick. Calm. But if we're doing XG numbers, Cody Gakpo hit the post from another half chance. You know what? Cody Gakpo kind of scarily did a couple good things today. And that was one of them. And that was actually a good save from Vicario to tip it onto the post. What other big chances did we have until the game became a basketball match in the 80th minute again, which I'm going to talk about later. And even then, we didn't do enough in the final third when we had those opportunities presented to us. Mo Salah should have done better with a couple of them. And we wasted those opportunities when we actually had them. The one spark of anything creative or impressive going forward was Rio Ungamoa. Arne Slot finally listened to the masses. After 4 months of everybody telling him, play Ungamoa and start him once, he played him, he started him, he was man of the match. He was the best player on the pitch. Who would have thought? Who would have possibly comprehended that he actually would be good after we all said that he would be? And then what did he do? After 60 minutes, he brought him off. He brought him and Frimpong off. Both of the pace outlets, as Spurs go and chase the game that we could have used to counter more effectively, both came off. For who? For Salah, and then Gakpo went out wide. Not pacey wingers, as in Gakpo and Salah are not particularly pacey anymore, right? You're not outrunning Porro and Jed Spence like that effectively, okay, anymore. These are goal-scoring wingers, traditionally, you know, output wingers, and they're not getting output at the moment. It was odd, like, the best player on the pitch is coming off after 60 minutes. He seems to think that because he's young, he can't play any football. And because of that, once again, we had absolutely no intensity on the ball or off the ball. I mean, for the most part, we didn't have that anyway. Again, I have to reiterate, we created no clear-cut chances against the backup centre-back partnership for Spurs, who are bottom of the form table, handedly, by the way. Not a notable, that really should have been 2-0 as soon as we took the lead. All the way through to the end of the match. That is pathetic. That is absolutely pathetic, okay? But once we didn't do that, all right, because we dominated stats, right? We dominated all the passive stats, like possession, touches in the final third. But then when it came to shots on target and stuff like that, Spurs were actually up there. Some of the decision making made no sense. Like again, I've spoken about the wingers already, but you brought on Curtis Jones and then played him in a 10 where Wirtz was. He's not a 10. Why would you do that? Just play him in the 8. Just pack out in the midfield. We know Alexis McAllister can't cover all that ground at the best of times, let alone when the game's stretched, it's become a basketball match and they're chasing the equaliser, bro. And he couldn't do it because Curtis Jones was way too far advanced. You got a right back in Zabozlai who isn't a right back. He's going to get caught out of position every now and again. We just we can't control football matches. I don't know how many times I've said this season, but we actually can't do it. And we allowed yet again another game where we're leading by a small margin to become a basketball match with absolutely no handle or control over it whatsoever at any point. Why is it so open? Why is this game so open when we are 1 goal to the good? What are you doing? I genuinely wonder what is actually going on in that bald cranium, that hairless noggin of Arne Slot sometimes. Because it's simple, I've hit the mic, it's simple stuff. Show some sort of game management at some point. And then defensively, again, we wouldn't have been in this situation if the defense wasn't under so much strain. But for the goal, we've had so many warning signs. Vicario pumps it long. They win the knockdown with Solanke usually, or Kolo Muani. Richarlison gets on the end of it and has a shot. This had happened like 3 times already in the game up to this point. Van Dijk did really well to deal with one. Alisson made a simple save for one of them, and I think another one was blocked, right? But the warning signs were there. Ball goes long. Szoboszlai's out of position. McAllister's out of position. I think Gravenberch was out of position as well. From a free kick, by the way, in their half. That's just been pumped long. Robertson doesn't go for a header. Kolo Muani gets too much time. Joe Gomez goes on a fucking D bronze expedition and Richarlison scores. And once again, like I've said all season, that's a comedy of defensive errors. That's not one thing that's wrong. That's like 6 different people are doing something wrong. That is inherently structural. We're not going to fix that because everybody in the defensive passage of play is doing something wrong. I can't reiterate this enough, guys. We made the worst team in the league look good. We've done this dance already with Wolves when they were bottom of the league and we made them look good again. I know they'd improved, but they're still bottom of the league. I was supposed to be watching. This was supposed to be an Odeon 4D experience. I was supposed to be watching the Igor Tudor Cinema Club, bro. It was down to us. It was up to us. I've never even experienced a situation where people, the overall wider society, want Liverpool to win. I've never experienced that in my entire life, and we had that today. It was there, in the palm of our hands, because all we needed to do was beat Spurs, and we're sending them down to the Championship, bro. We're sending that 147,000 capacity flipping stadium down to the EFL, bro. We're getting them out of there. We didn't create a single. You know what? It's just hit me. It's the stages of grief. I've just hit acceptance now and like a realization. Their backup centre-back partnership across 90 minutes. That's all these lot do. We've given them confidence now. For no reason. We were supposed to be the chosen ones. We were the ones that were supposed to grind them down into the ground. End this for good. Give them no confidence to go and play Forest and then lose to Forest. And now actually Spurs might be going down. Now look at us. We've saved them. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say that hasn't already been said. You know, again, it goes back to the recruitment. We brought in all these flashy players, but none of them work hard off the ball. None of them have got any passion or fight or desire off the ball or intensity off the ball. The manager's tactics mean we don't have any passion or intensity on the ball. And all round, it's just a lazy, just boring experience. Shout out Arsenal, yeah, top of the league, and they're going to win the league, right? They play boring football. Let's not beat around the bush. It's pretty dull, you know, and Arsenal fans can protest that as much as they like. I'm not even saying they're undeserving champions, because they are. They're going to win the league because they're going to have the most points at the end of the season, right? And that's absolutely fine. But they don't play enjoyable football. We're not going to look back at the textbooks of the game in 30 years from now and marvel about, wow, guys, do we remember that Arsenal team with Victor Gyökeres up front? No one's doing that, right? They play ugly, and that's okay. There are teams that win by playing ugly. We play ugly. We don't win, fam. What's that? We ain't even ever been round there, bro. I don't even know that estate furthermore. I've never even seen the street sign on Google Maps. I've never ever been there. It's recruitment, it's playing ugly, it's not having the depth, it's selling our players that used to press from the front. It's just a combination of things. It makes the stadium nervous, like Anfield isn't a fortress at all anymore. It's individual player performance taking a massive decline, the likes of Konate, Salah, Gakpo, and it all comes together for us to not get Champions League football. And that's what it is. We're going to be playing in the Europa League next season. That's it, man. That's it from me. I don't know what else I can say. I've said everything there is to say about this godforsaken team. It's the same things over and over again. Nothing's getting fixed. It's taken us how many months for Arne Slot to even change the fucking starting 11 slightly? We're not getting any actual reasonable change. We're locked in now. It's March, bruv. It's mid-March. This is the state of play. And if that's how it's going to be till the end of the season, then I think that's all Arne Slot's got. Let me know what you think down in the comments. I know people were waiting for this one, but let's get 6,000 likes on this bullshit. I had to let this one simmer, you know. I had to ponder upon thee. I had to pontificate expeditiously. I don't know what either of those words mean, so don't. We're back in the Arne Slot slander department. I know the pink chair's not here and it's different, get me. We're on an away day from the usual room. But we're here because after a promising result in the Champions League, where we made it through to the last 8 of Europe's elite competition by slapping up Galatasaray, we went and lost to Brighton. We lost to Brighton. Yeah, nah, calm. Don't worry about it, man. It's blessed. I didn't even want to get in the Champions League next season anyway. By the way, if you want to see me rant more about Liverpool, I'm actually going to be live on Twitch tonight. There's a link in the description. There'll also be a banner on the screen and all that jazz. Come on down. We'll be streaming about 8 p.m. The thing is, we lost to Brighton and I felt no shock. I felt no surprise. I felt no, oh, that was a bit of a madness. No, none of that. It was a normal day at the office. This was supposed to be the turning point, fam. This was supposed to be where it all changed. No, it wasn't. Actually, furthermore, we knew this wasn't the moment. And instead, we're now left on 10 Premier League losses. 10! But Jesus Christ. We're on double-figure defeats for the season, bro. We haven't even met double-figure goal difference yet. We don't even know who that is. We're on 8 goal difference in March. We don't even know what 10 is in Spanish as an establishment. And Alexis McAllister's from Argentina. This is our worst amount of losses in a season in our last 10 seasons. The worst part is, I should be sat here lambasting Arsenal Football Club Enterprises headquarters for losing another final again, for missing out on silverware again, for being second place again. I should be bantering them for letting Miles Lewis Skelly, the better edition, drop 2 on their foreheads, spin the block on them and slap a can of Carabao right at their front door. But I can't even truly hate watch. How am I qualified? How do I have the pedigree, the CV right now to be able to call them into question? We can't even mathematically finish above them in the league. We literally can't win the league anymore. No, surprise, everybody. Well, I bet you didn't see that one coming. It's officially the worst title defense in history. But let's talk about the Brighton game, shall we? If you want to watch the highlights of this one, yeah, if you want to see what Sky Sports had to say, you'll see in the title that Brighton shocked us or some bullshit like that. This isn't a shock. This isn't a surprise. It happens to us every flipping week. If Arne Slot's getting shocked by the performance that we're putting in at this stage in time, then he simply has got to go. This is factory settings. This is the default. This is the run-of-the-mill idea that gets churned out again and again. Our bread and butter, our 9 to 5 shift. This is what we do all day, every day. It was a textbook 25-26 Liverpool season. Shaky defensively, nothing going forward, don't run hard enough, lose. Us beating big batty Galatasaray in the Champions League and scoring a bucket load of goals just to get defeated again a few days later. I've seen this script before. In fact, we've done it on 4 different occasions this year already. In the Champions League, we go and win, we look like we turned the corner, and then we lose in the league a couple days later. Galatasaray fans, I'm sure, were loving watching us get put in a dishwasher by a clan of seagulls. Turkish fans hate watching you, by the way. It's crippling, fam. It's suffocating. They obviously were not happy about the fact that we injured Osimhen. Inadvertently, we injured Noah Lang, but that wasn't our fault. That was just unfortunate. And I think Liverpool players and a lot of Liverpool fans had said that they were like going down far too easily, which they were in the first half, but the injuries were unfortunate. Plus, they didn't like the fact that we beat them. Obviously, totally understandable. But fam, Turkish fans hate watching you, bro. It's like getting chased down the M1 by the FBI. I felt like I was on 5-star police just watching the game. Osimhen was celebrating with one arm as Danny Welbeck rose to give Brighton the lead after a quarter of an hour. And to be fair, we had injury problems of our own very early on in this game. Our forward this time, Hugo Ekitike, going down with a dead leg. He had to be substituted off. And Galatasaray fans were turning up to his hospital bed to increase the threshold of the injury. Bro, I'm having to hate watch Brentford in March for my club's Premier League position, for the right to finish where I am right now. I'm watching Brentford. I'm keeping score updates at the G-Tech Arena, bro. I'm looking at the injury news for Kevin Schade, bro. I shouldn't have to do this. I've worked too hard to need to do this. Nah, I'm joking. Brentford have been really good this season, yeah. But they got a set piece coach as manager. Can he be our manager? Because we can't fucking defend from them. Brentford in March, fam. Brentford in March, bro. Fulham and Brighton and them, man, are like on the verge, by the way. They're not even that far away. Some serious changes in this squad have got to happen. There's a couple players that we need to move on. With the performances they're putting in, how do we expect to offload them? The deals and offers we're going to be getting in negotiations for Cody Gakpo in the summer, once Arne gets shipped off to HMP Amsterdam, are going to be embarrassing.
So I'd like to make you an offer, my friend. £1.50.
I can't take it anymore. I know it's repetitive, guys. I know I'm the #1 Cody Gakpo hater. The thing is, it's not even his fault anymore. That's a lie, actually. It definitely is still his fault as well. But it's Arne Slot's, like, this stubbornness and this unwillingness to change. This persistence in the name of being Dutch. Once again, we brought Rio Ungamoa off the bench, and he was the only attacking spark that we had throughout the entire game. I know we've got dwindling numbers at the moment a little bit, right? We've got a bit of an injury crisis, I guess. Isak's obviously been out since fucking November or some shit. Ekitike came off here. Mohamed Salah was on belly dancing duty somewhere. So there was there's a lot of players that were out, right? But at least give us a chance by playing the one that's been decent recently. Because we were as toothless going forward as the average Restore UK voter. Milos Kerkez scored for us. Like, does that not say everything that you need to say? And he deserved to score as well. He literally was the only player that anticipated any potential attacking play as Lewis Dunk nodded the ball back to Verbruggen. Great finish, actually, to be fair to Kerkez. I like Milos Kerkez. I've given him grief as this season has happened. Certainly the first half, because he was terrible, but he has got it together. He still has his defensive frailties, like lost his man ultimately for one of the goals. At the very least, sees some level of desire and fight, and that is honestly the bare minimum bar that I'm expecting of any player at the moment, because in terms of ability and in terms of goal scoring and in terms of defensive frailties, just putting in an effort is going to impress me at the moment. And as I said, once again, we were average defensively. I'll talk about the goals in a little bit more detail in a second, but we've allowed Danny Welbeck to book his flight on holiday in the summer to the US, to Canada and to Mexico, bro. Get easyjet.co.uk open right now, bro, because we've allowed him to dunk on us. He should be going to the World Cup now. Seen at the end of the game, patting Arne Slot's bald noggin. To be fair, his second goal was technically offside, but it's the 5cm allowance thing, and also, we were shit, so we deserved to lose the game. You know what's fucking mental about this, right? We've lost some games this season by a goal, all right? And it's been like a close one, or we've wasted our chances in front of goal, and we could have got battered. I'm actually ashamed that it's taken me this long in the video to actually say just how bad we were and just how good Brighton were in comparison. Fabian Hürzeler and his seagull operators could have won this game by 4. Genuinely could have done. It should have been more. Chances were spurned, decent saves as well from Marmadashvili in between the sticks. We got peppered in this game. We got peppered. I love Dominik Szoboszlai, right? But why is he trying to score from the halfway line? He's seen his mortal enemy, Arda Güler, do it for Real Madrid, and he's decided that he has to get involved and in the mix now as well. And at the end of the game, just to add insult to injury, we've been poor. We've been outclassed, outran, out-attacked, out-defended, all round by Brighton. Dominant second half display. We're a Brighton side that have been all over the place this season. They've hit a bit of decent form now, but we're coming off the back of, before March, a horror run of fixtures and a horror run of results. We've been completely outplayed by them. Liverpool have given us Cody Gakpo's assessment after the result. If his assessment isn't that he's shite, I don't want to hear about the assessment. Once again, though, in terms of this game, right, massively devoid of, like, any attacking pace. Again, looked slow, laboured, unable to really create anything, especially in the second half. It's been the story of our season. Again, I know, look, by this point, Salah, Ekatike, Isak even are not involved. We aren't going to be able to create maybe as much as we would if those three were at their full capacity and in full swing. Obviously, in the case of Isak, he was, you know, well documented to be struggling. Salah hasn't had a great season either, but at the very least, in terms of their ceiling, you'd imagine we'd hopefully create a little bit more. But we were shocking. You know when you watch something and you're like, you watch like a bad film and you think, oh, at some point the plot's got to pick up. At some point, something has to happen to keep me engaged or interested with what's going on. And then the next scene ends and you go, nah, fuck. This is actually just gonna be shit. This is the season. And I've been saying it. I feel like I'm repeating myself every video, but I've been saying it. Unless we change something massively, like the manager, this is like, buckle up, get your seatbelts on. It's gonna be this every game. We've not shown anything in a league match to suggest that we can blow a team out of the water in months. Like, the last game we won semi-easily was against West Ham, and I still think the scoreline flattered us there as well. That wasn't a we win by 3 goals kind of game. We just happened to, because we were like devastating from set pieces for some unknown reason that one afternoon. Week in, week out, underperform in the league. Whether we get a result or not, we don't perform. The performances have been the most worrying thing. Forget about the results, right? Again, there were seasons under Klopp where either because of an injury crisis or just because of stupidity. You know, I remember Darwin Núñez's first season at Liverpool where we weren't good, right? But it wasn't because the performances were overtly bad in an attacking sense or a creativity sense or a working hard sense. It was just because we were useless at the back or just got unlucky and, you know, got out XG'd in most games or whatever, right? Or sorry, we out XG teams and then still ended up losing. We're wasting our chances. We are just bad. We are just a bad football team at the moment. There's an argument that I saw people say it might have been a Champions League hangover, right? We utilized a lot of our energy, a lot of our mental energy, a lot of our creativity against Galatasaray. And to be fair, that has been a key part of our season. Like I said earlier, I think we've lost 4 times now in the league straight after a Champions League game midweek. And that might be down to a lack of depth, which I've spoken about before. It's, again, before anyone gets at us for saying, you know, we spent £400 million and you're complaining about depth. I agree, that's terrible recruitment, but it is a fact that we are like a relatively small squad. Certainly at this point, with the amount of injuries that we've got in kind of key areas. I mean, you look at our bench, bruv, it's got 2 goalkeepers on it half the time. Like, we have Marmadashvili and Freddie Woodman on the bench every time, and at least 3 academy kids. It's not the biggest squad in terms of just like outright rotation. Arne Slot also doesn't like rotating. That's on him, but he likes to use the same players every single week, as I've said many times, and it just means that if you've got an entire starting 11 that's played midweek, that's just come off the back of a game on the weekend, and then you're not making any changes going into a game in the Prem against Brighton, the players are going to be relatively, you know, whatever, right? It's so that kind of comes into play, and I think that is a massive part of our problem this season. I've mentioned it before. It is basically just Champions League hangover. And no, I don't mean Curtis Jones getting tequila shots drank off of his belly button by random MILFs in the Liverpool area. I just mean that he's probably knackered. But at the same time, this is also a trend. This is a trend in the league. 30 of our league games this season, we have been outrun by our opponents 26 times. That is completely unacceptable. Again, this is without wanting to sound like one of those fans that just says meaningless, you know, phrases about a big club. This is Liverpool Football Club. The one thing that you're gonna get, I'm not even saying success. I'm not even saying winning. I'm not even necessarily saying good football. You're gonna get trying. You're gonna get running. Okay, you're gonna get, especially under Jurgen Klopp, the players willing to die for the badge, for the manager, for the fans. We had the whole Asthmagate situation. We had inhalers prepared and ready for this eventuality. 4 times out of 30 this season, we have outrun our opponents. Are you joking? That is catastrophic. That's a sackable offence for the manager and a serious, serious situation that the players need to look at as well. It's indicative of the fact that we're not intense enough. I've been saying this all season. On or off the ball, we're not intense. We don't press from the front effectively at all because we don't have the personnel to do it anymore because we sold them all in one window. We don't have the intensity on the ball because our build-up play under Arne slot is tragically slow. And we've also just built a squad now this season that doesn't run very much. I mean, honestly, lads, if the one thing that Arne slot is gonna change since the Jurgen Klopp era, because he won the league, yes, he did change and tweak a few player positions and roles and how certain players work within our system, like a Gravenberch, for example. We didn't change the personnel vastly. If the first thing Arne Slot is going to do in taking us away from the Jurgen Klopp era and starting his own era is make the players run as little as possible and work as little as possible and not want to play for him as little as possible, what the fuck is the point, bro? What is the point? I couldn't believe that stat when I first saw it. I don't even know the last time you could argue that a Liverpool squad worked as little as that during a football match consistently across a season. Defensive calamities again for both goals. Ibrahima Konate getting out-jumped by Danny Welbeck like that, in that manner. Pathetic. I feel like I'm a broken record because I say the same things every week. Every goal we concede is a calamity of errors. It's not even down to one guy. Yes, you can point at Konate and say that he shouldn't get out-jumped by Danny Welbeck like that. He's just got brushed aside for a man of his physicality. But it's everyone. Curtis Jones getting dispossessed, backs losing their men, defensive midfielders out of position constantly. It's the same thing. Every goal is a massive structural error. It's not just one individual error. Individual errors are easy to deal with. They're easy to sort out and they're easy to overcome because they don't happen constantly. How do you fix our defense right now when everybody's to blame every single time? I felt sorry for Marmadashvili. He actually had to do quite a lot in this game. It's a joke. It's a joke. We are ineffective going forward. We are calamitous at the back, and Brighton thoroughly deserve to humble us. If the rest of this league allows us to finish in a Champions League spot, everybody's got to look at themselves. Even the relegated teams, you weren't even in the mix, but you guys need to, because it's nuts. We're so bad. We're so bad. For non-Liverpool fans, I actually need you to understand. The reason why we're going mental, yeah, is not because we're worse than last season. Oh no, we're not going to win the league. All right, fine. We're not even used to that anyway. But this level of shitness is unprecedented, and I've seen some bad times at Liverpool. At least when we were bad under Roy Hodgson, it was because Kyriakos was at centre-back, bro. We weren't claiming to even have good players back then. Kyriakos was a non-rare silver at best, bro. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with you. Our youth prospects, our young players to take us to the next generation were Jay Spearing and John Joe Shelby. We didn't have the capacity for these sorts of discussions. We have the players now, we have the personnel, and I'm seeing us genuinely drop 3 out of 10 performances collectively as a unit every week. If we win, it's poor, but we scored a goal. If we draw, it's poor. We took the lead and we conceded late. If we lose, we were terrible. Genuinely, the Sunderland game is like the own at the Stadium of Light is the one game we've provided this season, in this calendar year so far, that has actually been a good performance, where we genuinely deserve to win by like more than 1 goal. That's it. And for a club that spent as much money as us and has the players and personnel at its disposal, that is completely unacceptable. If I was angry in the last rant, I'm just disappointed in this one. I'm just outright disappointed. Let me know though, guys, what you think about Liverpool. Where are we going to finish this season? Because I'm honestly not convinced we're going to finish in the top 5. Aston Villa got a result this weekend, having been on the slide. United are better than us. United are fully better than us. So now it's down to us versus Chelsea. Who gets the better of those two? It's genuinely like watching two camels fight each other on like fairy liquid on a water slide, bro. It's just gonna end in catastrophe. It doesn't even matter who wins. They're both gonna end up severely injured. Anyway, that's it from me, bro. Like and subscribe. 6,000 likes on this video. Let's aim for that. Subscribe if you're new to watch me lose my mind about Liverpool regularly. And that's about it from me. It's not been a pleasure. I hate this. I hate everything about this. Arne, I'm so sorry, but it's time to go. Goodbye. I'm crying, throwing up, falling to my knees in the middle of Morrison's. Guys, Mo Salah's leaving. Mo Salah's leaving. With the season that we are currently having as Liverpool Football Club Enterprises Corporation Limited, arguably the best player that we've had for that last entire decade, an icon, a living legend of the Jurgen Klopp and successful recent Liverpool era, bro's leaving, and he's not even collecting the milk. This week, Liverpool Football Club and Mo Salah announced the drawing down of the curtain on the Egyptian's career. 2 Premier League titles, 1 FA Cup, an EFL Cup, Community Shield, Champions League, UEFA Super Cup and Club World Cup. This man has basically won it all. Multiple Premier League Player of the Month, Goal of the Month, African Footballer of the Year twice, CFA Players Player of the Year 3 times, 4-time Golden Boot winner, 5 times Liverpool Player of the Season, and most importantly, the FPL Pods Player of the Year 2025. That's on his Wikipedia, fam, and I think that's the biggest one. There's no record, really, left unturned by this man. I swear down, guys, I've got to invent entirely new sports for this one. I know Mo will be running into FPL Premier League headquarters, nabbing a spot in the Hall of Fame already. What is the point even in this season anymore? Like, for me as Liverpool fan, like, it's actually a wrap. Lived it, loved it, not even really that much. I'm out of it.
Get that fire exit door. I'm off.
I can't even begin to imagine Mo Salah in a different shirt. For the amount of money this man's gonna earn at Al Ittihad next season.
Over $1 trillion, 200 billion.
Guys, this is tough. This one's hard. Real pause on that one. Mo Salah, he joined the club back in 2017, and I remember what people were saying about him. Couple man were saying he was the Egyptian Matt Jarvis when we signed him from Roma, after of course that troublesome period at Chelsea. Wasn't really able to break through. You could tell that he'd gone to a big club a little bit too early, and he'd impressed at Fiorentina, impressed at Roma, but little did we know the impact he was gonna have, guiding us to a Premier League title single-handedly last season, helping us to another one earlier in his time at the club. Consistent goal scorer, goal getter. As I said, some of the records that this man holds are just an absolute joke. I'm genuinely so sad. Like, actually so sad. I don't know how much longer I can take this season. Bro's seen Cody Gakpo cut inside on his right foot for the 17th time in training and hit the corner flag with a shot and realised that he's got to get out of it. Bro looked at Ibrahima Konate and just outright sighed. This, of course, took everybody by surprise as well. Like, we literally just got the announcement. Liverpool announced it. Mo Salah put an extremely emotional video out on his social media. We weren't broken the news by some random Italian youth that we don't even want to hear the news from. Fabrizio Romano fuming at the fact that he wasn't able to break this life-altering, shattering news to the wider public before Mo Salah's cousin had even heard about it. Where does this leave Arne Slot? I'm sure he'll be devastated now, realising that he's got to give Rio Ungamoa some more minutes instead.
That's not right. That's not right. That is fucking ridiculous.
But at least, maybe he can replace him with Jacob Murphy, you know, that'll finally unlock Alexander Isak for next campaign. You know what, actually, furthermore, I'm even more devastated about? We're not even getting the Christmas tree shit anymore, fam. Now, let's address the elephant in the room right now, okay? And that is that I've been calling this man a little bit wank over the course of this season. It's no secret that Mohamed Salah has not been his usual Mohamed Salah self during the course of this campaign, right? The goal scoring output has not been anywhere near the same. The performances haven't been anywhere near the same, all right? And we expect a lot from Mohamed, you know, from the moment we signed him. There hasn't been a down period. You know, a couple people, you know, a lot of people have said that in a couple of the run-ins for title campaigns, for title wins, when we were up against that super team of Manchester City and Pep Guardiola, he would become a little bit quiet. But if you look at the numbers across the course of a season, every time without fail, you were never disappointed by his output. Truthfully, very rarely you were disappointed by his performance. And if you were, he probably bagged in the 75th minute anyway and shut you all up. So that whilst, yes, you know, I've been saying, I've openly said this season that Mohamed Salah's performances haven't been anywhere near what they should have been. He obviously had the altercation with Arne Slot at the start of the season where he was dropped. He felt like he was made to be a bit of a scapegoat. They fell out about it. But back then, I said that I could see a reason why he'd get dropped because he hadn't been good enough. But at times, he still contributed, and he's been a part of a Liverpool squad that has been diabolical all round. You know, as a front three, we don't press as effectively. It's not just down to him, it's down to the other guys in the front three as well. Alexander Isak had been massively disappointing after his move from Newcastle. Cody Gakpo has been absolutely terrible. The midfield behind him has been very inconsistent with the exception of Dominic Szoboszlai. Defensively, we've been appalling. So it doesn't just fall on Mo Salah. He's someone I expect good performances out of because he's guided us to 2 Premier League titles, a Champions League and much more. But if he has an off season at the age of 33, it's not going to take away from his legacy, guys. This guy is still a Liverpool all-timer, an actual Premier League all-timer when it's all said and done. This man is 4th in the Premier League all-time goal-scoring charts. Let's not dick about, guys. This is a serious bagsman. This is a genuine Liverpool legend, a Liverpool icon at the very least. One poor season at the end of it all when he's realistically past his prime, traditionally, age-wise. No, you know, whatever, it happens. The fact we even got a season so good out of him last season was a joke. Statistically, the guy was a menace single-handedly. He guided us that title. There was a stat at one point during the season, I think it was like about 28 or 29 games in, where Mohamed Salah on his own, his goals and assists would have had him 4th in the league. Bro, we shouldn't have won the league really last season. It was Arne Slot's first campaign in charge. He was grabbing the leftovers of Jurgen Klopp and an amazing team, do not get it twisted, that fought for titles. But it was a team that he needed to get used to. It was a team that he was working out. Bro, Mo Salah grabbed it by the scruff of the neck and dragged us to the league. I said it then, I'll say it now. Him being bad this season, off the back of his best season ever, it is what it is, man. I'll let him land given his age. Since he's joined the club, guys, I don't think you understand. 37% of the goals we have scored have been either scored or assisted by Mohamed Salah. His trophy cabinet behind him in the farewell video is a joke, bro. I've not even seen that amount of trophies in real life, let alone won them. The personal accolades are outrageous, and what saddens me is that his farewell campaign is gonna be us finishing like 7th in the league and getting put in a combine harvester by PSG. I get it. He's not as fun to watch on the eye as Eden Hazard. I think Eden Hazard is a more technically gifted footballer than Mohamed Salah, right? Relatively obviously. Some of the things that Eden Hazard did on the ball and how elegant he looked on the ball when dribbling past people. But for me, as a Premier League, looking at the entire package and as a Premier League footballer, I can't not choose Mo Salah in that debate. I love footballers who are elegant and I love footballers who are skillful. I'm really enjoying watching Ryan Cherki right now in the Prem. But when it all comes down to it, it's about winning, and Mo Salah won us lots of games, scored an extraordinary amount of goals in a relatively short time frame. We knew it was coming, right, at some point. Again, the guy's 33, maybe not this season because he was on a 2-year contract, and I think basically he's either mutually leaving at the end of this year and Liverpool have agreed to it, or there's a transfer in place for him to go to Saudi Arabia or America or wherever he fancies going, but we haven't announced that club that we've agreed a deal with yet. I find that less likely to believe because that's a bit of a harder thing to keep secret. I imagine we are just letting him go at the end of his contract and saving the wages that we would have to pay him for next season, which is like £20 million. It's something that we all saw coming, but it still hurts so much, man. I mean, like, the run that we have been on in terms of losing players is getting insane. 2022, Sadio Mane leaves. 2023, Roberto Firmino leaves. 2024, Jurgen Klopp leaves. 2025, like Quaveen Kelleher. And then this season, Mo Salah, man. It's just, yeah, it just feels like every year there's heartbreak. And I can't wait for Virgil van Dijk to tell us that he's going and signing for, like, he's going MLS and signing for fucking New England Patriots to sign. But I think it's a sad day for the Prem as well. This is a guy who's been a spearhead in terms of the vision or in terms of how people perceive the Premier League, top players in the Premier League. A lot of rival fans have a lot of respect for him in terms of what he was able to do. I mean, Manchester United fans are gonna be cheering amongst on top of their houses, knowing that this guy isn't able to terrorize them anymore. The stats he had at Old Trafford and against Manchester United alone are enough to make him a Liverpool great. But I think the thing that really concerns me, because, you know, again, Mohamed Salah has not been that great this season, right? I think we've all seen that. The performances haven't been what we would expect, what's worth the amount of money we're paying him every week. But what really concerns me is that we have to replace this. We have to replace a generational footballer. We have to replace these levels of consistency in terms of ratings per season. We have to replace this level of goal scoring. He's irreplaceable, if we're really being honest. You know, it's an actual footballing icon, one of the world leaders in his position. And, you know, back in the day, I'd have said, we'll go and sign like a Yankuba Minte or something, like a young winger who's impressing in the Premier League that maybe we could nab for like 45 to 50 million pounds and mold into a player that we never could have thought possible. But with our recruitment in the last 12 months, like, I don't trust us to actually replace the guy. I don't trust us to genuinely replace Mohamed Salah with a player that fits our mold, that fits the system that we want to play, that fits any of the rest of the squad whatsoever and makes us actually difficult to beat. There's actually, truthfully, just not that many wingers in world football that we could bring in that could even come close to replacing that level of output. You know, you're talking about, in terms of at his peak, Mohamed Salah, looking at the wingers in world football right now that could play on the right-hand side and maybe fit our system. You're talking about Elise. You're talking about Desiree Doué. You're talking about Barcola. These guys aren't going to want to leave the clubs that they're at right now. And I think, honestly, that's what worries me the most. You know, we all knew that this golden generation of Liverpool players that we built that won the Champions League and won everything there was to win. We all knew that all of these players were going to leave eventually. Obviously, some we were hoping would stay longer than others in the form of Trent Alexander-Arnold. And we all knew that at some point, Salah, Van Dijk, Alisson, they were all going to grow old together and need to be replaced. We need a succession plan. Have we successfully successioned anyone? I don't think there's barely any players that you could actually look at from that starting 11 in the Champions League final against Spurs and say we've actually improved upon them or come close really to improving upon them since those individual players left. You could argue our midfield, right, in terms of when it's actually fully functioning. Dominic Szoboszlai and Alexis McAllister, they probably could have played in that Liverpool team that made it to the Champions League final and been effective. But we've never really truly replaced Fabinho. We haven't come close to replacing a Virgil van Dijk yet, unless Jeremy Jacquet comes in and is amazing. We haven't replaced Trent. Kerkez is still a little bit shaky at left back. We haven't replaced Sadio Mane. That's what concerns me. But let me know who you think Liverpool can sign to replace Mohamed Salah down in the comment section below. Guys, I can't lie to you. I am sad. If you have enjoyed this video, slap a like on it. Subscribe if you're new. It does really, really, really help me out, guys. I see all you guys that watch that aren't subscribed. Either way, I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep. It's been a pleasure. Not even really. Goodbye. Flipping heck, man. This can't be it. This can't be my story. We got duppied, bro.
For Jesus is Lord. You know you can be prosecuted for that?
Guys, on my life, yeah, they haven't even invented the planet that my head is on. I know I'm laughing through this. I can't take this. I can't take this bald-headed, exposed cranium, gargantuan, hillbilly noggin Donny managing my football club seriously no more. NASA just sent a rocket to space, right, this week. It hasn't had a chance to even shake hands with the planet that my head is on. Fam, this is actually dark. It is no more. It has to be no more from here, fam. If I don't see a P45 on my desk by association, it's on my desk, but it's addressed for Arne Slot. We had Jurgen Klopp doing fist bumps this week at Anfield for the Liverpool Legends game. I got reminded of the good times, the joy and whimsy, and it was taken away from me immediately. Brother, I am 4 hours into my weekend dealing with Liverpool's tomfoolery already. He didn't even give me a chance to barely even get to Saturday afternoon, let alone the evening, let alone Sunday. This is a bank holiday. Take me back to international break on my life, genuinely, because I didn't have to deal then. I didn't have to deal with these 11 Donnies attempting to ruin my mental well-being when Kosovo were playing Turkey. We are out of the FA Cup. We're out of the FA Cup. We were 2-0 down at half-time. Okay, and I'm going to talk about the game in a lot more detail in a second, all right? So at that point, all right, it's not ideal, yeah, but you've got a chance to have 15 minutes with the players now, you know, rally them together and get a reaction. Do you know what that reaction was? It was when the set 8 kid grabbed an empty Red Bull can, wrapped it in tinfoil, attached it to a Bunsen burner, and then put it in the microwave. That is the chemical reaction that Arne Slot got out of these players. I don't know what my man said to this squad at half-time. Virgil van Dijk booked a holiday during the team talk. Either that or they weren't listening. They must have been on their phones. That's the only explanation. Because we went out and got smoked. First 15 minutes of the second half is like some of the worst I've seen us defend all season. And trust me, there's a lot of competition. He said to his friends that he was going to try and turn this around. What we didn't realise was he's turned it around a full 360 degrees and we're now facing in the same direction as we were before. This is our 15th defeat of the season. We're professionals at this. This is what we do. We've mastered the craft of being disappointments. 15 losses across a season, bro. It's all right though, lads. Don't worry about it. Silver lining, it's only the reigning champions of the entire continent next. It's a good job we're going to be heading to Paris soon. Because our defence is about to get Eiffel Towered, bro. Have you seen their front three? Just tell everybody, go home. Tell the Marmadashvili's going to be walking out of that stadium when he sees Dembele, Desiree Doué and Kavicha Kvaratskhelia line up. Just take the 3-0 forfeit. Fuck it. Because we know at the very least then, we're capped at a certain level. It doesn't have to get any worse. Virgil van Dijk, look, you've done a lot of things. For me, what was actually going through that mind of yours when you've given away that penalty? I've seen the Dutch language, okay? Maybe they do these sorts of things because the words are just too difficult to process. So maybe it's like more difficult for Dutch people to just think outright because the words are harder. Every word looks like it's been typed out by Stevie Wonder wearing a balaclava. That is a Stonewall pen, and it was so unnecessary. And the whole thing fell apart from that point moving forwards. Also, just defensively all round, Virgil van Dijk was having a shocker. His highlights for the game were abysmal. And as I said, we defended for the first 15 minutes of the second half like we'd given up on the manager. I've given up on the manager. It doesn't mean you lot are allowed to. You're actually playing the game. Pep Guardiola had to buy a ticket for this game, like the fans. He was up in the rafters. He was in the attic for this game. And he still managed to pump us with our former assistant manager and former alleged centre-back on the flipping touchline. We got Ryan Shirky and Hugo Ekitike conducting a shirt swap, and people's stamina bars aren't even down to 50% yet. He was wearing Ekitike's shirt on the touchline. They're treating us like we're Northampton Town in the second round of the Carabao Cup and they're 7-0 up. And we deserve that. A croquet set is being purchased as we speak for FNG headquarters. I actually have to start playing a new sport now. There's no other option for me. Haaland's not scored a hat-trick all season. But that's where Liverpool Football Club come into play. We're so shit, guys. I don't think you understand. I genuinely don't think you understand. We have been straight cheek since game one. The first game of the season. Do we remember watching us play Bournemouth? We've played well 3 times this season and 2 of the games were in the Champions League. What's the point even being good in the Champions League group stages? We've got PSG next. I'm gonna have to report them to the FBI, to Neighbourhood Watch for the beating that we're about to take to Paris Saint-Germain. But let's talk about the beating that we got from Manchester City. Domestically, in the country, no passports required. But you know who's gonna need to use a passport soon? Mohamed Salah, fam. I love him still. He's a Liverpool legend. But this brother needs his own segment. That is one of the biggest disaster classes I've ever seen from a high-profile footballer in a high-profile football match. This Salah farewell tour is going out sad. Missed 2 massive opportunities. The one in the first half, the game's completely different if he's wearing his boots on the correct feet, fam. Jamie Carragher's having the time of his life. His stocks have never been higher with AFCON's foolishness and now Mo Salah playing like this on the grand stage. He's going to be delighted realising that he can call Mo a pyramid merchant on Monday Night Football now. I love you, bro, yeah? But when the fun stops, stop. And I ain't having no fun no more. I feel like I'm watching an entire team of Joe Gomez's. Not a single individual that has even close to the qualifications required to obtain the job of putting a ball in the back of the net. Not a single player that has higher education when it comes to being a bagsman. Straight U's in goal netology. I have to go places tonight. I'm going out with people that know that I'm a Liverpool fan? Were these players not thinking of things like that when putting in a performance such as this? I don't know how long I can't do this. I'm just going to be straight up honest. I can't do this no more. Now, look, the players need to be embarrassed. That might be one of the worst ones yet. And the fact that I'm even having to question whether it is or not shows you where we are right now. You know when, like, you're hella jet lagged, you're really sleep deprived, you just got back, right? And everything feels like you're delirious and things are happening around you in slow motion, but you're still moving at the normal speed. Everything's just got this haze of bewilderment about it. That's how I feel right now. I actually don't even recognize the club or the squad as it is right now compared to last season. Physically, in some cases, Alexis McAllister's bald now. When the hell did that even happen? Is this some kind of sick joke? Arne slot, man. Rearranged slot, you get lost. Coincidence? I think not, because we've been doing a hell of a lot of that this season. I'm losing my mind, because it's the same things over and over again. Defensively, we're a fucking shit show, bro. Virgil van Dijk, horror story. Konate, let him go. Bell up Real Madrid and plead, beg, get on your knees, do anything to get him out of here. I can't do it anymore. It's just, what's the point me even saying this stuff tactically anymore? Because I've said it more than enough times. But a man's so stubborn that if Rio Ungamoa asked him to breathe tomorrow, he probably wouldn't do it. Like, it's just, there's no fucking point. Like, and this is for me, yeah, this is why I'm Arne slot out now. Like, this is just what it is. The guy's got to go. He has to be sacked now. Like, he had to be sacked at like the 65th minute. I'm going to keep it so unbelievably real with you. And the reason why, I know we've positioned ourselves in this, like, we're going to give him time. We're not going to be hasty. And I love that in an ideal world. I love that my club is like that. I love that we're not massively judgmental. I love that we don't like jump to, we've never been like that. You know, the amount of managers we've had in our entire history, right, you know, is what Watford have appointed in the last, like, 6 years, right? We are known as that football club, okay? But when things aren't working, they're not working. And I think in modern football especially, you don't really often get rewarded with patience. You don't really get like, oh wow, this is going catastrophically wrong. Well, we'll wait 3 years and then it won't be. It doesn't really happen anymore. You know, there has to be signs of something. When Mikel Arteta, like, if I go back to like Mikel Arteta, right, you know, and he's obviously, the payoff now for Arsenal is quite large, but when he came in, there were question marks as to whether he was experienced enough, whether he was going to turn things around. Yes, it was bad at points. They finished outside of the European spots. They had a banter era, you know, whatever. All round, there were like some signs there. You could tell it was down to, these players are shit. You employ David Luiz. Socrates is on your books. Sead Kolasinac is in the training ground. Do you know what I'm saying? So there were things where it's like, once you get recruitment right, if you back this manager, this could work. Arne Slot has won the league last season, all right? And it's been amazing. But if we're being real, whilst Arne Slot did do things and did make some tweaks upon Jurgen Klopp's already masterful system, and we did play slightly different, what actually won us the league individually was Mo Salah. Mo Salah's goal scoring, goal contributions, consistent performances are what won us the league. Without Mo Salah, it doesn't matter what tweaks Slot would have made. It doesn't matter how Slot would have, you know, played or how Gravenberch had now fitted into the number 6 role. Salah won us the league. So Salah's not performing now. We look like fucking shit. And I think, again, the crucial thing that I've said too many times is this man is too stubborn. It doesn't work anymore. If you want to give the guy time and be like, we're not going to jump into a decision right now because we're Liverpool Football Club, cool. But we play the same bullshit every week. We don't change anything. This man doesn't change a single thing. Same personnel, consistently. He has his favourites. And I know we've had, you know, injury problems this year, so there's not quite as much scope to switch things around as much as probably we would like, okay? But stubbornness doesn't work anymore. We saw it with Ruben Amorim, okay? At Manchester United, there were loads of things that a lot of United fans, a lot of neutral fans as well, looked at with Ruben Amorim and said, right, not being funny, mate, that doesn't really make sense what you're doing. Carrick started doing all the things that everybody said Amorim should have done, and now they're really good. It's giving similar vibes now. It's really giving, like, this man, what time can change the situation if he's not going to utilize it to make change, you know? What signs of hope are there? Alexander Isak's going to be back soon. I'm actually excited for that. That's like the highlight of the end of my season now, is watching a Don who was a flop for the first 3 months come back from a bad injury. That's it. That's all I have to look forward to. That's all I have to live for. Do you know Liverpool's end of season running? Do you know the teams that we have to play? I reacted to it on stream because I didn't realize how hard the games are. We're cooked. We're actually cooked. We've played all the games that we should have actually accumulated some points in to actually try and get into the Champions League. If Chelsea decide they're a functional operating football club at any point in the next 6 weeks, we're done for. We're not getting Champions League. Where are we finishing in the league? Genuine predictions down in the comment section. Where are we finishing? I'm out, man. This is some bullshit. I actually can't do it anymore.
How many Nurofen would I need to finish me off?
Nah, whatever, man. Honestly, it's only the Champions League. At least I'm one day closer to the sweet, sweet release of the end of my entire existence. We're out of European football, and we might have been for a while if West London Blues' obsession with South American children had actually been a viable business venture. We come off the back of a good win against Fulham. Love for that, lads. But unsurprisingly, all unraveled again, yeah, in the Champions League. Look, did I have any expectations for this second leg? No. Was I right to have no expectations? Yes. We'll talk about the performance in a second, because there were actually positives, right? Like, genuinely. There were some. But I think overall, it's like, you know, when something traumatic happens in your life, and that traumatic thing isn't necessarily happening again, but you're just like sad about it again, like a week later. That's how I feel right now. I'm not inherently angry at the overall performance. I'm not inherently angry at the fact that we've gone out of the Champions League to Paris Saint-Germain. But I feel like I'm experiencing the how many stages of grief is there? 11? I need to Google this shit. Hold on a second.
Oh my God! Oh,
and now my vinyl's falling off the wall. This is some bullshit. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Loss of hairline is in there somewhere as well. I'm at the end. I'm at the depression and acceptance point. I've had denial at the start of the season when we were hobgobbling our way through games against Bournemouth and the such like with last-minute winners. I had anger when I was seeing it start to unravel with Arne and I was fuming at the tactical decisions that he was making. Bargaining, you lot didn't see it, but I did try to get Cody Gakpo deported. I did try and do that. At one stage with the Home Office, they said, you might have to get deported as well. So I went back, forgot about my background there for a second. And now I'm in denial. I'm in acceptance, alcoholism. You know what, honestly? Fuck the feds, man. Narin's back. Where did I literally just had the glasses in my hand. Yeah, it's a wrap, guys, genuinely. Again, it's acceptance and depression. I'm not necessarily depressed at the overall game, but that's it now. That's our season over, really, if you think about it. All we actually have to focus on now is attempting to finish 5th. We've got to finish 5th. I'm so annoyed that vinyl fell down, by the way. That's a shit. I hope you like the fact there's actually stuff here now. Like, we're still working on it. The door needs sorting. People have been saying an Everton shirt, I hate you with a burning passion. Sorry, I'm getting derailed here. Hold on a second. Pause on getting railed, actually. Narin, though, as I said, is back in action, lads. He's drowning his sorrows today instead of drowning members of a cartel somewhere in Ecuador. Depression is hitting hard now, especially with the injury to Hugo Ekitike as well. I mean, that happened at 0-0. I don't know if there was some sort of like medieval curse that happened at some point in Liverpool history. Like, I'm talking the 1400s. A witch one day just like awoke out of her cave. I don't know where witches chilled. I'm gonna be so honest, I don't know many of them. At one point, one of them said, in the year 2025 and 2026, you're gonna have 2 amazing strikers, and I'm putting a curse on them to ensure that they can't play with each other. Not like that, but as in, like, they can't play on the same. And all the other people in the village said, what the hell are you talking about? It is 14:53 right now. I've got to go build a sword or something. I don't even know what you're talking about. This team has actually sent me off the rails, bro. I actually can't do this shit anymore. Even when we play all right, it just ends in devastation. 2-0 the final score. Ousmane Dembele saw my tweet about him at halftime, about the fact that he couldn't finish, and he decided to finish big time. The first goal as well, by the way, is absolutely amazing. The second one's a tap-in, but the first goal is so good. You know what? I tweeted that and I knew I'd fucked it. As soon as I put the tweet out, I knew I'd made a grave and fatal error. Overall, it's just a shame. Going back to Ekitike, sorry, I'm going to start with him. I feel so bad because the man's Achilles looks like pastrami now, a slice of pastrami, and I'm so gutted and heartbroken for him because that's, I mean, it's right before the World Cup. You know, any injury at this point, you're putting yourself in danger of missing the World Cup and missing the opportunity to represent your nation at a tournament like that. I mean, I'd love to imagine Hugo Ekitike will have multiple other opportunities to represent France at international level at a tournament, whether it be the World Cup of 2026, whether it be the Euros in 2028, whether it be the next World Cup. He's got the ability and youth on his side to be able to do that. He's still young. He's like 22, Ekitike. I can't remember if he's 22 or 23. But either way, he's going to be around for a while. But if it was like a 2-month injury, but an Achilles, which is what it looks like it might well be, he went down under no pressure. It wasn't a challenge. He just kind of twisted, exploded kind of in one direction and then just kind of fallen. And he was holding his ankle, like foot area, which means it probably is his Achilles. Like, you don't just blow your ankle out like that, muscular-wise. Like, it just doesn't really happen. So I'm hoping that it is that rather than his Achilles, because an Achilles is a scary injury to come back from. You know, you're going to be sidelined for potentially like 9 to 12 months if it's really, really bad. So I'm wishing him the best. To be honest, this game was actually mental from an injuries perspective anyway. Like Nuno Mendes, Desiree Doué have won, but at what cost? They'll be hoping they get themselves fit for the World Cup. Joe Gomez came on at halftime, did a Trivela. I didn't even know he'd seen one of those, let alone knew how to do one, and then got subbed off. All in the space of like 25 minutes, I assume for an injury as well. As soon as I saw that happen, I kind of knew this wasn't a serious game. Obviously, with Hugo Ekitike going off though, Mo Salah, who had started this one on the bench, came on. Now, for all the grief that I've given Mo Salah this season, and this is going to sound a little bit hypocritical, I do feel it doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't sit right when Mo Salah isn't starting a game of this magnitude. I know he's said that he's leaving. I know he's past his best. I know his form hasn't been that great this season. But in a game like that, I still just feel like you should try it. I get what was going on. We had Isak back. He was fit for 45 minutes to start. You'd probably want Isak to start and Salah to come off the bench rather than the other way around, if that makes sense. But I don't know. It just felt a little bit... It felt weird, honestly, really, as a Liverpool fan, just like seeing that happen. He comes on, immediately creates the best opportunity that we've had across the tie. We were really good, I thought, in the second half. That's actually one of the best 45 minutes that I've seen us put together, and we still lost it 2-0. So that probably says a lot, really, about how our season's gone. But it was probably one of the best 45-minute spells, or certainly one of the best 30-minute spells, considering the opposition, considering how many opportunities we created, considering how much of the ball we had, how tenacious we looked in terms of winning it back, the intensity that we've been missing, that I was seeing Liverpool play with last season, that we were just completely missing and have been missing all season long this time around. That was probably one of the best 30-minute spells that I've seen us put together. But it started with Mo Salah coming off the bench, because the first 30 minutes were all right, but relatively passive. There wasn't anything insane going on. He created an amazing opportunity as well for Milos Kerkez later on in the second half as well. Kerkez really should have scored. I mean, the best one in the world for all the chances that we had and how well we played, certainly in that first 30 minutes of the second half. We didn't fucking score, guys. I'm going to be so real. Like, we had to take our opportunity there and then in that second half. You're playing PSG, you're going to concede. Kavicha Kvaratskhelia gonna do something mental. He's gonna rainbow flick your centre-back and score at some stage. You have to score. You have to take the opportunities in that situation. I'm glad that we got the opportunities. I'm glad that we created something, because we've not even really been doing that a lot of the time in the last few months. But if you don't score a goal in a Champions League tie, a two-legged tie, you're not gonna win it. We didn't score a goal in 180 minutes of football. However you want to wrap that up in a bow and present that to somebody, that is shocking. Again, less shocking against the PSG side that are really strong and did defend well. Marquinhos with that insane block in the first half. Safanov in goal was pretty good for them. Pacho was amazing as well at centre-back, I thought. But yeah, life's always going to be hard if you don't just put the ball in the back of the net, truthfully. And that was really what let us down. Again, the performance was good. I saw some positives.
Encouraging signs.
If we can translate that into our actual run-in, then we are somewhat... I'm somewhat more confident in us. The fact that we beat Fulham is great because we've got some hard games to end the season now in the Prem. Like I've said, our running is difficult. We've got tough games to play, guys. We've got City to play, Villa to play. We've got Everton in the Merseyside derby as well, which will be tough because they're going to be all out trying to win it. And Everton are actually a good side. They peppered Chelsea a couple weeks back. So we've got to put some emphasis on this. But I do just want to still tackle some of the negatives here because there are a couple. There's still a couple, okay? I'm still seeing us bad defensively at times, okay? And it's PSG, so I'm gonna let them land. I'm gonna allow them. We didn't give away as many opportunities as in the first leg, right, at all. I thought we were still better, but I'm still a little bit concerned. And then, guys, I don't want to seem like I'm making him the scapegoat. But why am I seeing #18 pond the touchline at halftime? We're 2 goals down to Paris Saint-Germain, and I'm seeing Cody Gakpo preparing on the bench. Now, we need 2 goals here, and one of the substitutes is Joe Gomez for Frimpong, who is an attacking threat, okay, at right back, which clearly either tactically didn't make sense because he then brought Gomez off after, or Gomez got injured. That's unfortunate, whatever. Gomez has never scored a goal in senior football. It's well documented. It's never happened. We need 2 of them. Now, I'm not saying Joe Gomez is the man we should be turning to score a goal. But I did find it a fascinating decision. And Cody Gakpo doesn't look like a footballer that's ever scored a goal in senior football. So that makes it pretty difficult as well. I just don't understand why the man that shall not be named is the man that you trust before Rio Ungamoa again in an environment like this, a situation. Ungamoa came on and his cameo was immediately better. He immediately forced a chance, forced a save, a really good save as well, out of Safanov. The kid's fearless. And I think Arne Slot is fearful to put him into games like this, when in reality, he should just allow it. Like, the kid is easily our most dangerous attacker. I'm not saying he needs to start in a game like this. That might have been throwing him in at the deep end. But if you think you need, well, we do. We need 2 goals and you're going to make an attacking change at half-time. I want to see Ungamoa going up against his man and beating him and forcing a save out of Safanov and being attacking and, you know, direct and ultimately impactful rather than Cody Gakpo. Arne Slot he has to be related to this guy. He has to be related to this guy. It's insane. We're just nowhere near the levels of this PSG team, and nobody else is. Paris Saint-Germain are the reigning Champions League winners, yeah? We're not expecting to be on their level, on their astral plane. We were, I would say, last season at points, but the way we've been playing this season, I don't expect us to go and beat PSG. But I think it's just a little bit concerning, like, how catastrophically far away we are. When you would imagine, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 years ago, that was us. It was us that were putting in performances like that in European football. Especially when, again, a lot of the big characters in the dressing room, the guys that have won a lot of trophies, the guys that have won everything there is to win in football, are either leaving at the end of the season or are, let's be honest, 1 or 2 years away from doing the same. Mo Salah and Robertson, big characters, big leaders in the dressing room, are leaving at the end of the season, and Virgil van Dijk will probably follow them relatively soon. Alisson might stay for a while. Mamardashvili's putting in his little self-tape to try and replace him, but that's going to be it. And then we've got to rebuild. We've got to bring in those personalities, those guys with winning experience again, and we're already miles off it. We're already in a completely different universe. Ultimately, the performance was all right, but we didn't score when we needed to. Mo Salah was genuinely class. Thought Florian Wirtz struggled again. Rio's cameo was good. Ekitike, I'm just swinging back to that one because I am catastrophically depressed about that one. We're fully not on PSG's level. That's extremely obvious. Guys, we had Fabrizio Romano tweeting that we were out of the competition and the game hadn't even ended yet. This is just embarrassing now. This is just embarrassing. The game hasn't even finished. Logistically, we're not even out yet. And the tweet's done. He's seen enough. But either way, we're out. We stink. It's a wrap. We go again next season. Let me know what you think about Liverpool down in the comments section. I missed out on watching Barcelona v Atletico Madrid for this shit as well, so I'm just generally annoyed. Overall, pain, suffering, depression. Like and subscribe. That's all I can say. That's genuinely all that's going to bring me out of this. New sports on the way. Guys, the croquet set's here. I don't think you understand. It's here and it's ready to be played. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome to my croquet review. Today we're unboxing the new Croquet Madting Santing 2000 set. You thought this was a football channel? Nah, listen, impossible. Right, let's open this bad boy up. We got this, what, where the f is the rest of them? We got the little oops that you hit it through, and then we got balls. Didn't realize this sport had balls as well. Got PTSD from the last sport that I used to watch. We just swivel this on the end, and then suddenly, okay. Right, here we go. Depressing. You know who doesn't play this sport? Presumably, hopefully, Liverpool. As I was forced to watch this part-time football club in action again.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whitaker, I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, God help me.
Guys, I genuinely thought this was the last time we had to do this. But the depression has taken hold again. This alleged football establishment travelled to Old Trafford this weekend and were beaten 3-2. On the face of it, doesn't even seem that bad. You know, we're still exactly where we were in the league table. We still look very likely to finish in the Champions League spots. And before this, we won 3 games on the bounce. So surely it can't be that bad, realistically, watching us play football. An 18th loss of the season. 18! We've entered a whole new Peggy category. And this football is not safe for all audiences. Your children should not be allowed to watch this bullshit every week. This group of players, after the amount that we spent in the summer transfer window, would be the most overpriced cinema viewing since I spent £27.50 on one pick and mix and a Tango Ice Blast. Michael Jackson's, biopic film, yeah, is in cinemas right now. But it's us that are bad. Beat it. We definitely weren't beating anybody this weekend.
We will lose football matches.
Now, some people are going to say, but Niran, again, listen, you just came off the back of 3 wins in a row. Why are we getting a run? Why, in reality, like, it's looking good. It's looking up for you guys in comparison to, say, 2 months ago. You weren't talking when you were winning games. I know. But we should have been winning those games. We looked decent, don't get it twisted, against Fulham. We looked all right against Crystal Palace. And I'm glad that we got those victories. But the same issues keep coming up again whenever we face any level of adversity. We could have easily lost to Everton if Beto had more than 11 brain cells. And in and amongst all of that, we got absolutely smoked by Paris Saint-Germain. Now, things started badly. I'm not even gonna, no, they started badly. We were behind after 6 minutes in this game. Yet another football match where we have started apocalyptically slowly. Like, this game, genuinely, I was actually worried we were gonna get completely hammered after about 20 minutes. But first of all, corner, set-piece goal, don't deal with it again, shot. Our record of defending set pieces is a catastrophe this season. When we do, like, defending set pieces and corners and free kicks and stuff in training, Ibrahima Konate works from home. I'm just telling you that for now. He is on furlough whenever that happens, because genuinely, there's just no organisation. The ball's half cleared away, fired back in by Cunha. It's actually quite fitting that it deflects off the backside of Alexis McAllister, because the brother's been arse all season. I don't know whether all of his power was, like, held in his hair. To be honest, he was kind of shit before he shaved it as well, actually. But this season, Alexis McAllister, I've stuck up for Alexis McAllister at points this season, because I do think it's a combination of 2 things. I do think, more than one thing can be accurate at the same time. I think he's often left quite exposed by how non-existent we are in midfield a lot of the time, but also individually, he's been shocking. You could argue he was genuinely at fault to some degree for all of the goals that United scored yesterday. Bad start, no creativity, defensively shambolic, getting dominated, and then United go forward again moments later. It's now 15 minutes in, and we need Freddie Woodman to act, and he would get fingertips to it. Not him. He wouldn't get fingertips to it. Benjamin Sesko would get fingertips to it and poke it into the back of the net. Look, a lot of people are saying this goal shouldn't have stood because basically, you know, it bounces around, comes off Sesko's like right at the end of his fingertips and then goes in. And I personally do think, on commentary they were saying it was inconclusive. I think it's very conclusive personally. You can see his fingers move slightly, the spin of the ball changes a little bit. If you are like below the age of 45 and you haven't had to book into Specsavers in the last 6 months, you can probably see it. My eyes aren't even that good, fam. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I stare at a screen. I don't leave the house. I sit at my computer and chat was about Liverpool being shit all day. I've got bad eyesight now. My eyes are kalas, and I can still see that. But honestly, we deserve it, bro. I know you shouldn't change the rules for this shit. I personally think that type of goal, when you're looking at it microscopically, I don't feel like it should be overturned in the spirit of the game. In the laws and the current rules of the game, yeah, probably shouldn't have stood, but it doesn't take away from the fact that we were fucking shit, guys. It should have been 3-0. Bruno Fernandes missed what is basically a sitter in his eyes, like about 10-15 minutes after that as well. It could have been 3-0 at half time. Sesko might have scored in this one, but he was confused looking around. Nobody cared because everyone just cared about Bruno Fernandes' assist record. But to be fair to United, they would bring out some more assists. Unfortunately for them, it was for our goals. Amad Diallo giving the ball away after being on the pitch about 63 seconds at the start of the second half, which allowed Dominic Szoboszlai to score. He looked around at his winger options during the counter-attack and said, nah, gee, I'm doing this all on my own. And then United goalkeeper Shana Lamans just gave the ball to us for the second. I mean, honestly, this was the almightiest of mid-offs, lads. Like, genuinely. Lamans has been amazing, I think, this season. I think he's one of the more underrated signings of the Premier League season because of where United have gone from, or come from, with Andre and Arne, to Lamans, who's just a solid, stable goalkeeper that defenders can rely on. Obviously, this was bad. This mistake was terrible. It was 2-2, but it wasn't a testament to how good we were. It wasn't a testament to us being creative. We literally got gifted 2 goals to go level. Poor Curtis Jones, the guy, he didn't know what to do as soon as he got caught wrong side of his man for a 17th time in the game.
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to chase after them?
But the kid's playing out of position, so it's, you know, it's tough. I was surprised seeing Cody Gakpo actually look semi-decent at points during this game. But then, after being gifted 2 goals, once again, we didn't deal with adversity at all. Free Kobbie Mainoo, put that man behind bars again. I don't need to see him. Not after the winning goal, please. No, not again. I'm gonna have a break, actually, from rinsing Liverpool. We'll go in more detail of the tactical side and the reasons why we lost this game in a second. But I do think Ruben Amorim, if you're watching, you're not watching this. If you ever watch my channel, if you ever watch anything, let it be this. We need to investigate you as a man, not just as a manager. Like, I know Liam Rosenior, man aging and stuff, but we're scrapping the second half of the word, bro. We need to actually just investigate you down. Because I don't understand, and I couldn't understand at the time. As a neutral, in that, I don't give a fuck what United do when it comes to Kobbie Mainoo, right? The one thing I will say is I could never understand how he looked at this brother and said, nah, Ugarte, bro, actually. I'd actually rather... Like, you actually have to be a bit sick in the head to genuinely believe that Manuel Ugarte is going to bring more to the table in a football match. In anything. Honestly, like, to the cookout, to a family function, to a paddle match, to a charity shop, like, genuinely, I don't think there's anything that Ugarte can do better than Kobbie Mainoo in this life. Apart from genuinely look like he works in B&Q rather than as a professional footballer. He was dictating the game. Obviously, the finish for the winner was really, really good under pressure as well. It's just, like, remarkable. Like, honestly remarkable that United fans have been deprived of watching this kid for the entire season and the actual Amorim tenure as well. It's kind of insane. I, though, am being deprived of happiness. We have lost 18 games this season. We have been double teamed by this United squad. They've done the double over us. And so have Manchester City. It is the first time that both Manchester-based clubs have done the double over Liverpool since 1913. Do you know what was happening in 1913? No. Neither do I, because they'd barely even invented words at that stage. Literature had only just been conceived at this stage. They were just drawing shit to communicate, I'm pretty sure, back in them times. The sport that I have to come up with to replace football right now is despicable. Turkmenistani mid-air, low-gravity, women's V6 turbo, combine harvester, bamboo collecting this calendar year. We have reached the stage that I like to call the please stay point. This is where opposition fans, right, fans of United, Chelsea, Arsenal, City, are begging for us to get a good result every now and again so that we don't sack our manager. It's happened before. I used to do it with United and Eric Ten Hag and obviously Amorim and that spell. You don't want them to win and be successful. When they start going on a really bad run, let's say they've lost 4 on the bounce, you just need them to get a little pick-me-up against Leeds, just so the manager stays in charge, because for the greater good, for the long run, you need that man to still be in charge of that football club so that they endure more suffering going forward. That is where we're at. Everybody's laughing at us, and we're still thinking about leaving this man in charge until next season. Now, yes, there are reasons why we've been bad that are out of our control. Our injury list at the moment looks like the dinosaurs. Mid-meteor strike. It's insane. It's bad, but it's not Tottenham levels of bad. It's bad, but it's like we should still be doing better than we are. We should still be playing better than we are with the players that we actually have at our disposal. And we've been playing like this all season, even when these injuries weren't a problem in the first place. But let's talk about the real nitty-gritty of why I'm still making this video. Because like I said at the start, on the face of it, we've come off the back of 3 Premier League wins in a row, and we've lost once away to United, who are above us in the league. So in theory, doesn't even feel like that bad of a result if you look at it in isolation. But guys, I need to talk about us defensively again. And I know we're playing Curtis Jones at right back and Frimpong's playing right wing because we've got no right backs, and Konate's head just isn't in the game at the moment, and Van Dijk 68. I get that. I understand. There are issues, okay? But the amount of goals that we have conceded from set pieces, I've said it all season, we can't defend them. We actually cannot defend them. Ironically, sorry, we've actually scored quite a few from them, but we can't defend this shit. We can't defend generally. Guys, Bruno Fernandes out-jumped Robertson and Konate for one of the goals. Every time I look at Konate positionally, I have at least 6 questions. Do you understand how insane that is? I should only have 1 at a maximum, and that's why are you there? But further questions enter my mind. Do you actually turn up to training? Do you speak English? What did you have for breakfast this morning? All questions that genuinely enter my mind just by looking at a screenshot of where Ibrahima Konate finds himself. This is a lenient scoreline against a team that finished 15th in the league last season and that were on the way, not quite to doing that before they sacked Amorim, but were playing the same level of shitness until that moment. Let's not get it twisted. United are where they are because they just decided to sack Ruben Amorim. That is it. They got Michael Carrick in, who's clearly more charismatic, but also has a tactic that actually works for the players that they have, and shock horror, they've started doing well. There are no other teams in this Champions League race that have anything about them at all. Villa checked out. They're just trying to win the Europa League. They're still good, but they're very inconsistent in comparison to where they were like 3-4 months ago, okay? We're shit. Chelsea are shit. And then it's like Brentford and Bournemouth, who are not shit, who have some good players, but like in the grander scheme of spending, wage bill, the footballers that they have, they're obviously not on the traditional level of a Alexander Isak at Liverpool or a Moises Caicedo at Chelsea. You know, they're not these guys, right? Ryan and Krupia are sick, but Ryan Christie isn't getting in Liverpool's midfield. That's actually a lie. No, he actually probably is. But you know what I'm saying, okay? This has probably been the lowest quality in terms of both performance and actual footballing ability, Champions League race there's probably been in years. This isn't an insanely good United squad. It's definitely a better one, but we started this game so slowly. Again, it's been the bane of our existence all season. We start games horribly. We give teams a chance to get ahead, and then again, we can't deal with any level of adversity whatsoever. And that's where I think Arne's slutty Reds really come into their own in terms of being disappointing. I realise now, there might be reasons to this, okay? I think mentality is a hard topic to cover when it comes to a football squad, because there's so many individuals, there's so many personalities, and there's so many reasons why there could be a lack of mentality and belief in a set of players. It could be that they don't believe in their manager. It could be because they don't believe in themselves. It could be completely outside sources, obviously for the Liverpool squad, and it's something that we've all talked about a lot, but the tragic passing of Diogo Jota, I'm sure, had a massive impact on a lot of the players, certainly for the first half of the season. And that's why I was kind of willing to give them a complete buy, almost, of like, obviously, the amount of spending that we've put in going into the season and whatever, we should win the league, and the players that we have. But the overall, like, this is unprecedented. Like, you don't ever have that with a group of players. We don't even have like a yardstick to compare that against, because it never really happens that much in the world of football. So this was almost like a, just let them, you know, whatever, like grieve and understand themselves and the situation, right? So I totally understand that. I do believe, though, somewhere along the lines, Arne Slot doesn't have maybe the charisma or the level of persuasion that Jurgen Klopp had. And what I mean by that is the absolute epitome of the Jurgen Klopp era was overcoming adversity, right? All the time, whether it was like a Man City super team or an injury crisis or a crazy comeback against Barcelona, you always believed. Like, he turned doubters into believers. Arne Slot converts you back again. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I doubt everything now, even in my personal life, and that's just Arne Slot, get me? Whereas back then, yeah, going into a game against Barca, needing to win 4-0, and Salah and Firmino are also injured at the same time, I still believed, bro. There was genuinely a part of me that was like, we can still win this, even against all the odds. The Carabao Cup final against Chelsea, where we won, even though our combined age on the pitch was about 27 at full time, I still believed we could win the game. This Liverpool squad, or Arne Slot in charge of that, even that Liverpool squad, I don't believe we win, because I don't believe he instills the mentality or confidence or belief into the players that they can truly do anything. Again, lack of tactical identity. Once more, we're way too passive on the ball. I've said that all season. I'm not even going to go into it again. Individual performances, again, not even really going to go into it because I've been saying it all season. I don't know what's happened to Alexis McAllister. Alexis McAllister, first season, bit tricky because he was playing a little bit out of position. Second season, unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Like, top 8 player in the league last season. This season, bottom 8 player in the league. It's quite remarkable, the change around that there's been from like an individual perspective. I've talked about Gakpo. I've talked about, obviously, Salah has had his drop off this season, regrettably. Konate, Kirkes in the first half of the season, though, has been a lot better. It's just a combination of things. We start games too slowly, like I said. Also, our record against good teams this season is actually pathetic. And that's, again, what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't feel like our squad has the belief that we can do anything that we put our minds to. Because as soon as we play a team that's decent away from home, we've collected 2 points out of a possible 24 against top 10 sides away from home. 2 out of 24. That actually sounds fake. That sounds like I've made that up to just make the situation seem worse. That's actually inexcusable. We've dropped 22 points just away from home against not even necessarily good teams, just top half teams, decent teams. It can't go. Look, I think Arne Slot is not the only problem with Liverpool Football Club right now. Michael Edwards, Hughes needs to have a long, hard look at himself. The recruitment team, some of the players individually do as well. But I can't see how we're just gonna be good again next season. I really can't. I think we can't do Szoboszlai and Inshallah again next season. It's not gonna happen. We've already got players that we need to replace. It's gonna be a transitional season again because we've got to replace Salah. We've got to get quality of depth out wide again. Luis Diaz, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm gonna hold my hands up and I'm gonna apologize to you. Please come home. He's not going to. With Luis Diaz, it was like I never really disliked Luis Diaz, to be honest with you. I always knew that he was sick and he always fitted our system. It's just last season he was a little bit frustrating. Like, his decision making was just objectively a bit shit. So I was never really like, oh, we gotta sell Luis Diaz. He was just frustrating. So when we got that bid from Bayern, I was like, well, you gotta take that. It's good money. But we have proven that we needed him so differently. And he's obviously gone to Bayern and been amazing. Now, again, age-wise, was it the right time to cash in on him? Maybe. Thinking now, like, we could have Luis Diaz, but we do have Cody Gakpo. That makes me want to top myself. But guys, look, we're shit again. We're shit again. We have got good teams to end the season. We've got Villa away, and given the stat that I just told you, that's not going to end well. We've got Chelsea at home. I think both teams could lose that one. And then we've got Brentford at home, final day of the season. Now, I think we need a maximum of 4 points. The way the rest of the teams in this Champions League race are playing, I honestly think we could literally get like 2 points and still qualify at this stage. I think we've done the hard work because we beat Palace, we beat Fulham, we beat Everton, but it's still not good enough. It's still not good enough. If you travel sideways in this thing, you're traveling backwards. If we just allow Arne Slot to be the manager next season, no repercussions after losing at minimum 18 games in a season in all competitions, what does that say about us? What does that say about our drive when it really matters? You can go out and spend money on some players that are available after winning the league, then that's great. And I love that we were, we had some oomph to us at the start of the season. But when it really gets hard and you need to change things up, are you actually going to do it? Are you going to make that tough decision? What do you think? Is Arne Slot going to still be manager next season, Liverpool? Drop it down below in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe if you're new so that I don't get even more sad than I am right now. If anyone knows any croquet clubs, hit me up, bro. I'm gonna end my own suffering. They're how tumultuously traumatic. Sack this man right now. I cannot express to you how differently I need to see this brother's P45 on my desk. Not even his. I just need to see that document printed, faxed, written down, in a scroll, on a cave, whatever the medium is. I have to have this man out of my football club. Once again, I have to make it known. It's not personal. I don't dislike the guy. He won us the league last season. But this sport is fickle. It's unforgiving. And I'm never gonna forgive Liverpool Football Club if I have to watch another season of this dross. Rearrange Slot and you get the word that he is at this football club right now. Because we've been battered, we've been smoked by Aston Villa. Don't get it twisted. The result looks more respectable than it actually was. We had a couple chances. Rio and Gamoa hit the post and, then Gakpo missed the open goal after, shockingly. Though it was a difficult chance. But as soon as they went 2-1 up in this game, there was only one team involved. And Aston Villa aren't dickheads. They've just qualified for the Champions League with this result for next season. They're in the Europa League final and they're the favourites against Freiburg, you would say as well. But I've been saying this all year. We don't have the facilities to do anything against a team that has more than 480 rated players on FIFA. We can't do it. We fall apart. Our away record against sides in the top 9 is embarrassing. It's pathetic. 0 wins against sides in the top 9 of the table this season away from home. 7 losses and 1. We've got 1 point. That's the long and short of it. A -10 goal difference. We're the whipping boys. With Panathinaikos in the Champions League group stages. With Shakhtar Donetsk. With Sheriff Tiraspol in a distinct. As soon as we're outside of the confines of Liverpool City and the Liverpool City Council, I'm about to report us to the council, bro. I'm about to talk to my nearest MP who has no interest in the goings-on of the Liverpool area. I'm about to contact Brighton and Hove City Council to complain about my football club. We're about to go below Brighton and Hove City Council. At this rate, not even the football club, the actual council in the table. I think it says a lot about the character of the squad and potentially the manager when we are that bad away from home, generally speaking, when we don't have the luxury of having the incredible support of Liverpool fans at Anfield, and when we're up against a side that we need to grind out a result against, or we need to be on top form to play a side that's actually good. It's all well and good beating Burnley in a season. You know what? Actually, I'm chatting shit. We've got a terrible record against the promoted teams as well. It's all well and good beating West Ham, but when it really comes down to it, guys, we've got nothing. We've actually got nothing. I need the glasses. Hold on. Now, Rin's back on the scene. I'll drive Arne Slot to Rotterdam. He's going back to Feyenoord. I'll drive him there myself. And I don't even have a driver's license. Slot's head is getting yammed. If they ever let me in the Anfield dressing room, I'll tell you that right now.
No hair will ever grow on his head again.
This man said in press conference after, we played against Aston Villa and we were away against Aston Villa and we scored 2 goals away against Aston Villa. And that's a good thing. You know what's worse though? Conceding 4. That's probably the issue when we really break it down. And on the theme of conceding, we have conceded 53 goals this season. It's the most we've ever conceded in a 38-game Premier League season. Roy Hodgson's 11 set of criminals, his non-rare silver squad of 2011, didn't even concede this amount of goals. Wayne Rooney, I'm sure, is delighted seeing that Virgil van Dijk might actually be washed after their confrontations earlier on in the season. These are insane numbers. We are conceding an insane amount of goals, and I'll come on to the reasons why defensively in a second. But this is, it was the same again against Villa, right? Fuck it, let's get into the Villa game. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. It's the worst we've defended since last week. Some of the goals that we concede in this team make no sense. Like, they actually make me want to, like, spoon my eyeball out with a fork. So that there's already juxtaposition there. But I'm getting fed up of it now. A couple of the goals, in fairness, that Villa scored were beautiful. Morgan Rogers' finish was amazing, although I feel like Mamardashvili didn't really get anywhere near it. Say it wasn't, like, firmly in the corner. But either way, it's an amazing finish, right? And John McGinn's final goal is beautiful. John McGinn's a great footballer. Doesn't get the credit he deserves at all. A lot of Aston Villa's squad. I don't think Yuri Tielemans gets the credit that he deserves as well, but John McGinn especially. So a couple of the goals I feel like were not necessarily unavoidable. There were still issues like, you know, setting up from a set piece for the Rodgers goal and whatever, but there was such good quality that I'm not like angry that they went in. The second goal is unfortunate. Dominic Szoboszlai, he's wearing the number 8 and he's decided to take that a bit too literally with the Steven Gerrard slip, and that joke is one that actually physically pains me to say. The third goal. Federico Chiesa. I need you to lock in, broski, and I need you to learn the offside rule. You've kept everyone onside here with this one. I feel for Mamardashvili in this situation. He's made 2 really good saves. The second one's insane, and there's like nobody within a 25-meter radius of him apart from Chiesa, who's not a defender. He doesn't have a defensive bone in his body. He doesn't know what's even going on. He hasn't even got to this part of his defensive education yet in like the textbooks and stuff. He hasn't learned what's going in. And he just keeps everyone on side and they prod it in. But it's just like, even in the build-up, we've got Alexis McAllister diving to the floor after starting combat with Ezri Konsa. And I feel like that sums it all up perfectly. When you look at our midfield and our squad, starting fights that we can't win. Starting games that we can't win, guys. Alexis McAllister, you can't win against Ezri Konsa. You're much smaller than him. You can't win in a fight against Ezri Konsa, bro. You definitely can't win in a hairline competition anymore. What has even happened to my man's noggin? Is he even okay? From like a health perspective, what is going on with my man's trim? I got some sad news actually in the follow-up from this game. Then Alexis McAllister, whilst trying to unwind, he went to a music festival, unfortunately was thrown around in the crowd and ended up landing on a poor innocent woman. I don't have to do this to myself anymore.
I'm not doing this. I've just realised I don't have to. I'm simply not going to do this.
Cody Gakpo is shagging the manager. It's not even alleged anymore. It can't be. I think I've curated enough evidence now to suggest that this is what's happening. But his shot map, someone said it looks like a fucking, it's like maths A-level. Find the hypotenuse ass fucking shot map, broski. Ironically, it's not the right angle, bro. It isn't. It never is with that man. Quite frankly, I've had enough. I've really had it up to here now. It was funny before. There was an element of it where I was like, you know what? Maniacally, this is hilarious. That I have to keep dealing with this week in, week out. It's not funny no more. I can't deal with this shit anymore, fam. His highlights on a weekly basis are abysmal. We spent £450 million on players. A lot of that has been attackers. And our 4th highest goal scorer this season is Virgil van Dijk, ladies and gentlemen. He scored a brace here, great from set pieces as always. Basically, the only thing that we showed any sort of threat with was set pieces or Rio Ungamoa, who is maybe the one positive that's emerged from this season. Obviously, Szoboszlai has been great as well. He was unfortunate today with that mistake, but he's been amazing all season. Rio Ungamoa is the only good thing to actually emerge from this season. Just a shame Arne didn't play him earlier. Who could have seen that one coming, hey? Who could have possibly seen? But even Verge, listen, you're not escaping this, broski. I need someone to put a fucking massive sticker on Mamardashvili to say that he's left-footed. Because Virgil van Dijk doesn't remember. He plays it back to his right foot every single time, without fail. Put L plates on him or something. To be fair, I think Mamardashvili's still learning how to play out from the back half the time, so that's actually relatively appropriate. But L for left. Play it back to his left foot. It just feels like there's an overall disconnect between the squad, sorry. It's like you've gone Shoreditch Power League. It's like you've gone 5-a-side with the boys. And then you get there and one of them stuck in traffic. One of them, his girlfriend didn't really want him to go out, so now he stayed at home to make her feel better. Another guy was involved in a traumatic cycling incident on the M1, and now there's just 2 of you left. And you've got to go out to find 3 footballers to join you in the 5-a-side, and you catch 3 Donnies outside of your local boss man, you say, yo, do you want to play? They respond. You're pretty sure you hear like, inshallah in there, but you just say, come and play anyway. You don't speak the same language. Regardless of what language, whatever they said, it's not English, broski. It might be like Hungarian or something. You're not connecting on the pitch. 3 chemistry at best. You don't know what my man's strong foot is. It might be neither of them. You picked him up outside of a boss man shop. He was drinking a buzzball at the time. This is what it feels like watching Liverpool Football Club. Gravenberch doesn't know what the centre-backs are talking about. Marmadashvili, they haven't even found... Kirkez can't spell Marmadashvili's name. He'll have an aneurysm if he even thinks about it for longer than 6 seconds. The only chemistry in this team is between Gakpo and the manager, and it's not a good kind. Guys, on transitions, we are absolutely apocalyptic. If there's a counter on the table, we're getting done by it. We don't have any capacity to stop them. It's been going on all season. You know what? The guys that were tweeting about our inability to deal with counters in pre-season, you were right. I'll admit it. You were right. I thought you were wrong at the time. I thought we were going to clean that up at some stage, but our manager's incompetent, so we just haven't got around it yet. Guys, we've got so much, in theory, midfield ability, right? Szoboszlai, Gravenberch is a silky smooth player. He's not the defensive 6 that I've been crying out for and saying that we need, because we don't have anyone that can actually shield our back line when we're dealing with a counter or when we're under pressure and the centre-backs need some help or relief. Do you understand how mad it is that we've got all that ability in midfield, but like not actually really any creativity? Curtis Jones on the right wing. Our right-hand side's a fucking mess, guys. There's no width. But I think really the most concerning thing about all of this, right, is that Liverpool as an organisation, the higher-ups at the club, Hughes, Edwards, etc., don't seem to really grasp the gravity of this situation. They don't really seem to understand just how, but it's like they're looking at the league table and the highlights of their games, and they're making decisions based on that. Because if you don't know, it's looking, well, before this result, to be fair, this might change things a little bit, but it was looking like potentially Arne was going to continue as Liverpool manager into next season as well. Nothing's been signed. Obviously, he's already on a deal that would stretch into next season anyway, but nothing's been signed, nothing's been confirmed. But the talk of the town, the talk from coming inside the club, is that they are happy for Arne to start next season as well. I get it in theory. He's got brownie points from winning the league, and I totally understand that. If you were looking at it with like no knowledge of watching actual football, I would understand that decision. The problem is, I am watching the football, and that's a problem for multiple different reasons, but I am watching the football. I'm watching how we're playing every week, and there is genuinely no sign of improvement. I think we might be the most consistent team in the league. Consistently wank. Like, the same issues that were happening in August and September are still happening now. That's actually quite rare. That's genuinely quite impressive. That, like, most teams sort shit out. They hire a new manager, they bring in a couple new players at certain points. They change the system. They change the personnel. We are losing games for the same reasons as we were losing games in September. That is a lack of adaptability. That is absolute stubbornness from the manager. There's a lot of other reasons why guys, you know, you're bored by now. I've spent so long talking about our lack of depth, our inability to press from the front, though we are better at that when Szoboszlai's in the 10. Individual performances, you know, Isaac and Wirtz and whatever, But the manager has got to take some serious responsibility, guys. And we are right now watching a man who should be our #1 candidate in Xabi Alonso. We've not spoken to him, apparently. Word coming out of the club is that we haven't even engaged in a conversation with Xabi Alonso about him becoming our manager. We are watching him go to Chelsea. That is as bad for him as it is for us. Xabi Alonso is available. A former Liverpool player, loved Liverpool player as well, is available, who won the Bundesliga invincible with a team that isn't Bayern Munich. Now, Real Madrid didn't go well, but we have to give him a bye. Based on what the fuck is going on at Real Madrid right now, we have to allow him. That was just a mad thing. The players hate each other. They want to kill each other. They hate all the managers. It just is what it is. And honestly, their season's fallen apart more since he's left. Like all the players have, it's a civil war, even more so than it was. I mean, he only fell out with Vinny Jr. Kylian Mbappe actually liked the geezer. They weren't that far off in the La Liga title race. They hadn't gone out of the Copa del Rey by that point. So it's not like the season had already capitulated and, you know, results-wise, it was a catastrophe on the pitch for Xabi Alonso. It wasn't. He was doing an all-right job. He just wanted to get out of there because he hated the fucking players. And I agree. Like, that's a seemingly very valid reason to get out of that football club. I just don't understand the logic of not even speaking to the guy. It's not working. Arne Slot's not working anymore. We have been unlucky with injuries, and I think when certain players come back, we're going to be a lot better. I can't wait for Conor Bradley to be back. I know that sounds like a bit of a rogue one, but to actually have a right back would be nice. In theory, maybe there's not a crazy amount that you need to do. I just don't trust Arne Slot to do it. Now, that's the problem. I don't trust Arne Slot to be the man to do this shit. We are fucking wank, guys. Jesus Christ. What do you make of it, man? I'm sure you guys are loving this, the weekly Liverpool crash outs. If you are, then slap a like on the video. Subscribe if you're new. And Hearts didn't even win the Scottish League, man. This is just depressing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're getting Ketty. Organise a street party. Call your local MP. Get an EasyJet holiday booked to Croatia. We're having a no Arne Slot gyal summer. And the first don we're getting the number of whilst we're out there, Andoni Iraola. I'm free. I'm free from the shackles. I'm free from the suffering. We gotta bring in my man one last time, bro. Arne Slot, welcome to the Arne Slot Penitentiary, my friend.
We have caught and compromised to a permanent end Osama bin Laden.
The Dutchman, Baldy, has been sacked, ladies and gentlemen, by Liverpool Football Club. Now, look, I'm not one to celebrate a man losing his job. Don't look at the drinks earlier. There was nothing to see. You know, I don't have anything personal against the guy, but this needed to happen. Like, we were really in pain watching this season unfold. There's been basically like maybe 2.5 positives all season long. Arne Slot is officially gone just a year on from winning the Premier League title with Liverpool after a pretty shambolic season after spending £450 million in the summer. I actually feel so alive right now, genuinely. Again, nothing personal against Arne Slot, but I thought I was going to be trapped in this shit show for another season long. Don't smile that it's over. Cry because it happened. Cody Gakpo next to be sacked. I'm being so deadly serious. We're not even telling him. We're just outright, he's losing his job. He's realizing now he's got to cheat on Arne Slot with Iraola if he wants to stay in this starting 11. Mo Salah, if you could do chaos, by the way, right now. You could just do a quick 180. But we all know his main problem was with Arne Slot. What if he just decided, you know what, actually, the goodbye wasn't good enough. I'm staying. Let's be honest, if this was any other club, like, we could have seen this coming easily. He left all of his coaching ability at Ocean Beach in Ibiza. The writing really was on the wall. Sorry, that was just me doing up graffiti at Anfield. No, but genuinely, a fallout with Mo Salah has gone on throughout the entirety of the season. And when you're falling out with the most legendary player in the entire team at this present moment, you're always probably going to come off second best, whether you've won a league title or not. You're new around here, Arne. You know, Mo Salah's been here for basically a decade. You're not going to win that scrap in the eyes of the public. The main thing for me, though, is I don't have to play croquet ever again, lads. Know how catastrophically conclusive. I can finally, guys, I can finally just focus on football. Oh dear mother of God, we're letting Ibrahima Konate go on a free transfer. How am I already back? You literally said you weren't using me 3 seconds ago. I know he's been shit for like 2/3 of the season, guys, but we didn't need to give him away for free. That's insane. Once again, awful management of this football club, like from a transfer fee perspective. We've done it again. Trent Alexander-Arnold left for free to go to Real Madrid. We're letting Ibrahima Konate. I've said a lot about Ibrahima Konate this season. I think he's been bad. There's been a lot of reasons why I think mentally he could have dropped off a cliff, which would then impact, you know, the technical ability and what we're seeing out on the pitch, okay? But he hasn't been good enough to deserve playing for Liverpool this season, right? But that doesn't mean that I think we should get rid of him for free. Those at the club that are making these decisions to let players get into the final year of their contract after 2 to 3 years of negotiating and not actually coming to a conclusion earlier. If you don't think you're going to align with Ibrahima Konate going into the final season of his contract, sell him at the start of the season. What are you doing? Ibrahima Konate, even with 1 year left on his deal, could have still commanded a pretty decent fee. Crystal Palace got 35 mil for Gahey with 6 months left of his deal. Do you know what I'm saying? But they weren't. They decided to let it rumble on, let it become a saga, and then lose him for free when there was genuine value there in a player, whether he's been in bad form or not. And in a similar vein, I find it weird that we've decided to wait so long to sack Arne Slot under the circumstances. We've let Xabi Alonso into the hands of Clearlake. Nobody should have to go through trauma like that. We're going to be turning up and getting thrown out of Stamford Bridge after approaching Xabi Alonso on day 4 of his job at Chelsea. You know the metric of how you can tell this was the right decision to let him go? Everybody else, every other fan base is fuming. Every other fan base is gutted that they're not coming to Anfield and getting 3 points off of us. The top 6 clubs are gutted that we might actually stand a chance of doing something in the league next season. They all know that, unfortunately, despite winning the league in his first season, this man had, he developed into a fraud. Because at the end of the day, it's hard to believe as well, because, we shouldn't ignore last season. I don't want to ever do that with Arne Slot. I know some people are very reductive and go, he just accumulated Jurgen Klopp's team, and that's the only reason why he won the league. And there are elements of truth to it. There are elements of he inherited a good squad. Liverpool had a good squad that were challenging on multiple fronts for half a decade, if not a full decade before. That's cool. That is known. That's blessed. But he still was able to do certain things and tweak certain players in a way to get more out of them than Jurgen Klopp had been able to. Jurgen Klopp never got anywhere near the last season's version of Ryan Gravenberch during his time at the club. Whilst he didn't have that long with Ryan Gravenberch, it was only 1 season, and Jurgen Klopp excelled in other areas, Arne Slot still was able to look at certain people within the system and go, actually, Naji, you should be doing this, and it worked amazingly. And again, some of my favourite moments of being a Liverpool fan come under Arne Slot, not most of them are Jurgen Klopp still, just for longevity purposes, but going to the parade after winning the league, for example. Core memory, so I don't want to ever take that away from Arne Slot, but we also can't ignore this season. He's turned believers into doubters. We got this rapid-fire, heavy metal supercar football, and he's turned it into a 2001 Nissan Micra with 3 functioning tyres and semi-skimmed milk inside of the radiator. It could not go on after this season. 20 losses in all competitions. The most goals conceded in any 38-game Premier League season. All of this uninspiring, dull and dismal football after spending £450 million. The vast majority of it on actual exciting attacking footballers. And we still weren't able to play well. Do you know how good Florian Wirtz actually is as a footballer? And we didn't see even 45% of it. There were elements of his season that were good. I still think Florian Wirtz needed to do better. His intensity wasn't good enough, and he's a bit weak sometimes on the ball. He doesn't get involved in big matches, right? But there are just other elements of it that are tactical and not really actually allowing some of the better, more technical players to really thrive inside the system. To regress and go backwards as badly as we did is insane. Now, of course, can't ignore the tragedy at the start of the season, which I'm sure hit a lot of these players for 6, and that was the passing of Diogo Jota. I'm sure that even hit Arne Slot, catastrophically as well, right? Losing a teammate in that fashion, one of the most difficult things that any footballer could possibly go through, and as a unit, and as a player, an individual within the unit, Diogo Jota seemed really, really likeable, one of the key members of the club in terms of, social groups and social hierarchy and stuff, so I know that had a massive impact on our season as a whole. And that's why I'm always willing to give them a little bit of a buy when it comes to overall. I'm not sat here being like, oh my God, the players were playing a bit shitter than I would expect. I'm always going to allow them for that, especially in the first half of the season, because they were getting over emotional trauma. The only reason I don't give that same buy to Arne Slot is because managerially, it's easier to see decision-making. And the decision-making is what's been the problem. It's a lot easier to track Arne Slot making poor, lineup decisions, for example, or making horrendous substitutions during a football match than it is Mo Salah not being in the right frame of mind during training. But again, the football we were playing was so negative, and I don't know what happened. I know we weren't like heavy metal anyway last season under Arne Slot, but it was so dull. You don't have to play good football, right? If you offered me trophies, but we play like Arteta or something, then fine, whatever, if we have to do it, okay? But the issue is we play like shit, and we don't win either, right? So what is even the point, you know? And I think one of the biggest killers for Arne Slot was he was too stubborn. Way too stubborn, and I think that materialized out on the pitch with some of the decisions that he made, as I said, like starting 11s. I mean, fam, again, I was speaking to a Liverpool fan actually last night, and he said he thinks Cody Gakpo has been a bit of a scapegoat. And I've probably contributed to that. And I kind of agree a little bit to an extent. Like, it isn't just him. Like you would think with the way I talk about Cody Gakpo that it's just him. It isn't. He's just the worst offender, in my opinion. But it's obviously like a collective unit, a collective effort. There's a lot of players in that starting 11 that aren't performing to the level that they should be. But again, Gakpo is the worst of those offenders, in my opinion. And I don't understand how like any actual, like anyone who even understands the basics of football can look at Cody Gakpo's performances this season and say he should be starting left wing every game for Liverpool. Like, you can't, like, as an actual professional football manager, that cannot be the conclusion that you come to after watching his performances, after seeing his output. That's just, that's clinically insane. I know we sold a bit of depth. You know, we lost Jota, who could probably play on the left. We lost Luis Diaz, who could play on the left. Anything was better, and it was why I was getting so frustrated about it. About Rio and Gamoa not getting time. But then that stubbornness also materialized in terms of personal relationships. Like, I think the most damning thing was how many players he managed to fall out with. And Mikel Arteta got a bit of grief for this at the start of his reign at Arsenal, but it was different. It was a lot of players that had already proven themselves at Arsenal to be, whilst I don't want to be too harsh here, but failures, okay? They were the nearly men. They were the guys that had ability, but not mentality, you know? They weren't strong enough. They weren't serious enough to go and win stuff. You know, you're not going to win league titles with Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang around other unserious people like Lacazette and Matteo Guendouzi. These are guys that have ability, that are good professional footballers wherever they land, but don't have the mentality to be a strong Mikel Arteta player. And you see that now with Arsenal. He's transformed them into a group of actual winners. Mentality monsters. Well, not, okay, mentality monsters is probably a step too far. But you know what I'm saying? Like, guys with strong mentals, like Gabriel, like Declan Rice. Like, there's actual leaders in the dressing room. That was always what we got at Arsenal for not having. That's a different story at Liverpool because we've won everything there is to win. These players have proven everything that they need to prove. Arne Slot shouldn't be coming in and moving Mo Salah along because he has a disagreement with him. This is a legend status footballer. You fell out with Trent Alexander-Arnold in season 1, which had a massive impact, I think, on him going to Real Madrid. He's not been able to be respectful, really, with Harvey Elliott. Curtis Jones has been weirdly frozen out and seems to be leaving. Like, he just doesn't rate people with Scouse accents. I don't understand why. There's like a misunderstanding almost of the football club to that degree. Like, why am I not seeing like Scouse players getting given an opportunity? But, you know, players from the academy have been constantly let go under the Arne Slot era. He's been here for 2 years. And we lost Trent Kwanzaa. He wanted us to lose Jones. I know Harvey Elliott's not Scouse, but we signed him young. And Tyler Morton going to Lyon. I think there's even more as well, but that's just the ones I can name off the top of my head. Also, I've just never seen this much negativity around a manager. Like, it had to happen. And at board level, they've got to really take some responsibility. Because this decision making, look, I get, you know, it's still May, right? I mean, it's right at the end of May that they've made this decision, but Xabi Alonso was there if you wanted him. Clearly, they didn't want him enough, and it seems like we're going to get Andoni Iraola, which is sick. I think he's an absolutely unreal manager. It's just, like, very bizarre, indicative of the running of this club again. Like, Edwards and Hughes, like, we need to have a discussion because the recruitment over the last 12 months has been diabolical. Lack of strengthening in certain areas, like depth and centre-back, and it's just been very odd. It's been really, like, we're doing what United have done at various points in, like, the last decade, and having had a spell of being run so well for a decent amount of time, this is what concerns me a little bit more than the manager. Like, I'm happy. Again, nothing personal to Arne Slot, right? And it's all, you know, this is all jokes and that, yeah. But, like, he seemed like a cool guy. He just had to go. It wasn't working. What concerns me more than just the managerial change is the higher-ups, you know, recruitment-wise, letting key players leave on frees all the time. Like, man, come on. Again, I don't think Konate's been that good this season, but letting him go for free. Come on, man. It's disappointing. But anyway, look, we're here for positivity. We're here for positivity, man. Hopefully we're back next season. What do you think, though? Drop it down in the comments section below. Is Iraola the man for the job? Are you happy if you're a Liverpool fan? Were you on a slot out, or is this a surprise for you? Drop it down below in the comments section and subscribe if you're new to the channel. You can also follow me on social media. It is at @officialfng on Twitter and on Insta. But it's been a pleasure ranting at you guys today. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy yourselves. And goodbye.